is the Brawl Stars September Monthly Finals for the EMEA region and ARC. Today, things get serious. So many teams have got their qualification position on the line. Finals have been announced. We'll be at Bucharest in Romania with many of the players, but which ones make it for this region? Many of those questions will be answered today. I'm here with Ark. Of course, we're joined by the wonderful Teddy, waiting to jump in later on as well. But Ark, are you as excited for today as I am?
Dude, I mean, you put it perfectly. Today is when it really gets real, and there's going to be tears of joy and sadness for some teams today. It all comes down to this for many of these teams. You know, we may not even be able to decide today which of those teams that come out on top will actually go on to make it a Worlds. We've got one more month still to come, but regardless, such an important month for all of these teams.
Yes, it is do or die for some of the teams. Some of them will be just hanging on and then working out if they can qualify next month, but they need to even just get to that place today. Let's take a look at the format, of course, for the Brawl Stars Monthly Finals. You're watching all year. Players have been qualifying through the in-game challenges and then going on and playing in the qualifiers and then playing the monthly finals. It is a top 8 single elimination bracket. Lose and you are out. We play best of 3 in the quarterfinals before moving on to best out of 5 in the semifinals and the finals. And of course, unlike last year, though, you're very used to this now, teams are banning 2 brawlers every single match, which is very interesting because as more and more brawlers are getting added to the game, the metas get switched up. The metas change drastically in each match as compositions get shut down by the up to 4 potential bans. It's all very exciting. Of course, something else I want to call out before we move on is $1 million on the line, Arc. The prize pool this year is crazy. I'm waiting to seeing which teams are going to take the lion's share of that money.
Yeah, it's coming down to crunch time. Everyone has been preparing massively so, because ultimately when there's this much at stake, you know, you really cannot slip up. Every single gadget is going to matter. Every single timings are going to matter. And this is what these teams have been preparing for. They've got to make sure that they are on point today, or it could be all over for them.
All right, Ark, let's take a look at the standings. Let's see where things are lining up currently for this region. But there's a lot to talk through. While obviously SK and AC Milan Clash have booked their spots to the finals, after that, things get a little bit confusing. Ark, talk me through third place and beyond.
I mean, yeah, I mean, look at that. There's only 1 point separating Tribe from Bunker Rock. There's only 1 point separating Bunker Rock from Reply Totem. Exit Free Agents are not far behind at all by only just that 14 points. So, honestly, there is such a battle there for those qualification spots. As we know already, SK Gaming and AC Milan Clash have already qualified for Worlds. But that 3rd, 4th, and 5th spot is still very much available for pretty much the majority of what you see in front of you right now.
And look, I'm going to be real with you guys watching at the moment. The maths is very complicated. It's tricky. It's very difficult for us to say, oh, if this team does this in the quarterfinals, they qualify. It's too complicated, but we will be updating you over time as the quarterfinals take place. We have our wonderful production team working really hard in the background, doing the maths for us so that we can then tell you what's up. But here you go. Here is today's bracket. We're going to kick things off with SK Gaming up against PK Rog. We got Big and Mood Gaming coming after that. Tribe Gaming up against Reply Totem. And then our last quarterfinal will be AC Milan Clash up against XO Free Agents. We have got an all-star lineup of teams today, Ark. And a lot of these teams have everything to play for.
Yeah, it really is just that. And, you know, I've got to say, you know, getting past the quarterfinal stages today, it's going to be very, very important for teams to be able to do just that. And again, it can be a grueling process. You know, you could be, going home after just the 4 losses potentially on those games if you're not keeping a track on the way of things going. Semantic and Skyrex and Jets, and of course, the SK Gaming today. Bunker Rock, Mummy Jordan, Boss, and Darkroom is up. And I just cannot wait to see how this one's going to go. We may see some upsets. I don't want to speculate too much, but this month, I don't know what to expect. Anything can truly happen.
SK Gaming, obviously one of the best performing teams in this region. Not the easiest start for Bunker Rog to go up against in this all-important monthly finals. We'll have to see if they've got it in them to take down SK. We are going to start off with some Hot Zone on Split before moving on to Heist and Hot Potato, and potentially, if we get there, a little bit of Bounty later on. But of course, we're in the quarterfinal territory. It's best out of 3, and let's take a look at Split, the first map that the players are going to be throwing down on today. Ark, any new developments? What do you expect to see on Split?
I really still am a massive fan of having Surge, but at the same time, having I think that can really be a surprising brawler to kind of see in your face. But ultimately, I still am a massive fan of breaking open this map in its entirety and having these long-range brawlers to thrive. But the bans are in, and that's going to make a huge difference. Brock and Sprout for SK Gaming. Brock is a big one that I feel is going to recur a little bit today, actually. Colonel Ruffs and Stu for Bunker Rog. So pretty interesting, decent bans for me. I kind of agree with all of those, to be fair.
I mean, Ruffs is particularly popular on Split these days because you've got the, you've got the bounce shot, but also they can just destroy the center area and open up the map entirely, which is something we've seen quite frequently. Brock and Sprout, okay, interesting. So what is it that's caused? Why is it you think that Brock's going to be banned so much this month, Ark?
Brock is in a really good place. I mean, it's one of those brawlers that actually received a nerf after its initial buff, which is a rare thing to see. It was very, very rare that Supercell would actually kind of go back on a balance change so quickly after it going out. So definitely Brock needed a bit of a tuning down, but he's still really, really viable at the moment. I would say the ability to break open a lot of the terrain, especially, is a huge attribute, which he obviously has. I think also both of these two teams are kind of going with brawlers with the... I don't often see in the quarterfinals brawlers being banned specifically with a third game in mind, but I feel like Sprout and Colonel Ruffs have been pretty decent for dry season, as well as the Brock as well. But it's a kind of a nice, synergy across these game modes and maps for these brawlers to be banned in particular. So we're seeing the Surge off the bat. Like I say, I do love that. Spike coming back a little bit as well. Edgar is a great deterrent of Rico. So both of these two teams kind of initially thinking that they might have brought out the Rico pick early on, but they're going to go in with the counter to that to look for some jumps over that wall, especially from both Semantic and the player just behind the scoreboard on the top right.
Yeah, of course. Well, both teams clearly were playing with the exact same strategy in mind. It looks like we got a very sneaky Edgar coming from Bunker Rock. They're ready to jump in and cause some damage. I guess waiting to go with a shield with the teleport at the same time. At the moment, these hot zones are just being captured at the pretty much exactly the same rate. That's the right one captured now from SK, the left one from Bunker Rog, and now the real game begins.
Yeah, bit of a slow start, but ultimately one that's a good safety net and a lot of insurance there. The life plant going down for Jetton just to kind of have that there for Semantic to hide behind, and should he then take any shots, he can get that healing abilities off the back of that. Very, very passive from both
Someone needs to do something.
Still waiting some... Yeah, well, she's going to be making a little play in the mid when the time is right. Probably counting the shots that Jetton is placing to ensure that he gets a bit of an advantage over Semantic. But for the most part, yeah, someone's going to make a move.
Jetton's super must be almost ready to go. I think he's had quite a few hits on the Edgar there. Life plant there on the left side from Boss as well. 1 minute, 30 seconds left. This might be the slowest game of Hot Zone I've ever seen.
Well, there's a lot at stake today. Ultimately, both teams don't want to make any wrong move. At the moment, they're running the identical comp. And, it's going to be Mummy Jordan jumps in, does get a good takedown. So that was a nice timing. Shulk can now come in for support. Gets taken down by Semantic, though, and he should be able to hold firm here. Yep, he will do just that. But nonetheless, these are the plays that need to start happening more and more.
I mean, Semantic just did a fantastic job of taking out that two-pronged attack there, and now even goes in and finds the elimination on Boss as well. A huge asset to SK Gaming there. Jetson Super is now ready. Skyrix goes in and gets a few more points on that left hot zone. SK Gaming are on all-out assault here. Bunker Rog aren't doing a great job of stopping them, but they're also not doing anything towards capturing the other zone.
Yeah, this is it. And there's only, about 7% in this right now. So that's not a lot of time to be, capturing a zone to turn the balance in your favor. Semantic is just being very patient here. He's got that life plant there coming in. So that's going to pop now. That will give them that additional healing. But Semantic now lowest force back. And a shield moment, Jordan and Boss now are going to be capturing very important points. They've kind of gone on the aggressive so much so, and allowing a shield and Mummy Jordan to clear that deficit. Boss is going super in on Skyrix on this left-hand side.
There's no time for SK to get back on the board either. 10% in it, only 8 seconds left. I don't know if it's even possible for them to get the points. They're trying, they're doing what they can, it's catching up. 1% in it. 74 is a smaller number than 75. BK Rog take game number 1. Wow, it's crazy because I'm looking at the numbers now and I'm like, well, there's only 8 seconds left. They need about 15%, but I think the percentage points do almost go at 2 seconds per, 2 points per tick. So, it was really close. Still quite close
it
enough.
was extremely close. But I think that's the best way to play against SK Gaming. You know, once you've given them position and they've got the authority over you, they are going to be really capitalizing on that situation. Bunker Rog played a very, very cautious game, very, very slow pace, but that's kind of, I think, a good thing as it paid off them. Only that 1%, I was kind of almost expecting a draw there, not going to lie.
I mean, it almost was. It almost was a draw. There's no two ways about it. That very almost was a draw. But no, Semantic start off on the back foot, which is surprising. If you've been following this region, you will know that Semantic are one of the absolute top teams themselves, and Clash, of course, having already qualified for the global finals in November. So now BK Rog, they must be feeling pretty good about their opening position, because you come into monthly finals, you're really fighting to try and guarantee your own qualification. You're up against one of the leading teams in the region. That's going to be a bit of a scary position to be in to start. But the fact that they got this first win, that must be like almost a little bit of stress relief, you know? Yeah,
I mean, absolutely. They've got to make sure that they continue this same way forwards. Obviously, now SK are going to be discussing their strategy moving forwards. Looking back to last month, it was not the best of months for SK. I mean, I say not the best of month who had a 4-win streak of monthly final wins prior to that. I mean, that's not too shabby, but it was the Clash in the finals, and it was a pretty convincing win for Clash at that. SK Gaming are no doubt still at the very top of their game, but ultimately they have qualified for Worlds. So worst case scenario is that they are not able to get through the quarterfinals, but they're still got their golden ticket. Bunker Rog, they're going to want to really cause a stir. They've got a really, really good chance of getting in on those points in that qualification spot. So this will be a hugely important win for them if they can just stay composed for the next 3 games.
Either way, a really interesting start to this match and to the set, of course. It's not very often that I see a game of Hot Zone and in time and using, with time as well, being just 1% off of the other team. Really interesting. I'm curious to see if the rest of the games in the set are going to go the same way, or if we see a little bit more aggression coming out. Game 2 is just about to start. SK Gaming up against Bunker Rog. Here we go. Primo jumping in immediately. We got Gale and Spike up against Spike, Surge, and Edgar. So same lineup as before for Bunker Rog, but Primo and Gale subbing in for SK. What do you think of that, Ark?
Primo's going to be, Semantic trying to overthrow the situation, but with the Spike there, I'm not sure how that's going to fare for him, and already Boss is looking pretty decent, going to take care of Semantic there, so the threat has been taken care of. Scarix as well, going Gale. It's not the most common of choices, but it can work out well with the right strategy. Kind of going to be having a lot of eyes on him in that right-hand side lane, but I feel like Semantic has to cycle well. He does actually get the takedown, so that's going to be a bit of a sigh of relief for SK, and they're able to capture both zones now independently.
If how Primo slams his face against the wall enough time, I guess eventually he'll get through it, but he falls again, meaning that Boss is able to continue capturing that left zone. Skyrix is quite comfortable on the right zone, though. Semantic jumping in again, but Boss and Ashil very prepared for that. It doesn't really feel like Semantic's achieving that much, but I guess he gets a few percentage points each time.
Yeah, just going to keep rinsing and repeat. Semantic's just going to keep using that jump pad. I'm not sure that was misplaced, potentially. I think he would have liked to have gone maybe over the wall there. But nonetheless, continuing the aggression, throws the Shill over the head, and doesn't work out well. This could be a chance for this left-hand side then for both Boss and the Shield to heal up. The right-hand side has already been entirely captured by SK, so they're trying to double down and defend this side.
I love that from Boss, going down, activating the launch pad before the Primo gets to it, just to stall a little bit extra time. Skyrix, though, some amazing work there on the left. That's going to be it. SK Gaming are going to capture that left zone. What a fascinating strategy from them. Primo just going in over and over and over again, occasionally getting some eliminations, most of the time just getting eliminated. But each time he went in, he was capturing a few points on the zone, a few more points on the zone, a few more points on the zone, and those points certainly added up. With Semantic's teammates able to do all of the work on the right side, this strategy worked out very nicely for SK.
Yeah, Semantic running the El Fugo star power really does a lot of work to a Spike. So if you can just kind of bait out a couple of shots and then capitalize, knowing that you're not really going to necessarily go down instantly. As we know, Semantic is a very accomplished El Primo, loves to go out on the aggressive with that particular brawler. Two kills only to the 6 deaths, which again, a scoreline that you might expect to see, not necessarily faring well for a team, but in Hot Zone again, it's just having that possession of the zone and overthrowing your opposition to get
That's
those
the
all-important
thing,
capture
right?
points.
Like, the thing about El Primo is that you can survive for such a long time. You've got so much health, and of course, taking damage charges up that super. So every single time he went in, not only did he get some points, charged up that super a little bit, caused a little bit of grief for the 2 brawlers that had to stay in the zone in order to stop him. Like, it looks bad. Like, yeah, okay, he got eliminated so many times, but actually, that was just the strategy doing what it was supposed to do.
Yeah, exactly that. And I feel like, you know, Skyrex going with Gale was a bit of an attempt to overthrow any tankier options that maybe Bunker Rock are going to throw into the mix as well. That can be a real problem and threat to deal with. Now, I wonder what's going to be the next strategy, whether they're going to keep the Edgar as just a kind of safety net. Does seem like both teams are down with that, and as opposed to going to the Rico. Whether maybe they start to break open this map now, as a lot of these brawler choices are specifically, you know, utilizing a lot of the terrain. Like, and we have seen a progression as we've gone along to the comp that we're now sitting with, and both teams seem to be showing good signs of adaptations. I don't think that these are going to be games that we're going to see being very rinse and repeat in terms of the brawler comps.
Well, I mean, we don't want to see rinse and repeat. We want to see these teams showing us everything they've got, all of their strategies coming to fruition. I want to see now if Bunker Rock are going to try and do something to counter SK, or if SK are going to just switch things up even more and come up with something totally different. Honestly, this so far, I know it's only the first set of the day, Ark, but so far today has not disappointed.
Pretty close already, yeah. And I think, you know, again, SK having taken that first game loss, kind of recollecting themselves, looking at how Bunker Rock are trying to approach this one. And again, I don't think that they are happy with the way that their Bunker Rock are going in, because SK like to be in control. They like to really suppress you when you're trying to carry out your objective and hold the high ground. I feel like at the moment, Bunker Rock are playing this really, really well. If they can continue this kind of approach and be very methodical in the way that they're going about their plays, then they might be able to take this first set. But this is the best chance that SK have got to shut them down in their tracks.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell that the teams are taking this very seriously, because we're taking quite a while to get into the next game. I can only assume that is because they're debating, you know, which strategy are we going with. There's a lot that these guys are thinking about, a lot of conversations to be had behind the scenes. Obviously, we don't talk about it as much as maybe we should, but Brawl Stars, it's a team game. You live or die by your teamwork, and these guys have to be in sync with each other.
Yeah, exactly that. Okay, so Moment John's going in with the El Primo this time round. We've not got a Gale, so that could prove a problem for SK a little bit. Yeah, Rico's going to be an interesting one as well, because Semantic running the Edgar pick there as well is going to be trying to suppress that down as much as he can, and now pinching between himself and Skyrex as Moment Jordan pushed back away from the zone. So SK got some good control right now.
Yeah, Mummy just had to back all the way off and let Skyrex get a lot of free points on that left zone. But Boss now in the right zone is going to fight Semantic. Semantic looking like he's going to get the upper hand, but they both take each other out. Wow. And it is going to be Bunker Rock now with that slight advantage. Mummy in a great position there on the left.
Now, I wonder whether Boss is going to be able to, yeah, Semantic jump straight in there. Boss is actually able to take care of that, which I'm quite surprised to see. He'll pop Bouncy Castle there to keep it on the high health side of things and try to suppress down Jet, and the pinch is needed with Shill. Bunker Rock are playing this really, really well in terms of teamwork. Once someone goes down, but Semantic with a double kill on the right-hand side, securing the zone for SK. There's still hope.
It's close now. It's going to be 74-74 as SK have caught up. Bunker Rock needs to make this push now. Semantic gets a free elimination on Boss there. Ashil is able to take Semantic out. Oh, it's so close. Still 5 percentage points in it. Bunker Rock with full control on the left side. SK with full control on the right. Skyrex has to back off. What happens now, Ark?
So close at the moment. SK have only got about 4% of a lead. Mummy Jordan going super aggressive. She'll come behind him as well. It's going to jump perfectly timed, but Semantic just able to hang on. Mummy Jordan goes down. SK got full control. They surely got this one in the bag now.
It looks like it. I don't think that Boss can get to Skyrex in time. Pushes him out of the zone briefly, but here comes Semantic as well. There's just no way. SK Gaming take the first set. That was close, Ark. Early into that game, I would have told you that Bunker Rock are taking set 1.
Yeah, literally as soon as the words left my mouth that SK had good control, we saw all 3 members of Bunker Rock, you know, capping both sides. So, but what a back and forth so far. I think, you know, I saw many people cheering SK in the chat would have thought that this was going to be a straight run. Bunker are making them work for it. It's got to be said.
Yeah, they certainly are. Bunker have impressed us in Hot Zone. We'll have to see what they can do in Heist. But here you go, some of the best moments back in the first game. Ashil holding onto that left zone. Semantic, though, going in bit by... Sorry, this was the second game. Semantic going in bit by bit with Primo, just getting a few points on the left, and then a few more points on the left. And the Skyrix comes in, cleans things up. There was the win. And now this was game 3, and this really could have gone either way.
Yeah, really genuinely can. I think that both teams are, thinking definitely very much through the brawler choices, very similar ideas on both sides, and just kind of rotating through what they think teams might adapt to, and getting it right every time. Honestly, there's some of the closest Hot Zone games that we've seen for a long time, and at such an early stage in the competition today, it just kind of lays down the precedent for what's to come, because honestly, we can't really expect anything, because anything can happen.
And I tell you, Ark, one of my favorite plays so far today, and I forget, sadly, I forget which player it was. It was one of the players, Bunker going down and activating the Gale launch pad just before the Primo got to it. So pushing down to the bottom half of the map, activating that, and then backing off just to slow the Primo down a little bit. Ultimately, it didn't make the difference between winning and losing, but I just found that like a really interesting play and very well done.
Yeah, well, we are swiftly through Hot Zone and now quickly into Heist. Hot Potato will be the map, and this is going to be similar ideas. I'm expecting to see more of Edgar ultimately, because Rico now being in the place that he is, sometimes it's better to go straight for that brawler to try to shut it down. We've seen both teams trying out Rico and both Edgar in the last map, so then it's a good way to go here. Possibly some of Barley and some throwers, some kind of suppressive fire there as well. But make sure you guys are cheering for the team of your choice in the chat as well. Hashtag Brawl SKG for SK Gaming, and BK Rog for Bunker Rog as well in the chat.
Of course, a little bit later, we'll be doing, as we always do on these shows, and looking especially into the semifinals and finals, looking at which team you guys think are going to win and all of that good stuff. So represent your team in the chat. But here we go. The first game of Heist and Hot Potato begins now. Will SK be qualifying to the semifinals, or will Bunker Rock make a comeback? Here we have Griff, we have Bell, we have Colt up against Barley, Edgar, and Bell. And so far, Bunker Rock have control.
Yeah, Griff was not expecting to see. I see already the piggy bank going down and breaking the left-hand side up, but it's a lot of damage going down already on the SK Gaming safe, and they're going to have to try and defend this. Jetson going with the Colt does laser down there really nicely so as well. The very important defense necessary. The nest egg will pop as well. A good time to evade fire coming from in there for a shill. The Bell pick here, I think, is a good one as well. It's going to be very much a long-range affair now. Most of the map is broken open.
Yeah, it does seem like both teams are doing what they can just to open things up. But of course, we have only long-range brawlers here. Semantic able to get a little bit of damage there with Griff. Pops the super, and here we go. Mummy pushing down as Edgar. Semantic won't survive that one.
No, well, Jetson getting a little bit of fire there. The gap is closing in. Mummy Jordan will be probably getting towards a super sometime soon. Semantic is already hot on his tail there. Pops the gadget, so he's going to be looking to jump at the moment. And I'm sure SK will have communicated that same idea. Boss is pushing from the right-hand side a little bit. As Shield misses the mark, Scarlet does not. So pay attention to Shield. He'll be a little bit more vulnerable now.
Shield does get some good damage there on Griff, who is facing off against Boss. Gets that elimination. Bunker Rock still ahead. If they can just defend their safe for the next 40 seconds, they're in a good spot. But as Shield goes down, Mummy and Boss stand alone in the way. Mummy goes down as well. Boss is weak. This is SK's opportunity to make the comeback.
This is a great chance. Jetson laying down fire. Semantic has got his super as well, so looking to fire out those. Yeah, quite connected. Does on the way back, actually. Pretty nicely done. The lead now with SK in a great spot to secure the field right here, right now. The fire laying down surely there at the time which is left in the game. Bunker are going to have to do so much to come back in 10 seconds.
No, this is going to be it, Ark, and that's the problem with Heist. Like, you can be ahead by 20% and you can be like, okay, all we have to do is defend until the end of the game and we win. But the problem is, one little slip up in Heist, one little team wipe, and you can let the other team deal so much damage to your safe so quickly, and that's exactly what SK Gaming did. We find ourselves now on match point. These games have all been so close, and I have to say, if I was a player, one of Bunker Rock's players, I'd be very disappointed at the moment because I'd feel like we've played so well, but it's just not quite coming together. This is their last chance.
Yeah, now they really do need to pull up their socks. And, you know, this is exactly where SK want to keep Bunker Rock. They want to be on match point. They want to keep that pressure on, and they want to see the walls crumbling down. You can see the damage to the safe there, vastly different between both Skyrex and the Shill, in favor of Skyrex on that same Brawl Bell. Now, realistically, you know, Bunker have got a big button to climb. They're going to have to absolutely think this one carefully through. And in Heist, it's a little bit harder to slow the pace of the game. You know, you've got to be able to stay in position and not go down. So I think Bunker Rock have got to assess a little bit of their survivability. They had a good start to the game, but it did dwindle towards the end.
Yeah, Bunker Rock were also struggling a little bit there with... Obviously, the map was extremely open towards the end, and that didn't do so great for the Edgar, whereas everyone else was playing a brawler that had a lot of range, you know, Colts, Bells, Griff, etc. Edgar was kind of struggling, only really able to do anything after jumping.
Yeah, it's kind of a bit of a risk almost to play Edgar because, you know, a lot of teams, you know, are starting to now think away from Rico because as we've seen so much of it now, the mind games will start to take their toll and people will just kind of like hope that the opposition is going to go with that brawler pick and apply range as a strong counter to that idea. So, you know, this could be a time that SK go back to Rico actually and kind of, you know, use that same strategy in mind that, you know, Bunker Rock are now thinking that their Edgar didn't work out, so they're going to change, so we're going to change as well. It's one of the many things that I love to enjoy when it comes to esports because ultimately, you know, as much as it is about your skill and your you know, your attentiveness when it comes to the battle on the playing field, it's also about what you take in the first place and making sure that you're kind of, you know, seeing within the lines of what your opposition is thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many factors, so many layers, so much even to the sort of rock paper scissors approach of it, where if you mispredict what the other team are going to do, they might just have this big advantage over you there. We'll have to see which brawlers the teams settle on in just a few moments. The game is loading up now. Match point. SK win this, they are through to the semifinals, and we'll have to see what that means for Bunker Rock in a few moments. But for now, it's their final chance.
Yeah, and look at that, Jetson coming straight out with the Ricos. So they, you know, didn't quite get it entirely right, no, because ultimately Bunker Rock are still running the Edgar, but Jetson is going to try to keep Mummy Jordan at bay and keep him low on health, keep his range as far away as possible. But, you know, this could be a good opening for Bunker Rock. They time this right. Mummy Jordan going straight on Semantic, gets the takedown, as the Shield gets the takedown as well. This is the opening they wanted at the time, early on in the game that they needed it.
That's the thing. When Edgar is able to pop off, Edgar is able to pop off. Mummy runs away. Jeton goes down as well, though. And Bunker Rock are looking like they're in a great spot, only having to deal with 2 brawlers pushing them, 3 brawlers defending up here. They are only ahead by 5%, so they really do need to defend this. And Skyrex is getting dangerously close to being in range of the safe. There you go, some damage going in already.
Yeah, look at that, Jetson just utilizing a lot of that super bouncy star power there to ensure... Oh, there's the bouncy castle as well to stay in position. So a lot of value there on Jetson on that right-hand side. He does love to play Rico, and he knows this map very, very well, having played it pretty consistently throughout the year. So Boss now will connect, though, and follow up. But look at that, Jetson just firing back with that super to keep him at bay.
Bunker Rock still a little behind. Mummy Jordan on the left there is getting close to the safe. Looks like he's just going to jump in. Meanwhile, Jeton and Semantic doing a lot of damage. We have a bit of a base race here as Bell is going to successfully take out Edgar. Bunker Rock are in a tough spot arc. They have 45 seconds to make a comeback, or they are being eliminated from this monthly finals.
Now ready for Mummy Jordan to make a jump. He's going to take a lot of damage there by going back on himself, and that's a good amount of defensiveness there from Semantic. He's got to wait for his teammates now to respawn back in. The Shield doing his best to hold the mid, and again, if nothing changes, SK have got the amount of damage that they need to secure this. 20 seconds remain, and look at Jetson just piling that safe.
Yeah, 38%. Meanwhile, what's going on the bottom? Not all that much. Mummy Jordan pulls down. Skyrex takes out a Shill, and with it, there go. Bunker Rock's chance of qualifying for the semifinals. SK Gaming will be heading on further into this tournament. Bunker Rock, that is a tough loss to face. Obviously one that they and many of us watching will have been expecting. If you face up against SK Gaming in the quarterfinals, you got a little bit unlucky there. That's not the start that you want, but unfortunately they weren't quite able to make it through. They put up a great fight though.
Yeah, honestly, at the very beginning, I'm sure many of the SK fans had a bit of a sort of heart in their mouth moment because Bunker Rock came in with a really great strategy, and just over time, SK found a couple of openings. They had to really work to find them, but when they did, they really used that momentum to move forwards, and it really came down for me in that first set. You know, being able to secure that was then giving them that lift they needed going into Heist, and that confidence to really tie things up. Bunker Rock, though, really valiant attempt today nonetheless.
Yes, they cannot be disappointed with their performance. Again, they're against one of the best teams in the region, and they really, I mean, I really expected that to get to set 3. The way they were playing was fantastic. Just to confirm, Bunker Rock are still in contention for global finals, but it is going to come down to their performance next month. Obviously, if Bunker Rock did really well today, if they somehow were able to take down SK and get through to the finals or something, they would have been in a much better position and likely to have already qualified for the finals. Because they weren't able to do that, they are going to have to perform next month in order to keep their spot. And they're also going to have to be relying on other teams to not do so well.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, they're currently at 4th on the leaderboard, so look out today for Tribe and for Reply Totem and Exo free agents to how they fare, because ultimately, this is going to come down to the wire in the EMEA region. This is just how it is. So it greatly depends on not only their performance, but also the teams that are surrounding them in terms of points.
Yeah, but for now, we're going to move straight on. It's going to be Big against Mood Gaming. And we have more intrigue here when it comes to finals qualifications, because I think for Big in particular, this month could be make or break.
It really could be. Yeah, they're a little bit behind other teams in terms of points. They're not out of the running, but they're going to have a lot of things go in their favor and really nail the mark today. They're looking for a big performance. Lars, Equark, and Nidine are going to have to go all out, honestly, against Gugu, Ope, and Didi. For Mood, a team that we haven't really seen in the monthly finals for a while, but back with a nice roster and a strong one at that. I think that Mood are going to be really giving a good run of their money for Big today. And again, Mood not really in a position to contest much in terms of a ticket to Worlds, but they can absolutely cause a ruckus along the way.
We're going to start things off with Gem Grab on Double Swoosh before moving on to some Brawl Ball on Backyard Bowl, and maybe a little bit of Siege later. We'll have to wait and see. But here is Double Swoosh. I love this new setting.
Yeah, I love it. It's just exactly what we've come to expect, really, from the Brawl team when it comes to their environments and designs. And it's just a nice, refreshing look that always brings a smile to my face.
I wonder which brawler's done all this graffiti. Have they been graffitiing their own names? Do we need to have a chat with M, Spike, and Rico?
And this is it. I mean, Ems does have hairspray, but I wouldn't be surprised if she may have swapped it out a little bit for a little bit of decor. We're going to bands flying in just a moment as well to see how teams are feeling about this. Now, I was saying this yesterday, and I'm glad to see it. Big are banning Leon. Leon is a brawler which is starting to really thrive in terms of the meta. No hot zone there, but I do feel very, very, very viable in Backyard Bowl, very viable as well in Double Swoosh and actually Rush. Brock, no surprises. Bell and Byron. Byron is another underrated ban, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, Byron has been extremely powerful ever since he launched at the end of last year. And he's been a fairly consistent ban, but maybe not as consistent as you'd expect. But here we are. We've got Griff again, we've got Mr. P, and we've got, who was the third brawler? I blinked and missed it, up against Amber, Jean, and Spike. Oh, it's Spike on both sides. Okay, cool. And so far, Mood Gaming have that early advantage there with Ope collecting those gems on the Jean, which of course makes sense. We have often seen Jeans as gem carriers through the years. So handy to be able to pull in enemies just like that and steal their gems if they have it.
Yeah, honestly, the big advantage to that gene pool also is how much of that bush you've seen just now deteriorate. Equark has got less space to maneuver, less space to hide. And there's another thing which Amber does so successfully, the left-hand side now completely deteriorated. Griff for me is a great brawler to have here on Double Swoosh. It's one of the places where I feel he can actually kind of work very well. But without this cover, I wonder how Big are going to fare under the circumstances. Another great pull. It's got to be said by Ope. That's the second one he's hit. He hasn't missed a single one yet.
I mean, this seems quite cut and dry at the moment. Ope has that super ready, so even if a brawler grabs that gem, he's just going to be ready to pull. You're going to have to. A gem spawns right next to him, picks it up, walks away. OP just needs to survive. That pull on Equok is not going to hurt. Getting that free elimination. Lars and Griff are pushing in, but nope, it's not going to be enough. Mood Gaming take game number 1. Not a good start for Big.
Not the best of starts. I've always vouched for Amber. I feel like the ability to just really get rid of a lot of that unpredictability just makes this map so open. And when you can see your opposition, you make less mistakes at the end of the day. I think that the Griff pick was an interesting idea from Big, and I've seen it work out a lot. It wasn't really working that time around for them, let's be honest.
Well, there you go. Gene obviously pulling his weight in this game. 5 eliminations and 0 deaths. Like, that doesn't particularly matter. Obviously, if you're the gem carrier, you really do want to stay alive, but like, you don't necessarily expect 5 eliminations. That's very impressive.
Yeah, and, I feel like that was the mid that I would have played there. Realistically, I think that Mr. P maybe trying some ideas out from scrims, but ideally, you kind of have to have a Gene or a Sandy mid here for me. Interesting that we didn't see any Atara. I think that that's definitely a brawler which teams might kind of consider going towards in the next few games to come. But I've got to say, Mood at the minute, I think they're very much a dark horse. I've been watching their games. They've been really playing very, very well and causing some upsets along the way. And I think they've got to be very careful with Big going into this matchup, how they handle them. I think having some safer comps would maybe go a bit more in their favor here.
Yeah, obviously they're going to need to change something up because that went very wrong. Big not even able to get a look in on those gems. I think Griff grabbed 1 gem. And that was about it in that game. So they need to be winning these fights. They need to be able to make these more aggressive plays. And like you said, maybe just going for a more standard composition is the way to go. I'm kind of surprised. We've seen a lot of Griff already today.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised as well. I feel like it's a viable option now. It's not really necessarily, in my opinion, worth banning, but we are seeing it start to come into play. A lot of teams will be paying attention to their opposition as well, like in their scrims, to see what they're thinking and what they're doing and trying things out a bit more, especially with so much at stake this month. Is by far like the closest in terms of points that we've seen teams be. So everyone trying to find those little diamonds in the rock to find out what they can apply and take their opposition by surprise.
Yeah. Well, we are about to see what Big are bringing this time. Here we go. It is going to be Griff, Sprout, Spike up against Amber, Spike, and it is the Gene again. Okay, cool. Big kind of sticking to their guns there to a degree. We'll see if it pays off. So far, reasonable start. Equok grabbing a few gems, got control of the mid, and is able to take on the Gene. Until the Gene gets the elimination on the Sprout, and there we go. Ope, look at that, the full team push down to Nadine, getting that elimination. Bigger in trouble again, Ark.
Can do just that. It's going to be challenging for us to have. They've got to make sure that they can try and capitalize now.
Nadine there with a great super, going to take down the Amber. Big have an opportunity to push here. Nice wall for Equok. Ope is staying alive, is holding on to those gems with everything that he's got. But now Mood are making their push back. All 3 brawlers moving as one. Ope gets the 8th gem, but is so weak, narrowly avoiding that Griff super. Big are really making a much better push than the last game. Equok, again, narrowly surviving, getting another gem. Ark, it looks like Big have got their fight back.
Oh, last shot that down so well, but it didn't even matter. Ope was able to make that moment count. If that super had been a bit more placed, but look at that shot from Nadine, but in not a position to contest it. Google's going to pick him up and go straight back onto the defense.
Nadine survives, though, which is going to be something for Big, if he can get his health back at least. 7 seconds left. They need to push the Amber now, and Equok and Lars, I don't think they're going to find the damage to do it. Lars gets pulled in, Equok goes down, and Mood Gaming take gem grab. We are already moving on to Brawl Ball Arc, and Big's chances for Worlds qualification are looking a little bit worse for wear.
Yeah, I felt like, again, like going into that game, I wasn't expecting the Sprout mid. I'll be honest. It's I get the idea of it. You know, you're trying to really utilize a lot of the dispersal of fire towards the Gene and throw him back away from the mid more often than not. But it's these risks are not rewarding enough for Big to really be able to justify using them for me at the moment. I think just going with that traditional idea might be working out better for them, because that's kind of what Mood are playing, and playing them against their own game at the minute is not really working out for them.
No, for their sake, you gotta hope they've got some better plans in Brawl Ball than they had in Gem Grab. To be fair, they were making a little bit of a comeback there, but I want to give a huge shout out again to Gene for just doing Gene things, you know, getting those pulls, getting those game-defining moments where you get a pull on the enemy that's got the gems, you steal the gems, and then you just get out of dodge so that you're just fine, and you just win the game scot-free. That's the kind of thing Genes do on Gem Grab, and Mood Gaming did a great job of capitalizing on that.
Exactly that. Well, again, you know, Big are going to have to make some changes. Backyard Bowl up next, and I feel like, you know, the bans that they've gone for may have been brawlers that they might have actually preferred to have played here, in all honesty, but we'll have to wait and see. They've obviously wanted to lock out those options to go with a strategy in mind. I just hope we see some, you know, sort of more, you know, common brawler picks here. I think that, you know, we might see some 8-bit coming into play here. It's coming back a little bit. Byron is banned out, so none of that. That's going to deter a lot of the kind of tankier options as well. But definitely Bell here would be a good shout for me. I think that's a pretty safe bet to have, you know, in your back pocket. But yeah, either way you look at it, Mood are not messing around today. They're coming out, and they are coming out swinging.
It's been a very impressive start, but we are going to see if that continues as we move into Backyard Bowl. Again, support your favorite team by typing in these hashtags that you can see on the screen there. Go Big or Mood GG. Let us know which team you think are going to take this one down. If you're watching at home, we always want to see what you think and hear your opinions and points of view. But it looks like set number 2 is just about to start. We are the second quarterfinal of the day. It is Mood against Big. Mood currently 1 set up and very close to qualifying to the semifinals, which I believe will put them up against SK Gaming later if they do. But Big are fighting for their chance to qualify for the World Finals in November, and they are not going to let this one go easily.
Yeah, it's hashtag go big, but it could be go big or go home, and GG to Mood if that does continue the way it's going. You know, it's again been a while since we've seen Mood in a monthly final, but they're looking so strong right now. They can't qualify for Worlds, but they can definitely stop teams from doing just that themselves. Big have been here a number of times now. They're not unfamiliar with this territory, but they need to really pull up their socks, and you know, they're capable of doing it. That's to be fair to them, absolutely the case. I just feel like they're just trying some daring ideas that are just not paying off. So just bringing it down a little notch back to some you know, things that they're more comfortable with. Because I don't think like Mood are really deterred by a lot of their strategies so far.
Well, here we go. Ooh, drastically different lineups from anything we've seen today. You did warn me earlier that Mortis is looking pretty spicy at the moment.
Mortis is in such a good place. I am amazed that he continues to get buffs. Even last year I was saying he's due nerfs, and they just continue to make him stronger and stronger. Now they've made Colt's like a bit more of a base kit for Mortis, so the other star powers can really shine now. Creepy Harvest is such now in a great place in combination with this. Look at now the max speed coming back into an aggressive stance. Equox does miss that dash as well. That's going to be longer to get that additional range on that dash for him. Not a good start for Big already.
Oh no, Big being pushed all the way back here. Mood 3 brawlers ready to go. Yeah, nothing you can do to defend against that. Let's try again.
Yeah, that was not the start that everyone wanted. I just realized as well that Big have got two-thirds of the bad randoms ban going on here as well. But Ope does get a snatch. He almost got a bit of a head start towards the goal as well. Last shut that idea down. This is the chance for Big. They've got to make this moment count, try and bait out the BB swing and push their way through. They're going to need some Poco Heals along the way. It can be done, and it'll be a great time for it. But that is a bit of a miss for me. Yeah, leaving Needy now all alone. Not in a great way.
That was a nice attempt at a push from the Buzz there. Lars doing what he could, but now DD, luckily for Big, Lars had that super ready to go to stun DD, but it's not going to be enough, as now Ope just going to walk it in, and Mood Gaming find themselves on match point arc, and this is a scary spot for Big to be in. Again, they're just not quite getting there.
Yeah, it's as quickly as that, and that's the thing with Brawl. It can be over very quickly. Very, very aggressive play styles and brawlers in mind here. Yeah, this is not the outcome that Big wanted. Again, this could be their tournament journey coming to an end here, with very little ways to bring things back after this. You know, realistically, Mood just need one more win to put the final nail in the coffin.
Everything to play for now for Big, but not that much happening for them. Can they take this back arc? Are they going to be able to fight for the quad? And of course, again, to be clear about this, there are a lot of different teams that are like staring at these games. There are several teams that are looking at Big like, we don't want you to win. We do not want you to win. Because obviously the worse teams like Big do, the more likely teams like Tribe and Bunker Rock, who are already technically in the qualification spots, the more likely they are to maintain their qualification spots.
Yeah, exactly that. It's so close at this stage. You know, Big are going to have to really pray on a miracle, not only just to get through this round, but also, you know, to hope that other teams don't fare so well in the comments. So much now, almost out of their control in that respect. Going now with the 8-bit pick, which is what I kind of thought we might see in that first round of Brawlers, but everyone wants to go with the more aggressive, fast-paced game to get that early lead, which of course went in favor of Mood. So now Big have got to just really focus in and communicate a little bit better if they're going to come out this one alive.
I can never get used to this 8-bit skin arc. Just 8-bit in brown, it just doesn't. It just, something in my brain just doesn't work here. We've also got Crow and Spike for Big, and we got Pam and Spike for Mood Gaming. So both teams going with slightly different comps here. That ball hasn't moved an inch yet.
Yeah, everyone's trying just to kind of like get their supers early on before maybe confirming a few kills. TV very low here. Team is absolutely hitting those shots, and this could be the opening there, but the ball is staying in the mid, trying to confirm this kill onto Google really before pushing it forwards. With no wall breaker as well, bear that in mind. Lars will be probably looking to jump on this ball if he can get a super into hand, but for the moment, Big are playing it slow, pushing their way up, and it fails.
Interesting that Ope has gone with the curveball on the Spike, and Equok has not, instead going for the healing. And it looks like at the moment that seems to be paying off. Equok is hitting his shots just fine without having to curve them.
Yeah, I prefer curveball myself, but Fertilizer is a good way to kind of ensure your position and push up in a more aggressive manner. But with such an open space map, yeah, I've got to kind of personally go towards curveball here. Ball there is in a good spot if they can confirm a couple of kills and Lars can then jump in. But again, Mood is doing so well. We've been seeing the majority of this game with them on the back foot as we approach the final 30 seconds. If it can keep the ball here, then it could be good for them in overtime.
That's a fantastic super from Equok, even able to benefit a little bit from the healing there for a second. Big have got Mood pressed against their goal right where they want them. 17 seconds to go. If they could just survive. If Lars could just survive. No! Lars goes down. Equal goes down. Disaster strikes for Big as Mood is able to start pushing that ball towards Big's goal. Now, when it really counts, the walls are about to come down. Lars does what he can, jumps in, but just dies immediately. And this is looking like this game has Mood Gaming written all over it.
Didi approaching the goal, passes through to Gugu, picks it up. Can he pass it back? Didi picks it up and scores! Mood have done it, and Big have got to feel so deflated off the back of those games.
Big had such a good push there. It was so drawn out, and it got to the point where it's just like, you just have to survive. 17 seconds. Members of Big, you just have to survive, and they weren't able to do it. Sometimes in Brawl Stars, it is all about timing. If they were wiped out, like, 10 seconds, 20 seconds sooner, they would have maybe had time to get control before overtime started. But no, they held on, they went down, and unfortunately, Mood were able to take advantage of overtime and eliminate them from the tournament. Mood will be facing off against SK Gaming later on in the semifinals.
I feel for Big, man. They had that game much better under their control, and all that was for nothing towards the end when they lost that control at the pinnacle moment. Honestly, they had that in mind to really make those final seconds count into overtime, to make a snatch for the ball and score the goal, but it was a great amount of passing from Mood. And again, there's resilience to go forwards into this competition. Bad day and a miserable one for Big, but yeah, we feel you guys.
I'm going to keep bringing this up because this month it is more important than ever before. We've got our qualification spots on the line. Big are technically still in contention, but they are now relying on the teams above them to also not do very well this month, because then maybe next month Big can get enough points to catch up and overtake them. So Big technically still in contention, but their chances of qualifying are extremely slim.
Yeah, it's never a great thing to be wanting and hoping on other people to do badly, because ultimately it's completely out of your control then. You know, and a lot of teams now are fighting harder than ever to qualify because they were getting to that crunch time for third, fourth, and fifth.
How good is your etiquette, Ark?
I'd say I've got pretty decent table.
Gent,
I'm not kind of like a neater at the dining table, but you know, I'm pretty clean, pretty well maintained, I would say. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just curious. I wonder how they'd stand up. I wonder how your etiquette would stand up against our sponsors.
Whilst the mixers are being stirred, here are some tips that need to be heard. Pinkies up into the sky. Use a coaster so your drink won't fly. Dogs and bears to be left at the door so our clients don't hear them roar. Cutlery goes from out to in. Please do not eat from the bin. Remember, you're here to have a ball, so let's do our best not to brawl.
It is the Brawl Stars September Monthly Finals here in the EMEA region. And Teddy, welcome to the show. This is the most insane show, at least in my opinion, so far in the whole year, because there is just so much on the line this month.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the most important monthly final so far. At least here for 2021, right? Because there's a lot of teams that may still qualify for the World Finals, and there's some teams that might not qualify at the end of this day. Big, as you said, being one of those teams that right now it's still possible, but it seems very unlikely, and they need to rely on a lot of stuff going their way if they want to stand a chance. And that's just not a situation any teams want to be in. This is the chance for so many teams to stay in control of their odds of qualifying.
And of course, now we look forward to our following teams. We've got Tribe Gaming EU up against Reply Totem. And Tribe are a team that have struggled this year. They've had their good months, they've had their not so good months, but they are now fighting tooth and claw in order to keep their qualification spot.
Yeah, they've been looking a lot better towards the end of the year. There were, I would say the middle of the year is where they struggled the most. Obviously, having to go for a player transition as well, right? KC out, Rage in, making things a little bit more complicated. And I think that the synergy just wasn't there at first. It has been getting better and better. And right now they are at, I don't want to say their peak, but in a really good place. And this is the moment that matters the most. We saw last year, it just wasn't good enough for them to make it to Worlds, although they did improve a lot throughout the year. This year seems similar, but they are in a better position to qualify. There's more spots as well to do so. So this is their chance.
Honestly, everything to play for today, Teddy. I mean, it sounds silly, right? Like, what I just said doesn't make much sense, because really, it's not like the stakes have changed. They still earn the same amount of points per win. The wins that they get this month don't actually, in real terms, they're not worth any more than the wins they got back in the first month, the second month, the third month. But it's just that we're now at the point where we can immediately see the impact. We can see the result. If they win, we can see what that means. We can see how close it is. So really, it all comes down to this and next month. We're going to kick things off with some Heist on Safe Zone before, I think, Hot Zone was the second set that we're extremely likely, well, we're definitely going to be seeing later. So yeah, a little bit more Heist, Teddy. What are you making of Safe Zone at the moment?
I really like it, actually. I didn't love it at first. It did turn to be one of my favorite maps for the mode. So I really like it. I like those long-range encounters you tend to see quite a bit. That justifies that Bell ban, for example. Leon also going to be banned by Totem. Tribe going for Max. And Stu getting some pretty strong brawlers out of the way. For sure. I'm still thinking about Buzz and Brock that are going to be playable throughout this best of 3, and I could see them getting played, especially Brock here in Safe Zone. Pretty much going to be a must, I think, unless they decide to go for some wacky strategies, bring in the maybe a Poco or something along those lines with the BB. Usually combining that with a Max, but since it's banned, maybe we'll see something different here. Still, I feel like Brock is the biggest bet that we're going to be seeing it in Safe Zone.
It does seem as though Tribe have gone for a very specific ban strategy here. I mean, Stu and Max fit very similar styles in the sort of, you know, similar range, but very speedy. Tribe shutting that one down goes to show that they have a plan of their own. Now, I have something exciting for everyone watching right now. And if you've been watching every month, you should be used to this by now. You should know exactly what I'm talking about. But here it is. If you type #Rico94 and your in-game player tag from your player profile in chat in the next 10 minutes, you'll be entered for a chance to win one of 15 Guard Rico skins. Only one tag will be counted per viewer, so don't spam it over and over again. Just do it the once. That's good enough. And the 15 lucky winners will be individually notified in-game within a week. Again, that is Rico, #Rico94, and your unique player tag. Good luck, everyone. Another very cool skin, as all of these skins are. And the fact that you guys get to potentially unlock it just by watching these monthly finals, I think is insanely cool.
Yeah, good luck, everyone. I hope you guys get your skin. Something about this match as well, Dan, is that they're literally 2 points from each other in the leaderboards right now. That's how close those guys are.
Right.
And getting a victory here would really create some space between the two teams, making it a little bit more clear who may or may not qualify, although it's not going to end everything, but that's the stakes that we have right here. And Tom is going to be able to find first blood for Tribe Gaming. Does get traded out by Soy de Brez as he finds Spen. And maybe a chance there. Soy with the double kill, and that's going to be a little bit of damage, only 6%, but at least enough to give the lead to Totem early on.
Yeah, honestly, Tribe Gaming have been pushed right back to their spawn. Maori doing a great job at just trying to shut down that Drake, taking advantage of 8-bit's low movement speed, and Soldi it just done a lot of damage to that safe. Maru still alive as well, going to stay alive, potentially use Bouncy Castle, yep, to get his health back. Is going to get lasered down by Drake in the end now, as Tribe finally managed to mount their defense and begin to push back up the map. Murray goes down, and now Spen and Drage doing what they can to hold the middle.
Yeah, 28%, that's a decent start from Totem. They're going to be happy about that, but they need to make sure they can maintain control. Maru in a tricky situation here, going to get taken out by Drage, and now we have a chance here for Tribe to start dealing some damage of their own on that red safe. We're getting a couple of shots right now, not far away from the damage that Totem got. And look at that, it's a 3 versus 1. They take the lead, and things are looking a lot better now for Tribe.
Tom able to deal so much damage with that super there, taking out so many enemy brawlers. Reply Totem have their defense back. Still 50 seconds to go, and not a huge lead from Tribe, but at the moment, they are ahead, which means it is down to Reply Totem to do something pretty major in order to bring this one back.
Yeah, Totem need to make a move if they want to stand a chance in that first game, and they only have 30 seconds left to do so. That's plenty enough time, but they need to be careful and not waste too much of it taking this mid control. They're able to get a couple of kills here and there, but Drage is able to find Maru, and this is quite an opener, as Soy is very low HP as well, missing the shot onto Spen. Does get the kill eventually, but only 12 seconds left, and Totem need to deal some damage. Just rocket fuel connects from Tom. Can they find some more damage? Only 3%, setting them apart. Maori going for the jump in. It's not enough.
Tribe take the first game, and Teddy, those last moments there, the amount of body blocking going on against the save just to prevent the Piper shot from getting through, the Rico shot from getting through, was fascinating. Without that body blocking, Reply Totem definitely would have taken the win there. I am very certain of that. But wow, what a close start. This is going to be yet another exciting quarterfinal, I can tell already. And again, this cannot be overstated. This match is important. Again, only 2 points between these two teams. This match is going to result in at least a 15-point swing either way. These teams are neck and neck. I believe both of these teams currently have their qualification spot. But if one of these teams is able to do particularly well today, go on to the finals, or even win, they're basically booking their spot to World Finals.
Yeah, the stakes are as high as they've ever been, and you know, it's both an opportunity and a curse as well that those guys are matching each other here in the quarterfinals, because sure, it's a tough matchup, but on the other hand, if you do win it, it's your chance to, you know, really injure the competition and elevate your own chances of qualifying in the process, which is really win-win. You just got to make sure that you don't end up losing that first match. And Tribe, they have the slightly better start. I just love then how the Safe literally had 3 bodyguards and they were literally willing to take a bullet for that Safe.
Yeah. And then the, you know, Mario on the Piper was able to sort of jump over, use the super to try and get a different position, but by then the bodyguards had rotated and were blocking from that angle as well. Here we go. We got Colt, Colette, and Piper up against Colt, Rico, and Piper. I was, do you know what I was going to say, Teddy? I was surprised we haven't seen more Colette in these Heist games already, because Colette is just always such a good pick in Heist.
Yeah, I think the range is where she can struggle a little bit. Also, usually, you know, she's really strong against those tanks. We see them quite a bit less in Heist at the moment just because of, you know, the map layout. So Hot Potato is mostly where you can expect to see her a little bit. Also, a little bit in Kaboom Canyon sometimes as well. But right now, it's just the 2 Piper shots for that lead. And it's actually 4% damage on both sides, tying things up perfectly for the start.
Mario's doing everything that they can to stay alive there. They've just popped 2 bouncy castles, which means only 1 remaining. But now is able to capitalize on that and make that push down. Drage gets some serious damage though, and Mario does eventually fall. That is a big pick for Tribe Gaming, who are now pushing forwards. And Drage is looking like he's getting ready to try and get some damage into the Safe. Tom able to get a super. Colette, Spen, some damage in as well. And Spen Super's ready! And we all know what Colette does against enemy Safes with Colette's super.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. If you can line someone up on the way as well, it can help you reload towards your next super. And the shield also really, really valuable to keeping you alive and getting you out of that position intact. Tom able to find Maori. So far, it's been a pretty good game from Tribe. And considering they won the first one as well, this is their chance to turn it into a set. And they're definitely on their good way to do so.
Spen pushing in on the left side there, kind of uncontested actually, gets some very sneaky hits in, including popping the gadget, then gets a super in as well. Reply Totem Safe is getting weaker and weaker, and they are not showing any signs themselves of making an assault on Tribe Safe until right now, actually. Solde falls. It is only Maru, and Maru is looking like he's going to fall to Drage as well. Disaster strike, as it looks like Tribe are just going to go ahead and take Heist.
Yeah, this seems very unlikely that they can come back at this point. Now that Sword of Breza is out of the picture as well, that's going to be settling it here, as Tribe Gaming will be the ones to take the first set here. Heist going their way.
Not a good start for Reply Totem. And again, for both of these teams, this match is so important. It cannot be overstated how important this match is. Probably the most important match of the entire EMEA monthly finals every month up until this point. That is how important this match is. And yeah, Tribe just making the plays there. Tom with the Brock there. That was an amazing super, completely clearing the way to blast at the enemy Safe. And Tribe was just able to consistently keep Reply Totem Safe low and protect their own very well, especially with that nice body blocking at the end of the first game.
Yeah, absolutely. Really well played by Tribe. I do like the Colette. I feel like overall it's not the strongest pick, but you have to remember as well that, you know, with the stakes being so high, it can be very nerve-wracking to play, you know, a Pipe or a Colt or Rico. They're very highly mechanical brawlers, very hard to play. And if you're not playing them extremely well, it's really hard to find any value out of them. And I feel like going for Colette, I don't know if this is why they built that decision, you know, but maybe if the nerves are up and you feel like your aim is a little bit shaky, go for something like Colette that is a little bit easier to play. And in the end, unless your opponents are really popping off with those longer range brawlers, you can find a lot of plays and create a lot of opportunities for your team. And I think Spen did that really well and was a really smart decision from Tribe.
I agree. Well, now we are going to put Heist behind us, move on to, I believe it was Hot Zone up next. I don't recall which map, but we are about to find out. Here it is. It's going to be Hot Zone on Ring of Fire. Oh yeah, you were saying something about expecting Buzz here?
I think you meant Griff.
I did mean Griff. I don't know. Yeah. A little bit mixed up there. Yeah, Griff. Huge on Ring of Fire. The area of effects type of way that his main attack fires, and that super That's some serious damage. In quite a wide zone.
It's one of the few maps where you really tend to see him. Not every team is actually going to go for it because, you know, a lot of players don't necessarily play Griff all that much just yet.
We've seen it a lot today, though, so far already.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think we can see it. I wouldn't say it's a certitude that we will. It's not like a go-to pick or like an obligated pick like some others you could see, you know? I feel like here there's a little bit more room for other comps as well. I feel like on Ring of Fire, Pam has been shining quite a bit, as well as Spike. But also Leon is just really strong overall. Is banned, I believe, for this matchup, so don't have to take that into consideration. But even then, you know, it keeps you updated with what they could go for. 8-bit and Byron is going to be the decision for the mid, and then they will have flank from the Brock for Sword of Breza and Tom flanking with the Rico. Both options pretty good, can do a lot of work. As you can see, Rocket Fuel really strong at the moment, able to get so many big hits. Pretty much just, you know, assure that you will be connecting those shots and that huge damage. Look at that, Totem already 30% ahead, and so far completely destroying the map on Tribe Gaming side.
I just need to shout out really quick. There is 1 minute left of the raffle, everyone. Quickly type #Rico94 and your player tag in the chat if you haven't entered yet. And good luck. 1 minute remaining, and then time will be up. Reply Totem have had the most incredible start in this game, Teddy. Look! Just looking at the score alone, 61-3, and yet Reply Totem are fully alive, fully in control of the hot zone.
Yeah, to a certain extent, you know, you have to take into account as well that Brock does counter Rico in some ways. Removing walls is not something that Rico wants. He likes those bounces, and if he doesn't have them available, well, that's a little bit of a problem. And look at that, 90% already passed for Reply Totem. This is looking like we are going to be getting a game here for the Italians as they are contesting that second set. Good stuff
Tribe
from them.
couldn't
I mean,
touch it. Tribe couldn't put their foot in the zone there because Reply Totem had that locked down. This is more of what I expected from this team. And now, like you said, we have a game on our hands.
Yeah, this is their big chance now for Totem. They need to capitalize on this next game because now they can turn this one game into a set, tie things up, push things to a third set, and just try to forget, you know, whatever happened in Heist and still stand a chance at making it to the semifinals today. That's what they are looking at right now. Every single point is going to be so valuable, not only because they can gain them, but also because they can keep Tribe from getting them instead.
Absolutely, it's so vital. The swing that comes, the swinging point that comes from this match is huge. Tribe Gaming currently ahead, but by 2 points, it really doesn't really mean that much, does it? But the 15 or however many points that one of the teams will be ahead after this is actually somewhat meaningful. But at the moment, Tribe Gaming is ahead. Reply Totem picking things up. The raffle is over. You can stop spamming. I see you in chat. You can stop that. It's time up. You can't win it anymore. Competition is closed. Good luck to everyone who entered. I hope that you win it. You specifically. Yep, that's right. But yes, Reply Totem are ahead in this set of Hot Zone. We may be going all the way to set 3, or maybe Tribe will pick things up from here. It is time to find out. It's game 2 of Hot Zone starts now. We got Brock, 8-bit, Byron up against Crow, 8-bit, and Sprout. Very different comps here.
Yeah, the Sprout is an interesting one. I think it can do pretty well, especially if you look at the HP of everyone on Tribe besides Rage. It's quite low. It's 3-shot potential for Sword of Breza. He does lose a couple of walls early on, which is the scary part of picking Sprout against a comp like this. It's very much that you know that Brock is playable. It's not banned, and it can cause a lot of trouble, but until the walls are opened up, doesn't seem to be too much of a problem for Sword of Breza, as Tom hasn't had any chances at destroying those walls. Pretty much just keeping Reply Totem in that zone, Tribe very much in their spawn, and that's a missed rocket fuel that is going to be haunting Tom for a little bit.
Yeah, Solday just shut down Tom on the right side there. Tom and 8-bit. 8-bit starting the attack as the wall went up. Tom's path getting blocked and everything. It was a beautiful wall from the Sprout there. And honestly, Teddy, I do not know what is going on with Tribe. They shone so brightly in the first set, but now they just can't seem to do Hot Zone.
It's an outcome situation, Dan. It really is. If you look at the comp here from Totem, Although they do get team wiped right now, they just need to step in the zone to end it. Yeah, so they're going to be doing that just about now. And here's the thing, you know, first of all, Sprout, really good against the Byron and the Brock to the extent that it's 3-shot potential, and that's just really easy to get kills. And although Sprout does get countered by Brock because Brock can open up those walls, you also have the Crow with the anti-heal. And now that you have a Byron as well on Tribe's comp, that's a big problem, because getting anti-heal when you have a big healer in your team, that's removing a lot of value constantly. And it was just too much for Tribe to handle. Totem able to make it look easy.
Yep, and that is going to be one set apiece, which means we are moving on to set number 3. It will be the first quarterfinals of the day, and so the closest quarterfinals of the day. There is so much riding on what is now a best out of 1 set in this or not best out 1 set, rather. The match is now, there's 1 set left, right? It all comes down to this. One of these teams will be qualifying for the semifinals and in a much more comfortable position for their world final qualification. The other team will be sweating a little bit.
It's a lot on the line for just 1 set, right?
It's
crazy.
As well.
It's crazy. Yeah, Minecart Madness, of all the maps to be deciding this, it's going to be nerve-wracking for the players, but this is what they train for. This is the kind of situations that they know will be coming in their careers, and this is the moment for them to shine. I really just want to wish good luck to both teams, because they're really going to need it here. It's going to be really, really hard, but there can only be 1 winner then, and that winner will be having some much better odds at qualifying for Worlds. It's not over for the team that loses this match, but still, you know, you would always rather have, you know, the better stakes than the more complicated path.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything to play for. This is such a high pressure situation, and it's quite difficult, I think, to communicate that to everyone watching at home. You know, I'm just playing some Brawl Stars, but this will be one of the most stressful sets of Brawl Stars that some of these players have ever played. Obviously, Tribe have played in some pretty high pressure games before. You know, previous world champions, some of them. But this is a question of whether these teams will even get to the world championships this year. And I think you could easily make the argument that this match could be a defining factor in that qualification.
Yeah, I think it's 2 very different stories, right? For Tribe, it's, you know, the story of going back to Worlds, going back to being, you know, the best team in the world, perhaps, and maybe even winning Worlds again. And for Totem, it's a whole other story. It's the dream, right? It's the dream of qualifying for World Finals for the first time. Last year, in 2019, also, they just didn't really stand a chance, or didn't even really play at this level just yet. This is the year where everything lined up for Totem as well. So the stakes are huge, the dreams are different, but in the end, it's the same goal of going to Worlds.
It is, and it all comes down to Minecart Madness. Here we go. Let's kick things off.
All right, Rage going aggressive. Yeah, that's the first kill already for Tribe then.
Tell you what, Teddy, this Pam skin is intimidating.
It is 300 gems as well, by the way. That's a lot of gems, but it is a really cool skin.
It's an intimidating skin. I wouldn't want to go up against that Pam.
Okay.
Maybe that's part of the strategy for Tribe here, you know.
It could be intimidation.
Yeah. Either way, they are doing exceptionally well here. Drage on the buzz, fantastic super, getting that elimination, and really, Tribe have got Reply Totem locked in their spawn. The minecart's going to get in the way and sort of mix things up a little bit. Tom looked like he was barely able to get out of the way there. Still took 4,000 damage from the minecart on the backswing, but still, Tribe have control of the mid. They have 8 gems. That's going to be 9 gems now that Spen picks that one up. 1 more gem and they can just run away.
Yeah, good stun from Rage. Spen and Tom going to be running back as they have the 10 gems they need. Rage with yet another kill, and this is a bit of a ridiculously good game from Tribe. I don't see how Reply Totem can interrupt this countdown. I really don't.
No, I don't think they can. And now we find ourselves on match point. Tribe are 1 game of gem grab away from really solidifying their position, or their current qualifying position into the World Finals. Reply Totem, they dominated Hot Zone. They can beat Tribe, but they're going to need to do better than that.
Yeah, they certainly will, and the comp just didn't really work here for Totem. I like the idea of it, and I feel like they were also ready for that buzz, but somehow, when you look at how the game, was executed, Drage did so much work.
Oh, he dominated
so much.
That is so far my play of the day, I think. That buzz just skipping from brawler to brawler. It was quite funny the last time because he used the super on the enemy spike, but the spike was actually able to shut him down mid-super. Wasn't able to quite get that fight, but still, I don't believe that Tribe would have had the success that they did without that constant pressure from the buzz. It was very cool to see.
Yeah, and just so much map control, right? And as soon as he has his super as well, you can't even get anywhere close to him because he's going to super you and you're going to get stunned. And if you get stunned and you have a buzz in your face, it's GG's. Yeah. That's as easy as that, And even before he gets his super, you're already kind of, not too sure if you should get anywhere close to him because you're going to help him get his next super. So you're really just in a lose-lose situation there, and you can't get anywhere near him, can't really do anything against him. And the comp from Totem was just, a little bit too squishy, not really able to deal with a brawler like Buzz, which, considering he's been going up in the meta, I feel like they should have been really aware of, really careful of, and they might regret it now because there's a match point on the line here for Tribe Gaming, just a single game away from the semifinals.
Reply Totem will be ready for it this time, but it could be too little too late. One game of Brawl Stars, one game of Gem Grab is all it takes for Tribe Gaming EU, and it is all it takes to eliminate Reply Totem, who I believe would still be in contention narrowly, but like they would have to fight next month, and they would be up against Big and the other teams that are sort of lower down trying to get their spot. But here we go. Byron, 8-bit, Spike up against Amber, Jean, and Crow. 6 unique brawlers, 2 drastically different strategies. It all comes down to this.
Yeah, the Jean coming in here for Maori, one of his more iconic brawlers as well, has been going downhill in the meta recently, so we'll see how well that works. Burn does connect onto Rage, but the heals are there from Spen to keep him alive. But so far, it's definitely a much better start from Totem. We just have to see if they can keep it up.
Tried very much on the back foot here. Amber just about able to stay alive and get that elimination on Drage with Mari's help. Saldi is just being in really annoying positions for Tribe to deal with. Putting that oil down, getting another super. That's a lot of damage over time, hitting Drage on the 8-bit. Not quite enough to win the fight, though. Spen backing Drage up, and now Tribe are in position. Mari does have a pull ready to go, though. That could be game-changing.
Yeah, I'm not the most certain about the synergy with the comp here for Totem. I feel like Jean needs some assistance now, especially his damage buff to take down brawlers he pulls. And when you have an Amber and a Crow, they don't have the most burst damage, you know what I mean? So, I don't know, I'm not the most convinced by that. Maru is going to go down. It's a one-on-one trade. Sword of Breza causing some pretty decent damage as well, but I feel like Maru has had his pool since he's had 3 gems and he hasn't used it yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's just trying to find that opportunity, but like you said, the synergy isn't really there. He needs to pull a brawler really into the Amber. He's actually going to pull the damage turret. Do you think that was intentional?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was, but still, I don't know. I'm not so sure if it was the best move, because now there's 10 gems on Tribe, and that's a countdown.
A countdown that's going to be very difficult to stop. They won't be able to just hang around and get 3 gems. They do need to find an elimination. Maru doing what he can, but alone, Crow isn't going to do all that much. Mari pushes in, but is going to fall, and Tribe Gaming EU will be your 3rd team qualifying for the semi-finals today, taking out Reply Totem in what was a vital match for both of these teams. Suddenly, Tribe's chances of qualifying for World Finals look drastically better than they were earlier, and Reply Totems, well, they're kind of on a knife edge now.
Yeah, things have gone a lot more complicated for Totem now, as they will need to perform really well in the next and last monthly finals of the year. Still have a chance. They're not in that bad of a position, I believe, but they definitely could really have used that victory now, because now they're not going to be getting any more points for today, whereas Tribe and so many other teams, they still have chances of going even further than just winning those quarterfinals matches.
Reply Totem were really able to dominate in Hot Zone there, but as you can see, Gem Grab was back in Tribe Gaming's territory. And just look at Drage here. Look at that. There's a stun on Mari. Mari goes down. There's a stun on Byron. Byron goes down. There's so much pressure just preventing the other team from really pushing and interrupting that countdown. Here's Drage on the 8-bit there. 37% team damage. Pretty good. More limbs than deaths. That's what you like to see. Very well played from Tribe Gaming. But of course, we still have one quarterfinals coming up today, and it is going to be AC Milan Clash against XO Free Agents. Quarterfinals aren't over yet, Teddy. AC Milan Clash, obviously one of the strongest teams of this region. They have already guaranteed their qualification spot. XO Free Agents, another well-known team. This could be another close one.
Yeah, and it's an important one, especially for XO, because like so many other teams we've mentioned today, they don't have enough points to qualify just yet. They're still very much in the running, and they have some decent chances of making it. But winning here against Clash is really important, because otherwise it would be just like Totem. They need to perform out of their minds next month. And having to rely on one monthly final to, you know, qualify for Worlds is really stressful. If they can do it earlier, if they can secure as many points as possible today, that could really go a long way, and this is going to be their chance. But Clash is definitely one of the toughest opponents you could ever face in Brawl Stars, so it's not going to be an easy task here for XO.
Chaos, Lanan, and Guille up against Cursed. Some Bentley and YDE. Clash are a tough team to be up against first, but XO are a tough team in their own right. These three players have so much experience in Brawl Stars esports themselves, and really, again, it feels like a lot comes down to this. If they can take out Clash in the quarterfinals and push their way through to the finals themselves, they definitely have the potential of qualifying to the World Finals. We are going to kick things off with some Brawl Ball on Triple Dribble before moving on to Siege on some Assembly Required, and maybe a little bit of Bounty later. But Triple Dribble, a very exciting way to start between these 6 amazing players. What are your expectations for this one, Teddy? Got any hot takes for me?
You know, I think that if you look throughout the year here, you can't deny that Clash has been the superior team. They've performed better almost every single monthly final. I think they lost once to XO in a monthly final a couple months back, but that's it. And that was with Yoshi as well. So it was very different circumstances, right? Right now, I still feel like Clash is a better team, but the big difference is that XO, they're hungry because they can still qualify for Worlds. Clash is already qualified. They're already all set. They're still going to be playing at their best. But XO, I just feel like if they're hungry enough, and I think they are, they really stand a good chance here. Jean and Max are going to be banned by AQM, Sandy and Bell by XO. Covering decent grounds. I feel like
some of these bans are more surprising than others, right? Like, I don't think we've seen Jean or Sandy banned yet today.
You know what surprises me the most is the Max ban from Clash. It's just not something you really expect from them. They love Max. Every single one of them. You know, you've seen Guille on Max, you've seen Lenon on Max, you've seen Yoshi on Max. They're all super good Maxes. So I'm guessing they don't really want to play it right now in competitive. Not entirely sure why, but it's out of the mix. So interesting for the least. We'll be leaving some brothers like Stu and Buzz, as well as Brock, to be playable. So some pretty big names still here, playable for both teams. Gonna make things interesting. I feel like Sandy is in a pretty good place, so I completely understand that ban. Same for Bell. Jean is a bit more interesting because I think it's not the most meta ban, but Jean has always been a brawler that Clash just liked having out of the way.
Fair enough. Again, a really big match coming up here, Teddy. XO Free Agents could potentially have been in a much better spot in qualification for the Global Finals if they'd qualified for the monthly finals the last couple months, which they hadn't. Honestly, this team has been stuck in a bit of a rut. Here is their comeback, and it's time to really make it count. We have got Spike, Barley, Rico up against Spike, Tick, and Rico. So Clash going with Barley, XO going with the Tick. Which do you think is the better thrower here?
I think it's very hard to say. I feel like Tick overall is a slightly more passive approach. Going to be playing it more at a distance, but also has that Tick head that can be very valuable in certain situations. On the other hand, you have a little bit more control with Barley's super. But look at that right now, a lot of aggression from Clash. and they're doing a pretty good job at closing the gap towards that red goal, looking to score first. But respawns have come true. EXO are back in defense, and they're going to try their best at keeping Clash at bay and as far as possible from that goal.
I mean, this ball is staying really close to Free Agent's goal. In fact, this could be it if Linan can get rid of Cursed, which he does. That is a free goal for Linan. Great start for AC Milan Clash. 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock. Obviously, EXO Free Agents can still make a comeback and score here, but obviously starting on the back foot, not the best place to be.
Yeah, it's not the situation you want to be in, especially with everything that is at stake. Cursed is able to deal with that cactus without anyone near it. Not going to be providing any heals for anyone, but the push is coming forward slowly for EXO Free Agents. Stickhead doesn't quite connect, but they are able to find some decent damage here and there. Chaos and Lena not quite full HP, although they are healing up and trying to stay in the mix. Clash, all they need to do is defend at this point, but Chaos falls to some Bentley. Cursed, actually some Bentley gets the double kill as he takes down the Nagi in a tough situation, but so far the defense is not falling apart just yet for Clash, and EXO are not able to push through just yet. Cursed going for the ball, but he is gonna be stuck because of that spike. Super nice heal up from Cursed. Can he do something about Chaos and Guille? He doesn't get a single kill, goes down, and now suddenly it's Clash with the better situation, especially considering there's only 15 seconds left and they already have a first goal.
Yeah, there's just nothing that Free Agents can do here. It looks like Clash are going to take game one here, and you know, it was well fought. Even now, EXO Free Agents are making their push, but they know they don't have time to do anything. It was well fought, but Clash just getting that early lead, getting that free opening at the beginning, that made all of the difference. EXO Free Agents just cannot let that happen again.
Yeah, it was a good attempt, I think, but I did feel like the tick was a little bit more limiting than Barley, especially with that ability that Barley has to create space to find those openings and really take a lot of control, whether it's your regular shots or your super. It's just so much control, and it's also easier, I feel, to close things out with a Barley once you start getting close to that goal, and it's very tight and narrow hallways. You can control a lot of it with the Barley really well, up close, deal a lot of damage, and also shoot a little faster, I feel like, than Tick, that is a little easier to dodge and a little bit more awkward up close. So overall, I did feel like that did go a long way for Clash. We'll see how EXO decide to adapt from there, but I definitely expect some changes, and Tick is probably that change. Yep, Tick is gone.
Yep, there you go. It is now going to be a true mirror composition. Linan trying to avoid shots from Cursed on the left there. Cursed with the bouncy castle going to stay nice and healthy in this fight against Linan and the plant that's in the way.
Yeah,
It does seem like AC Milan Clash are being just a little bit more aggressive, doesn't it?
Yeah, they really are, but that's what we know them for as well, right? Just a lot of raw mechanical skill, not shy to take those duels, and they've been winning them so far. They're now pushing forward. That's already a goal.
Not the position that EXO Free Agents wanted to be in at all. It is do or die for them here in Brawl Ball. They need to do something. Bentley starting with a super. There is pink gunk all over the place. The Clash don't seem too phased. Linan does fall, so Free Agents do have a good opportunity to push here as Guille very weak, and Bentley is going to take him out. Could this be EXO Free Agents' opportunity to score?
Could very much be. Linan is still slipping through that defense, but he does get taken out before he can cause too much damage. It means that EXO, they are going to be the ones in control of the map now, in control of the base, looking to find that golden opportunity to score, but it's so hard to break through that Clash defense, and so far not really successful at it just yet. Linan dodging those curveballs pretty well, does take some damage now, down to 4 HP, will get taken out by YDE, but that doesn't really open up any control. If anything, EXO are the ones falling back.
They're falling back, and the ball is in the bottom left corner, safely within AC Milan Clash's grip. Linan is weak though, and EXO are stepping forward. This could be their opportunity. Well, this has to be their opportunity if they are to have a chance at winning Brawl Ball, but no, YDE is having to back off again. Linan and Guille are safely protecting the ball once more.
Yeah, Clash so far more dominant. Some good shots from Lenan as well, taking down YDE in the process. And Bentley is the only member left alive for EXO. They'll have some final respawns, but the clock is ticking, only 10 more seconds, and they won't be getting in range of that bull in time. That's going to be AC Milan Clash with the first set secured. It's broable, right? That's home turf for Clash. Still, it was pretty convincing on their end, to be completely honest with you, Dan. It did feel like they were in control for the most part.
It was very convincing. They did seem to be winning these team fights, and Free Agents just not able to quite push hard enough in order to find an opportunity to score a goal. But there you have it. Clash are ahead, as of course many would have expected. EXO Free Agents have got one set now. I believe it's Siege up next. One set to prove themselves and to stay in this competition. And of course, they are fighting for qualification themselves, but they're not in a great spot.
Yeah, overall, if you look at those stats between the two parties, they were fairly even. What I think was the most surprising to me is that I feel like, so Lenan was running fertilized star power on that spike, whereas I don't remember who was playing the spike for EXO, but they were running curveball, which is a very different philosophy overall. And somehow I did feel like curveball was getting more work done than fertilizer, and even then Clash still took the win. So I think that it's probably on the Rico side of things where things were a lot more convincing from iChaos than they were from EXO overall. So he had a lot of space, created a lot of opportunities, and we are going to be moving on to our second set. That's going to be none other than some assembly required. An interesting one for sure as well. A lot of cover. One of the maps was the most cover, I would say, but at the same time, if you get it out of the way in the center area, you can really quickly have a very open map. So we'll see what sort of strategies they go for. We've seen some teams bringing in, you know, some Colts and Brocks to try to destroy that map completely and play those long-range brawlers, and then some teams just utilize this this cover to bring in tanks and brawlers as such.
Yeah, I mean, vitally now, this is EXO Free Agents' last opportunity. Is Siege their game? Let's find out. It's gonna be close range battle for Clash here with Buzz, Frank, and Mortis up against Barley, Rico, and Dynamite. Two very different strategies, and I'll tell you what, Lenan seems very well placed on that Mortis.
Yeah, it's not a good day to play Dynamite when you're facing the Mortis and a Buzz, let me tell you that much. Yeah, Chaos does go down to some Bentley, but it should still be about enough for Gia to pick up that Bolt, secure it as well. And that means that out of this first preparation phase, wow, Lenan actually going for it there.
I mean, it makes sense, everyone.
Right? Like, when he's going to respawn, he's going to be full ammo, full health in the center of the map. It's really not a problem for him to go down there. In fact, that probably secured more damage than anything else, because as a Mortis, you're not going to be dashing on that Ike with the early pushes. But look at that stun from Gia. That's 2 kills from Lenan. And Lenan is just going to be vibing. I don't see what EXO can do with this comp.
Chaos gets another elimination, and the Free Agents have they're being outplayed and they're being out-comped here. Unfortunately for them, like you said, Buzz, Mortis so strong against Barley and Dynamite in particular. There's not so much Rico can do on his own, and now that's a level 9 Siege bot. 2 bolts banked, 3 bolts banked for the next Siege. I don't know what Free Agents can do here, Teddy. I feel like that the game is over.
They can all die to them now. That's basically it. Yeah,
look at that.
As easy as that.
Match point.
Okay. Yeah, just like that. That was kind of anticlimactic. Honestly, I saw the Dynamite first and was there like, okay, that's interesting. Then I saw the Mortis on the 9 and was there like, okay, well, this is not going to be interesting.
Just look at this. Look at Mortis just popping off and just killing everyone. Like, yeah, okay, I've done my job, Ike. You can take me out now. That's fine. I dealt with every single brawler. I've done my job. All good.
Yeah, he just literally took down every single living being on that map. Just left the Ike, and no enemy siege bots anyways, but everything that was alive, he was on the hunt for it. And I mean, obviously he had the matchup to do so, but that was really, really good for Clash. And EXO, they're in a lot of trouble right now because it's match point for AQM. That's where it is right now, match point. And EXO, they really, really want to go to the semifinals. They still can qualify next month, but it's going to be really, really tough by then.
It's been a quick match so far as well, hasn't it? Like, Brawl Ball did not last long. That match, that game of Siege, second Siege bot, and the job's done. EXO free agents, this is their last hurrah, and they are really going to need to take advantage of it. Here we go. It's going to be Rico B and Griff versus Stu, Spike, and Rico.
I like it a lot more from EXO. We'll see how that works out, as Stu can still be a big problem, as we can see on the left-hand side. And now to take down Son Bentley. And so far, every single bolt going in the hands of Clash. Not a much better result than the previous game, to be honest. But it does seem like there's less really big counters this time around. We'll see how strong the defense can be from EXO, as they do lose pretty much everyone in that defense. And Bentley is able to heal up. First did respawn, so they're able to deal with that bomb. But look at the damage. So
much damage, my gosh. Okay, well, I mean, it all really comes down to this next siege, doesn't it? EXO free agents need to be winning this one, but they're all dead. Griff is the only, YDE on the Griff is the only brawler remaining and cannot do enough on his own, being pushed back by Guille on the Spike so aggressively. Chaos is going to fall on the right side. Maybe free agents can do something here and start to get control of the center, but it's just too late. That is 7. No, that is, yeah, okay, it is 7 bolts for the next siege, but 1 bangs for the next one. Teddy, this could be it right here.
Yeah, this is looking really bad here for EXO free agents. The defense is not terrible, but the problem is they need excellent right now. That's what is required. And look at that, they only have 19% left on their Ike. They do have a 3-bolt lead, so if they do somehow manage to get a couple more bolts, they will be getting that final siege bot, but it's still going to be a big hustle. YD is low HP, does manage to dodge that super. The double kill from YD, this could be game-changing. Lena is still alive, though. He's going to be banking those bolts. YD needs to try to keep him out of the picture. Lena still has a bolt in hand, is able to bank it, and that might make the difference here. Oh, 7 bolts for EXO. Is that enough? It is. They still need so much damage.
Teddy, is it actually enough? This is going to be an all-on assault from EXO free agents. They are going to be dealing as much damage to the enemy Ike as possible, but still, Siegebot already down to 50%. Bentley took the brunt of Chaos's super there. The Ike still has 69% damage, and there go the brawlers from EXO free agents. AC Milan Clash will be moving on to the semi-finals once more, and EXO free agents now out of the running. And straight away, our wonderful production team has given us an update on a little bit of the maths that have gone on today. So, EXO lost, which means really not much has actually changed today, Teddy, funnily enough. EXO is still in contention. Everyone else is still in contention. It's all going to come down to the final month. The only thing that has changed is that Tribe, who were sort of, you know, they've got enough points to qualify currently. They're in the top 5. They have just gained a ton of points over everyone else. So their position has become much safer. Still not guaranteed just yet, but if they can get through to the finals, I actually think Tribe potentially could guarantee their spot today.
Yeah, it's a really interesting turn of events. I mean, today late in a way that a lot of teams could be getting those so valuable points. But a lot of those teams did go down early, as you said, to, you know, Mood as well. That doesn't really need too many points because they can't qualify for Worlds at this point. But then also to SK and to Clash, which are already qualified for Worlds. So it's a very interesting turn of events. Yeah, it's just Tribe, right? It's just Tribe that can still really, you know, make something out of those points. And that can really go a long way for them. If they can capitalize on that situation in the semifinals, that could be game-changing for them.
Well, Teddy, our first semi-final is going to be on the way very soon. The quarterfinals are over and done with. And as we get prepped for our all-important semi-finals, we are going to take a moment to learn about one of the top players, not only in the EMEA region, but in the world. He is a 2-time world finalist, once with Space Station and once with Code Magic, and now he is trying to get there with Bunker Rock Esports. Let's take a moment to learn a little bit about Ashil.
Hello, my name is Achille, I'm from France and I'm playing for Bunker. I started the game at the beginning of the beta, like the first week of the beta. My first ERL event was the DreamHack in 2019. And yeah, it was pretty good. We actually won the tournament, so for our first event it was really good. I played for different teams. The first one was 3D Max with El Sharix and Tom O2 for different stuff like school. I had to move to Asia, and in Asia I joined the roster of Coupe d'Ace and Teng Hong. For Space Station Gaming, we played the World Final 2019. Right after that, coming back in Europe, I went to SK and I joined YD, Scarix and Twisted Twig. Twisted Twig left the team, but we still go to World Final with YD and Sky. At the beginning of the 2021 year, I joined the COD Magic roster. When I joined COD Magic, there were some weird issues between the player and the org. Yeah, after all, we decided to split up and to join different rosters, so that's why I'm with Bunker now. And
It's very much possible, actually. They get a team wipe, a lot of damage coming through. I think they should be able to make this happen.
That's enough!
I'm living in Lyon, in France. Some people that doesn't really know France compare this to like a small Paris, because it's kind of the same architecture, good restaurants, like a lot of music festivals, stuff like that. For my parents, it was I think a bit weird at the beginning, because they are from a different time. There were no pro gamers when they were young, but they really always really supported me. The only kind of deal between us, it was like, if school is fine, you can do whatever you want outside. It has always been fine, so they always leave me and support me for esports.
67% lead in favor of the old French team, and they're able to close it out as well.
I did an engineering school for 5 years. I just finished like this year, it was the last, mechanical and electronical stuff. What I really want to do is to work in the world of the gaming, I guess maybe streaming, maybe. There are a lot of engineers, for example, working for some companies like, I don't know, Twitch, Supercell, stuff like that, and maybe it could be really interesting for me. I think winning the World Final is like the aim of every single player like in Brawl Stars. For sure, this is my goal, and it has always been, and it will be for sure until I stop playing this. So many people ask me how did I get into esports and how I am pro player right now. I'm always saying that you have like a lot of luck to play Brawl Stars, because it's not a closed tournament. Like actually everyone can start playing competitive, everyone can just try it. So just try and play competitive, guys, you actually can.
Let's see those words there from Shill. I love the French accent, and the Shill really just kind of hits home with that. Not the greatest of days, let's be fair, to Bunker Rock today. They go out in the quarterfinals today, but nonetheless, a nice little segment there. Welcome back as well for myself, and I'm joined, of course, with Teddy for the SK Gaming game versus Mood Gaming. Teddy, what are your thoughts on this one? Who do you think is going to take this?
I mean, you know, on paper, you can't help but feel like SK just through history should be the superior team, but on the other hand, Mood has been surprising everyone with upset after upset in third-party events, as well as today against Big, so no one really knows where they are at right now. So if anyone is there to take SK down today, it could very much be Mood.
We've got Clash on the other side of the bracket, of course, coming up against Tribe Gaming. That is going to be an amazing game to see. We could have our cards close still. We have got the brackets on either side, but let's have a little look now at the predictions for today. You guys can get involved in the chat. I've heard from Teddy, but I want to hear from you guys who you think is going to come out on top against these semi-finalists today. Hashtag MoodGG for Mood, hashtag Fear the Tribe for Tribe, hashtag Forza Clash for Clash, and hashtag Brawl SKG for SK. And we'll come back in just a little bit to see how those scores are tallying up.
Yeah, make sure you guys make your voices heard so that we can, you know, just have a global opinion of you guys. We see you guys a lot in chat telling us in general, you know, who you think is a better team. This is your chance to see if everyone agrees with you or not. I mean, definitely not everyone will agree with you, but how many do?
Yeah, I've always been curious to see whether we're going to see, you know, close scores, or whether they're going to be kind of one-sided. There's a lot of big fans in the chat as well, rooting for their teams. So, you know, definitely get in those hashtags now. Here we go then. Semantic, Skyrex, and Jessen again going up against Gugu, Ope, and Didi. And what I got to say about this is, like you rightly said, Teddy, earlier on, Mood seems to be in a very, very good place right now. SK had that little bit of a sluggish start against Bunker Rock that we saw earlier today, almost dropping the set. So I feel like this could be a close one. And again, we're now in the best of 5 stage, so teams will have a little bit of a cushioning in that respect to try out some ideas and maybe take a few risks along the way.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more space to experiment in that best of 5 format. As you said, if something doesn't work, it's not the end of the world. In the best of 3, that's how risky it gets. Hard Rock Mine in Jam Grab Pella plays in Hot Zone, Kaboom Canyon for Heist, Super Stadium for Brawl Ball, and Canal Grande in Bounty. Those are your maps and modes for this matchup, but Hard Rock Mine is where we will start. One of the most iconic maps in Brawl Stars, especially for Gem Grab. A nice combination of, some longer range duels in the middle, but also a lot of bushes and cover on the lanes. Just, one of those really iconic maps for the game.
Well, as we already know, SK Gaming have already qualified for Worlds, so they can take this one a little bit easier if they want. Mood, of course, cannot really qualify in any position to do so. So in that respect, this is not going to have a big outcome, but in the grand scheme of things, it could have a big, big outcome. Especially if Tribe can get the win over Clash in the lower bracket, we might see ourselves having a different grand final this month. Bans are in, however, SK Gaming are big banning Brock and Stu, similar with that Brock ban that we saw earlier on from them. Byron and Bell for Mood. Teddy, what do you make of that?
A lot of long-range brawlers out of the mix, which is not the most surprising considering we do have a lot of maps where they can thrive. But even then, there's, a fairly versatile set of maps, I would say. Not too much long range, not too much close range, very well balanced overall. So just a lot of those brawlers, they kind of just want out. And I think that Brock and Stu is just something that SK likes to ban at the moment as well. Two really strong brawlers that I think that in the good hands can really turn a game around. And that's the thing you don't want. If you are the favorite, you want to remove some of those highly mechanical brawlers, because if you can just make sure there's not, that possibility for one player to pop off on the other team and cause some big trouble, the team-wise, SK should be superior, and it should increase their odds of winning that matchup.
Yeah, they like to play it safe with similar bans to get brawlers out of the way. I'm kind of very curious now to look back and see what the actual results are from all the tallying up of your votes in the chatter. So lots of people giving us their vote. And yeah, that would reflect what we were witnessing as well in the chat. We saw many of you voting that Tribe. It's going to be a month for Tribe. And I mean, looking at how they performed earlier today, I would kind of say that they do stand a decent chance of causing some problems today. 53% of you guys feel like it's going to be their time and their month. And look at SK Gaming and Clash on that 11% and 20%, despite them being the only 2 teams to actually win in grand finals in this particular region. So very surprised. What are your thoughts, Teddy? Are you surprised to see that, or is that kind of in keeping with what you were thinking as well?
Well, I think it's lovely to see all that support for Tribe, and this could be their day. On the other hand, I feel like some people sometimes think that a prediction is just what they want, or the team they want to win, rather than the most likely team to win. But we'll find out as SK Gaming versus Mood is starting, and it's already Semantic with First Blood, able to open things up on the right-hand side and create a lot of space for SK with some very nice pinches possible there. And he's going to strike again as he finds Gugu next. We do have Ope finding a kill on the right-hand side, but Semantic is not slowing down anytime soon as he finds Didi.
I'm pleased to see Leon coming up the back here. I'm often picking Leon these days now in Hard Rock Mine. I think it can provide some really, really great results. Semantic as well on that Molotov is going super on the aggressive. Gets that takedown to Gugu. He's going to stay in position now and continue the assault. And again, Creepy Harvest healing value there for Semantic coming into play.
Yeah, this is very much just Semantic vibing at this point. And Mood Gaming not able to find an answer to his aggression. He does end up going down now, but damage is done. There's 8 gems on SK Gaming, and that's going to make things a lot more difficult for Mood Gaming to find any sort of space in this game, as one more gem is all it takes to start discounting for SK.
Well, Jetsen's not going to connect there with the super, but the cheat cartridge was in play by Google just to keep those gems safe. But Semantic is on the hunt, and he does find everyone and going off on the backside of that spawn area. My goodness me, just leaving DD all alone. He goes down. Scarix surely it's going to be scot-free, especially as Google's going to run out of that speed. He's going to cheat cartridge in on the aggressor to try and close the gap. Not going to happen. A great start for SK Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, Semantic is the only word that comes to my mind after this game. How many kills did he get that game? Like, that was insane. Just so many kills all the time, getting some nice double bats, triple bats here and there. And it wasn't like there was like, you know, one like extremely flashy play. It was just a game of Semantic killing everyone.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It used to be Roses really in that spot, but now Mortis is such a great aggressor to have in that top area. Jetson, though, doing his thing with the Rico, but more for control, I would say, more for kind of, complementing the aggression. It was needed to got the 3 gems grabbed, but, that 1 kill was just enough for Jetson to really stand his ground. More deaths as well on the side of DD, so I'm curious to see whether those 2 particular players do continue on with their Rico pick or whether they start to make some changes. Again, we've seen a lot of adaptations between rounds this month, as sometimes teams get a little bit kind of like familiar with a winning comp, but this month that's not really happening. We're seeing kind of a firm rotation across the board of teams kind of keeping it varied and mixed up.
Yeah, the thing to keep in mind as well is, sure, we saw a lot of happening from Semantic, but he can only do this because the space is created by his teammate to funnel the enemies in the right position, and it does require a lot more teamwork than it seems. It's not like Ladder, where you have like one crazy Mortis chaining kills here and there. Here, it's a lot more complicated, and the build-up is so much more important. We will see 2 drastically different comps now this time around. In fact, they might be a bit similar to each other, as we do have the Gene on both sides, Rico and Sandy for SK, and going for double healer on the side of Mood Gaming, but Jeden is there to strike first as he finds the kill on the Leon, finds the kill on I'm struggling with the name of the brawlers right now. What is going on, Ark? What is going on?
Gene, Sandy, and Rico then for SK, Pam, Gene, and Poker then on the side of Mood. Very much the healing combo. One thing to remember as well is since that little nerf to Gene, the Lampler will only gain a healing side effect if you can actually kind of connect that with a brawler. So, but of course, the other healing attributes of Gene will be very much in play with those magic buffs coming in. Let's see whether Mood can keep this aggressive stance up. It's looking better, but that pull there did connect from Skyrex, and that's going to free open this right-hand side lane. Regardless of that, SK have got 7 gems between them.
Yeah, this is still a very good situation for SK overall. The pull onto Jeden could bring them a couple of gems and create a little bit of space for Mood, as they are pushing for mid control. Actually, they tie things up gem-wise. This is getting pretty close there, and that pull from Ope really going a long way. The pull from Scarix is going to be sending Ope right back to the blue side of the map, but that Sandstorm helps a lot as well for SK Gaming, although they don't have a lot of players to capitalize off it, as they did lose Jeden on the way. Still very, very close, as Mood Gaming has the 1 gem lead right now.
It's a good comeback so far, let's be honest. I mean, it's that healing essence of the Mood combo that's now coming very much into play, and OP has got his pull, being very patient around it. Everyone is lurking in the bush, but now SK creeping out, and I worry about that Gene hand if it connects. Scarix is what we're absolutely looking to make a pull count. There's the Gene hand, and Scarix, the victim of it. That's a great opportunity for Mood to capitalize here. The Semantic is not supported. What an amazing turnaround for Mood.
Yeah, this could be huge for Mood Gaming. Ope was the pull into Skyrex as well. That's a lot of aggression out of the hands of SK. And look at that, DD just sneaking on the left-hand side. Gotta make it past that countdown. And that's absolutely great here for Mood. They pick up the game, they tie things up. And this is making things a lot more interesting, as, if you looked at that first game and the start of that second one, it did look like SK were so much better. Mood Gaming definitely showing that they're in here for the competition as well, and stand a solid chance in this matchup.
Yeah, and let's remind ourselves of just the potential outcomes. If Mood were to go on, it's still very early days, let's be honest, but if we see an upset and SK were not able to make it through to the grand final today, then there's still a chance that Clash could be able to creep up if they have a good month that number 1 seed. It's a very important thing to get a handle over. But Gugu on the side of Poco with those 4 kills to 3 deaths. Gems as well in hand. It did seem like for me that healing abilities that everyone kind of like went with that theme with on the Mood, so it was working out very well for them in that game.
Yeah, no, it definitely did. I mean, we had some very interesting comps in this one, I feel like. We had the double healer for Mood, which I don't know if I want to say it worked really well, just considering that they were behind for the majority of that game and they were able to turn things around. But in the end, a win is a win, right? I still feel like there were some weaknesses on both comps that they do need to address, and I would not be surprised to see some pretty big changes coming into the next one.
I mean, for me, I think that the Mortis pick was working out really well for Semantic last time around. Wouldn't be at all surprised if they went back around full circle to that brawler and various other ideas that they could potentially experiment with. Hard Rock Mine is one of those maps which really does cater towards going on the aggressive and having your opposition kind of trapped behind that, that bottleneck in your spawn. Very, very difficult to regain composure to come out of those circumstances. So that could be an idea which they adapt back to. It was working out better for them. And the first game compared to that one, was very much more sided to SK. It catered more their play style. That time they were, maybe playing a little bit not the way that they would prefer, but trying to match Mood in terms of the pacing. And yeah, exactly what SK are going to be doing. Semantic coming back out with the Mortis pick, and he's going to have Ope doing the same. So let's see how both sides fare.
Yeah, well, Semantic going a lot more aggressive from the get-go is going to create some space, but will cost him his life. Ope going for the duel against Jeden is going to lose it, in fact, but Gugu is there to find that trade on a very low HP Jeden. And now things are going to be stabilizing a little bit more around that center area. As, in fact, Semantic goes for the aggression once more. Some nice bats, though. Double bats, in fact, and he's able to make it a kill. Skyrix was the second one, and that should open things up a lot for SK Gaming.
I've got to be honest, for me, Mortis is one of those brawlers which is still escaping the banning process, but one that I feel might start to creep in over time, because you can just see how much of a problem it really is. Now is a chance to move to regain control of this mid. As Gugu has got that magic hand. OP as well has his super for any kind of option to chain over some damage if he can get and close the gap over Skyrix. And Jetson surely now has that extended range to hand as Semantic goes in as well. Pops the survival shovel, gets taken down though. Regardless of what way you want to look at it, moves to behind on gems, but SK very much now back in the spawn.
Yeah, they did create a lot of space here, but there's quite a bit of time here for SK Gaming for that retake, as they do have those 7 gems. They had 8 earlier, 1 was stolen by Ope. Ope going aggressive, able to find a 1 kill. Skyrix knocking him back, but right now it's all tied up, and Mood Gaming, they have a chance at taking the lead. SK need to react quickly if they want to make something happen. A kill from Ope, he has all the gems. Semantic is able to retrieve them. Nevertheless, still 8-8 in gems, and SK are looking for that number 9 and 10. The pool, that could be huge, and Gugu goes down. That's SK Gaming with the countdown arc.
Yeah, that was fantastically worked through with SK. Everyone doing their bit, but Semantic has got those gems. Arguably not the best gem carry, but in countdown, you can really look at how he's just creeping up forwards there. He can go into the spawn. He's going to be not expected to be in that position, and there he goes. Absolutely pitch perfect from SK. They will survive on in the first set and take it.
Good stuff, good stuff. Barely making it through here, but they managed to pull through in the end. SK Gaming taking that first set, and that's going to be a tough loss for Mood. I feel like when you're playing against a team like SK or even Clash, and you just, get that 1-1 situation and it goes to game 3 and you lose it, it's even more heartbreaking, because you know that was your chance at taking a set from such a good team.
Yeah, that is exactly true. Mood will have to kind of trying to put this set behind them. Ultimately, they do want to drop another set that will put a ton more pressure onto the action. But I think they played pretty well for the most part. I mean, they were picking good brawler choices as well. And again, it's such a key factor here when it comes to making sure that you're at least having the best possible chance of going in. One too many moments where we saw Skyrix connecting that magic hand. For me, I feel Mood maybe needs to focus a bit more around kind of getting those shoots, but look at that, 18 gems grabbed for Semantic. I mean, there's no surprises. He had 15 at the end of that last game. 4 kills to 4 deaths, but the aggressiveness I felt like was just far more sided with Semantic over Ope.
Yeah, no, definitely. And, you know, in the end, even though kills-wise it was fairly close, I think the positioning from Semantic made a big difference,
Yeah.
Ark. I think that he was able to get so much more often in the back line and get a lot of impact over there. Big plays from him. I think Ope had a really, really good game as well. And honestly, the Gene matchup was also where SK were able to really shine. And that final pool bringing them all the gems as well.
And Gene might not be a bad brawler to have in parallel plays. We sometimes see that Gene left-hand side lane coming into play a little bit. Stu is banned here, so that's going to be a really fundamental and key component out of the mix. And Bell also would have been a fantastic mid. Byron as well was another ban, so expect no real amount of support in that right-hand side lane to really contest the opposite side of the zone. But, you know, that build is going to come into play quite a lot. I think Leon will be a great go-to here, but definitely going to see a lot of what was banned coming into play, in particular in this map, I feel.
Yeah, no, that's very true. The options are going to be there. We'll see what they decide to bring into the mix. So far, SK are looking like the better team, but not by a long way. Really not. That was a really close set, and there were some good chances for Mood to turn things around and secure a gem grab. Now, as you said, they need to have a bit of a mental reset, calm down, and make sure that they secure this one right now. A little bit more pressure on them considering they lost gem grab, but still some good hopes, especially considering the good results they've been able to pull off against other teams and even against SK so far.
Well, no surprises. Leon coming straight out of the bag. And the Gene's on the side lane as well. It's going to be Gugu actually picks up the kill onto Skyrex there. Jesse is a good shout for me as well. That turret can do so much in terms of value. Semantic going to be going with the curveball and spike on the left-hand side lane as well. So going to be getting his heels dug in on the defensive side as Skyrex is trying to get some additional capture points. Going to be outnumbered here now, I feel. But already it's good to see both sides of the both teams going on the aggressive. I like to see that kind of start to a game of parallel plays rather than a passive one.
Yeah, me too, very much so. Although it hasn't been paying off as much as they wanted to. Only got a % or two on that top right zone. Bottom left zone not really invaded too much just yet. DD looking to make that different, but Jenon is there with the invisibility to surprise him in the process. Ope gonna be in a 1 versus 2, not one he can win, as DD should be able to catch Semantic off guard. DD still takes a lot of damage in that fight, but Jenon is there to come help out, down to 130 HP, falls to Open. This is a good chance for Mood now. They have quite a bit of control. They have the player advantage as well. Now the question is, how long can they stay in that zone? Well, not too long it seems.
I like the way Ope was very cautious around the curveball and juked around that, really kept SK guessing, and that's a key component really in this particular mode, that if you can just buy some time and you know, stay on the aggressive at the same time and get some zone capture along the way, it can go very much in your favor. DD now trying to connect. Semantic though is being very cautious around giving or having DD earn that super. Can do so much on this map. Ope and Gugu slowed on the right hand side, and all the time they're not taking care of this. Skyrex and Jets are not capturing all important points, giving SK the lead now. Just Google left alone, and that was a key moment really. SK can now go back on the defense.
Yeah, SK was a 10% lead. Enough in so many games we've seen in the past on parallel plays to take a win. But is it going to be this time around, as there's still 40 seconds left for Mood Gaming to make something happen? However, Jeton finds DD. That's not going to be helping Mood's cause, as they are still defending, and what they need right now, Mood, is an invasion on the enemy side of the map. Ope blocked by that spike super, although DD is able to navigate his way through the map. Gonna be in the zone, and this could really go a long way for Mood if they can hold on to that defense on the other side of the map as well. Only a couple percentages between both teams, but DD goes down, and now Mood, they absolutely need to get into that zone. Gugu has a pull, is gonna find a 1 kill, but it gets traded out, and that's gonna be SK Gaming with another game secured.
Oh, that was genuinely so close. I felt like it could have gone Mood's way if they just had a little bit of composure. It's tough when you got a Leon there creeping in. There's little that you can really do about it. And you know, if DD had a turret to hand, a super there, maybe we might see a different story. There you see Jessen, was just able to work with Semantic to ensure that takedown. And as soon as they were working harmoniously on that bottom left-hand side, very little that could have been done. But Mood did fantastically well under the circumstances, I've got to say. But look at that, though. I mean, Jetson on the Leon, 4 more kills over Opea. You know, that's 6 kills is a fair amount, got to be said. And just only the 2 deaths as well. So I feel like, you know, if Jetson is to play that brawler again, you know, that's going to be having to be on the minds of Mood really going into our next matchup.
Yeah, I think that a strong Leon is one of the scariest things you can face in Brawl Stars, because unlike most brawlers, you just don't know where he is, you know? You're always going to be thinking, could he be right next to me right now? And that's not a feeling you want to have. Overall, I think you really hit it on the nail here, Ark. It's been a lot of very close games, and I think the both of us are really impressed by the level of play that Mood is bringing in. The problem is, you know, very close games, it's not enough. If you want to win, you need to win those games.
Yeah, exactly that. And, you know, I do hear a lot of players don't play without sound. Well, there's a good reason to, you know, being able to, you know, communicate to your team when Leon is invisible is such a key thing to have, really, when it comes to competitive. But yeah, I know a lot of people prefer to listen to music. Well, you know, there's key sounds in Brawl Stars for a good reason. Jetson going on the assault there, DD looking low, and fortunately Google was there to help support this. But you know, SK really now are just going much more on the aggressive this time round, and I want to seal the deal fast again. If they can win this next game, they're going to be 2 up in sets, and that's a huge outcome for them in the way of pressure.
Yeah, Mood was a little bit less aggression this time around, as SK is focusing 2 players on the right-hand side, Mood 2 as well. Super to take out that lollipop drop. Ope trying to surprise Jet and will do so successfully. But is SK able to answer with a trade? Almost, but Ope does make it out alive and can go a long way in building a little bit more map control, though so far it's still very much a stalemate. Both teams working towards getting those supers as they know how impactful they can be.
Well, we're tied in score right now. It's more SK on the defensive side. Ope going to go down there as a nice pinch between Semantic Super, and that turret is going to take care of that side. Jetson invis, but now coming into support. Skyrex is very, very low there. Staying in live though, and that's the key moment. Skyrex will be able to heal up now and might not be too far away from a turret. If they get that turret down and Jetson still has a super, I don't feel like this is a good moment for Big, for Mood. So they're going to get a pull here, a big one. It does connect with Jetson, but there goes the Invisa heal to keep him going. Mood have got some big problems right now.
Yeah, Ope goes down. Gugu not in a good spot either. That turret definitely going to be helping out as well. Jeden almost gets taken out, but Gugu misses the shot there as well, and Jeden will be catching him off guard, taking his life, and SK Gaming past 90% captured now. Only a couple of ticks away from securing this second set, and this is where trouble really starts for Mood.
It just went from bad to worse there, really. As soon as SK were on that zone with Semantic and I think Skyrex was doing a great job on that left-hand side of just keeping those spike supers coming in to stop the advance there. You know, there was really little that Gugu could do about it. He got a pull in there, but that wasn't even enough. Jetson just able to keep things going and keep the score rolling in. This is looking much better. SK starting to get their stride and starting to shake off some of the cobwebs. Again, they like to get these kind of early big leads, and it gives and feeds them that energy to go on and do great things. So Mood now have got a lot to be done, a lot to think about. Many things I'm sure will be on their mind right now. Again, the pressure isn't really with them in the sense of qualification prospects, but they would very much like to make a big name for themselves this year. Prize money, of course, at stake also. So much to think about.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, you know, I think that the stakes are very different for both teams. In this situation, you know, SK, they still have a chance at, you know, locking that first place in the seeding. That can go a long way in deciding who you will be facing in the World Finals, right? And also just for bragging rights, being first of the region, they already are right now, but securing it could go a long way. On the other hand, for Mood, you know, it's a lot of money in a monthly qualifier, and a lot of those players, it's the first one that they ever attend. So they're hungry to go as far as they can to prove themselves, and also to show, you know, how strong they could be of an opponent for next year. So excited to see more about all of that. Kaboom Canyon is where it's going to be up next, and it's one of my favorite maps in Heist. I know I feel like there's players that really like it, some that really don't. It's kind of, you know, in the middle around that area, but I'm definitely one of the big fans.
Yeah, I always like game modes and maps to kind of be varied, and this is gonna be a much more long-ranged affair. I feel like the bans here as well are quite key. Not having Bell and not having Brock, that middle bush could still be sticking around. I don't know whether we'll see Amber. She did replace on this map for a while, but I still think it can work quite well to have both the options of keeping that bush or getting rid of it. Colette, there's a given for the mid if players want to go for that. Nani as well was another brawler, which has kind of been interesting to see just coming back now. I haven't really necessarily seen Leon here play before, so that's a new one for me, but Crow and Pipers are pretty common. Let's see how SK work with this. Again, having that lollipop drop in the mid is already a good start to keep things guessing on the side of mood.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting decision to bring in the Leon here. I can see how it works, but I can also see how it couldn't, as I do feel like Jeden has struggled to really hit anyone at this point, which makes sense considering the range that they're fighting at. If they can find an opening, I feel like that's where it can really start to be more interesting for Jeden, as if he gets a super, he can try to chain them a little bit and go for some nice cheeky double kills here and there, which I could really see working. The Peep is heading upwards though, looking to get a nice TP, probably on the top left side. That's what he's going for, and look at that. Everyone from Mood rotates around because they know they have to deal with it, otherwise it's too strong of a position for him to hold.
Well, work being done, and that's a good solid amount of effort between Semantic and Jessen there for the takedowns. Two players of Mood now having to respawn back in again without that ammo to hand. But Ope did a good job though of securing these taps. There's only one miss out of the 4 shots that he placed there, and just trying to search through the bush to find someone to jump away, but that's going to allow Jessen to get some really important damage on this safe. He's a real problem right now that Mood have got to honestly take care of. Shots being missed now under the pressure that is in the back of the Mood Gaming spawn. This is the tough spot. Honestly, they're trying to push forwards on this right-hand side to assert a solid defense and respond with a good offense, but as time ticks down, not much in it, but certainly enough time for the tires to change here.
Yeah, only 35 seconds left, and it's not a big lead, only 11%. The clock is still ticking, and Mood Gaming is the team that needs to engage here. They do have a Peep to do so. Semantic going for the jump in, going aggressive here. DD is quite low HP as well. But now, question is who can deal the more damage in those last 15 seconds. It's only a 1% difference now, but they did manage to take Gugu out of the picture. A kill onto DD can really go a long way. Skywix was the TP, gets the 3k shot onto Gugu, and that should be about enough here for SK Gaming to get to match point.
It's not looking as close in terms of the scoreline. I mean, the games are very close, Kobe said, right up until the end, just that 1% in it. But, there's not really happening much in terms of Mood's prospects on that scoreboard. I wonder now whether they've left it too late. If they can turn this around, my word, what a story it will make. But I don't know, man. It might be at that point now where they're just kind of accepting the inevitable, but the damage to the safe there, all Semantic in comparison to Ope. I feel like, to get Ope onto that safe Mood, have got to do a considerable amount to push up down the map. Like you rightly said at the beginning, there wasn't really much of an open door to get much value from the Leon, but it did start to play a role later on down the lines. I was kind of surprised, actually, that Mood were not able to make more of that early stage of the game, because that would have been the great time to do so.
Yeah, no, I agree as well. I feel like, trying to prevent that Leon from even getting a super in the first place, that's very interesting. I don't know if we have like a lot of French fans in the chat or something along those lines, but that's definitely not where I would have put my prediction. I feel like Mood would have higher chances than a lot of people would think, but I wouldn't call it a 50-50 for sure, just because we're talking about SK. They won like 5 or 6 monthly finals before. Like, Mood, this is their first one together as a roster.
Yeah, and not only that, but I mean, with a match point, lingering over things, that's a lot of people in the chat that are obviously feeling like luck's going to turn and luck's going to change, and I hope for them it does. It would be again, like I say, a fantastic story. I think that there's a lot of people that are feeling very confident about Mood's prospects, possibly more so than I. For me, SK have not really missed the mark right now. Even like playing some more out there ideas with, like, again, Leon on Kaboom Canyon. I'm going to keep an eye out for that one. I can see, like you rightly said as well, like how it can kind of work, keeping the Piper back and able to be, juke juke around a lot of the shots with a bit more maneuverability. But yeah, I wasn't expecting that scoreline for the poll, gotta be honest.
No, me neither. I mean, overall, you know, even though we had some pretty close games, and I feel like Mood are playing really, really well, especially considering they've only been playing together for a couple weeks. SK Gaming are still the ones that are at match point right now, and we're not talking about a 2-2 in sets match point. We're talking about a 2-0 match point. You know, it's still fairly one-sided, even though a lot of those games were pretty close.
Well, we shall see. I mean, if things turn around, then, you know, we're going to be looking back at this moment and thinking, wow, we really missed the mark. But I don't know, the way that SK are playing at the moment, I feel like they are looking more and more comfortable, and they are continuing with the same idea. It's actually going to be an idea that now Mood Gaming are going to put into play themselves, bringing in Leon and dropping those ideas that they were playing previously with the Crow. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I think that it's going to come down a lot to how effective these Warp Blasts are from the Nanny gadgets to teleport in on the safe to bring back the action. Semantic going super on the aggressive left-hand side. So weak. Surprised it did so and went into that unknown terrain. But either way, it's now still continuing on to be a fight for those early supers.
Yeah, I find it very interesting that Mood are going for the Leon now as well, because that means that this is something that has been known in the community and that they've been screaming. You don't just, you know, copy-paste a comp you've never played before in a monthly final, which is definitely very interesting to me because I had never really heard of Leon on Kaboom Canyon before. It does seem like it works, I guess, as SK Gaming are going to be getting a couple of kills here, make it a team wipe actually, and should be able to get some better positioning, although we do have a TP coming through from the Nani on the bottom side of the map, but Semantic is quick on the trigger, takes him out, and now SK are back almost in the lead, but they have a lot more control than Mood do.
Yeah, I like the way as well that Semantic can just jump straight in under that lollipop, drop into position there and continue the pressure, continue the assault. Gugu now very low. Homing recipe for Semantic there, despite the low health, not taking any chances, well aware that, you know, being able to secure that position and just get as one single shot on the safe could be enough to come back around full circle later on. Does so again, and Gugu goes down to another homemade recipe. So I think that might be all three, if not certainly two, have been exacerbated by Semantic, because he knows, again, this early damage is so important.
Gugu quite low HP, but still wins the fight, and he's been winning that 1v1 against Kyrix a couple of times already this match. TP should be coming through from him any second now, goes for it in the corner as per use, and look at that, DD on the left hand side as well. That's going to be a lot of damage hitting that blue safe. Semantic is there to backstab though. Gugu can't really go anywhere, but he's dodging very, very well. Semantic going for the jump, going to be destroying that cover, but still a lot of damage done on that blue safe, and SK Gaming, they don't have a lot of time to catch up now.
Yeah, Semantic's going to try and get some shots on, but it's not quite enough right now. 49% to 35. It's still going to be a potential win here for Mood. They are going to take it. SK Gaming, not quite enough. Still on match point, though. The first win on the board for Mood in Heist. So an important moment. You know, are we going to see that poll in the chat prevail here? I mean, if they can get another win here,
I mean, they just took another game, Ark. I think the prediction is probably at 80% in favor of Mood now. It's gotta be.
Mathematically, that is undeniable logic for sure. Gugu did much better though in terms of damage that time around on the safe. The Nanny pick, I felt, did work out better for them, and going towards that Leon idea as well. So still hope then for Mood, but a lot of work to be done.
Yeah. I mean, you know, this is where they can start that story you've been talking about for a while, Ark, you know, about actually beating SK or going for the reverse sweep. It has to start somewhere. This is the moment to do so. Yeah. But they don't have a lot of, you know, space to work with, because if they lose this next game, then the dream is over and it's GG's late SK go to the finals once more. So a lot of work to be done here by Mood, but the possibility is there. It's in the air, and a lot of fans seem to believe in it. So there's just one way to find out, and that's that one next game, which does have a match point for SK Gaming as well. So it's going to be a tough one, Ark. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah. You can just see the effectiveness as well of the Nanny now in Kaboom Canyon. pretty much, gaining back that scoreline in favor of Mood was largely due to the warp blast from Gugu there on the right hand side, just staying firm in that corner. Semantic had to come back to help out, and between the players, they were just able to assert so much authority and damage onto the SK Gaming safe. That'll be something that will be on their minds, I'm sure, having some discussions in the background about how to deal with those a little bit better. Obviously, it does come down a lot to handling those situations quickly, and when you're trying to go on the offense, when a peep goes out and you're automatically forced back onto the defense, it can be a very good way to bring back the flow of the action. Going to be the same thing, mirror matchup yet again. Obviously, Mood felt like it worked out better for them, and SK feel like this is the strategy to go with, and just to have a bit more communication and play things a little bit safer.
Yeah, right now, Mood Gaming have given up on mid control, at least for the start. They are going to be contesting it now, but Jeden is there. He's holding on strong. Will be winning the duel against DD as well, which obviously against the Piper up close, it's a pretty good situation going for him. And look at that TP in. The positioning is right now for SK, and this is where trouble begins for Mood, as they have an amazing crossfire on every single side, covering every single angle, and that's a lot of damage coming through on that save.
They did find Semantic there, and he's going to be on the safe surely as a result, but Jetson and Skarek staying firm in the meantime. Didi not able to do much in the defense as the pipe without any help at all. Obey still placing down some damage. He gets a takedown, that's very important then, but is it going to be enough? Ultimately, at the same time, SK are just going in on this safe, and what can Didi do? Goo coming in now, but this is getting torn to pieces, Teddy.
Yeah, this is looking really rough here on Mood, and I think this is why we saw that Leon coming in. It's just so hard to deal with, and once you get that positioning right. Wow, what a convincing game here from SK, getting the trio victory over Mood. Mood that really didn't look bad in this matchup. They really didn't, but SK just doing what SK does best, and that's winning.
Well, the poll in the chat was 50-50, but it didn't seem like the way in terms of what we were seeing from our side. SK is still looking dominant as ever. Mood made some good opportunities for themselves, but I think at the end of the day, just slightly outclassed, outmatched in this respect. SK have been at every single monthly final this year, and not only that, but in every single monthly final, grand final this year. It was only last month really where they lost the Clash for the first time in a long, long time. It was a 4-win streak prior to that, and just that experience and knowledge coming full circle around, and they are going to be in the grand finals yet again now.
Yeah, I mean, a monthly final without SK in the grand final, is it really a monthly final, Ark?
Well, this is the question. It just seems like they're untouchable. They just are so consistent. They've had some close calls, don't get me wrong, but I think you're right. I think that to not have SK in a grand final would feel very unusual to me.
Yeah, I mean, we've gotten used to it at this point, and I think that just says how good those guys are, It's incredible, and I think the big word for SK is consistency. It's the biggest struggle for pretty much every single team in the Brawl Stars scene. SK is the one team where it just feels like throughout the entire year, solid as a rock. Their ups and downs are just so close to each other, and it's just incredible to witness. And they're the one team that has really pulled it off this year. There's one team that is contesting for that spot, and that's Clash, Ark, and they're going to be facing Tribe Gaming right up next.
I've got to say, we've only seen we've seen Clash not appear in a grand final once this year. It was back in June, and it was EXO Free Agents then that went off against SK Gaming. So they've got to keep that momentum going. They've got to make sure that they can keep their El Clasico dream alive in that respect. But I've got to say, looking at how Tribe are playing earlier today against Reply, Totem, a team which have been consistently winning over them in other leagues and third-party tournaments. The ESL Mobile Challenge especially comes to mind as a tournament where they have had their blows back and forth. But the momentum is there. Drake was absolutely popping off earlier today, and surely they're in a good place mentally, as they look to be very much so in terms of skills. So this could be their moment, as the chat did seem to think. A large majority of those watching at home think it could be their month. But again, AC Milan Clash have only they've been in every single grand final bar one. That's the reality of the situation.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the larger scope of things, everything is lining up for Tribe. All the teams that had a really good chance to let qualifying, they're out. They're literally all out. None of them made it past the quarterfinals, and that means that they're not getting too many points this month. The big difference here is Tribe. They're still in. They still have a shot, and they just got to get as much as they can out of this monthly final, and that means taking a victory here against Clash. So everything is lining up. The real question is, can Tribe show up, you know, at the level of play that they need to take down Clash and perform and secure those points? They really, really need to. Everything else is lined up. The only question is, can Tribe do it at this point?
If Tribe can beat Clash in this semi-final stages, then I believe that they only need to qualify for the next monthly finals and it basically show up on the day. You know, it's still a lot of things and factors at play which may affect that, but in general, that is the situation at hand. Tom, Drage, and Spen looking to wrap this one up today. A win against Clash at this stage of the competition would be absolutely huge. The Tribe have yet to be in the grand final of the monthly finals, so they're going to be all out today. Nuts and Bolts is going to be our first map. Of course, Siege being the mode. Ring of Fire after that for Hot Zone. Minecart Madness for Gem Grab. If we get to the third and fourth and fifth sets, Dry Season for Bounty will be on the fourth side of things. I don't know. It's going to be close, I feel. Or nonetheless, very exciting to watch. I'm keen to see who is going to come out on top.
I'm very conflicted, Ark, because my heart says Tribe Gaming, but my brain says Clash. And I don't know who to listen to, Ark. Who should I listen to here for this matchup?
I don't know about listening to the chat. That's the only thing I can say. A large majority of, in their last game did feel like Moon had the chance and they didn't really have it. But the bans are in. Now, I was saying this earlier, that Mortis is an underrated ban right now and one that's not being utilized enough. So I like the way the Tribe are thinking here by getting out the heavy, fast, speedy hitters of Mortis and Stu. Ham and Gene on the side of AC Milan Clash. So, Tribe definitely want to eradicate, for me, which would be like more of the underdog brawlers, which are really heavy hitters right now.
Yeah, I think the bans make a lot of sense, and if anything, those bans are so specific to their own teams that you could almost guess who is playing this match just from looking at the bans, you know? Tribe, just not a fan of the Stews and the Mortises. That's not what we know them for, you know? We do know them for brawlers like Gene and Pam, which are going to be banned by Clash, and things make a lot of sense. They're just getting both their own weaknesses out of the mix, but also banning some of the strengths of their opponents, and that's just a really smart approach for the bans here for both teams, and I think it puts them on a very equal grounds to that regard.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to open some doors for, Bell to have a bit of a place, and I fully expect some Leon coming into Ring of Fire as well. Barley, I wouldn't be at all surprised to see coming into some Siege, some Buzz. We saw what Drage was doing with that particular brawler earlier today. Piper's no doubt, I'm sure, to be seen also along the way. I would say that, AC Milan Clash, if they're going to be taking any notes, probably look into being very cautious around how Drage in particular was playing earlier today. Those are two brawlers which he was really starting to pop off with, but the support was all there along the way from both Spen and Tom as well. So I do feel like Tribe have got a great chance this month. I feel like it could be their time, but again, AC Milan Clash have been so consistent, and that's the thing that's always got to be paid attention to. Consistency overall and that experience under pressure goes a long, long way.
Yeah, I think there's no point throughout this entire year where any team felt like, okay, we're just facing Clash right now. Clash always came in very scarily, and yeah, this is... I was saying that I was hesitating between choosing between my heart and my brain, and I think that the chat is following the heart a whole lot here because we have 74% in favor of Tribe. I don't think that reflects the odds of this match, but who knows? There's only one way to find out, and that's getting into those games. And we're starting right now with the second semi-final between Tribe Gaming EU and AC Milan Clash.
Well, every win matters. Every single win matters. At the moment, Tribe are feeling good about this, but it is AC Milan Clash that are going to be getting the first push for level 3, and they had a great amount of mid-control as well. Nice shot from Span, gets a very important takedown there of Lenan. So that'll be 3 men to defend this against the 2 attacking on the side of Clash. The jump in from Yoshi for the... Wow, my goodness me. The value that was on that. Got a takedown and lets everyone low gear. Gets the pickup as well, leaving just Tom alone. That's a decent amount of damage for a first push, Teddy.
It really is. I think they're going to be happy with that 31% damage. Lena gets the kill, does go down, but that's still a lot of damage. Rage is next, and that's a team wipe in favor of Clash. They have a comp that is very well equipped with dealing with everything that Tribe is throwing at them. I feel like the M's could stand a good chance at annoying that Frank, but even then, so far, just not being able to really get anywhere up close. Leonardo does get the dash in, will get melted down, but look at that, level 8 bot for Clash, and in the end, it's only going to be a 1 volt lead for Tribe, which is not that great coming towards that third and final bot.
Oh, it's going down well though. Yoshi looking to consider going in, but honestly, Clash just have to hold their middle ground here. There's not that many bolts really in favor of Tribe to do much about. They've got to go in here. They've got to go in now. Guille is locking himself in. A miss. Super there from Drake as well could prove costly. The noise cancellation there from Guille was very important because it did enable them to get the takedown of Drake, and now it's just Sven all alone. It's the 2 versus 1. I can't see what he's going to be able to do here. He does take care of Lenan, but the bolts are in favor of Clash.
Yeah, and at this space, it's going to be Clash to get the final bot. They need to find a bolt and quickly, and I don't see that happening at this point. 1 second left, and it's going to be a third and final bot from AC Milan Clash. All 3 bots going to Clash, in fact, and this has been a pretty strong game from them to kick things off.
Yeah, the comp for me just wasn't quite there. I think Ems, is a decent brawler to have, but on that defense, when you're close to a bot, you're putting less damage down. Guille just has that tankiness to go in, and Clash with a very, very solid start didn't really give Tribe a look in.
All right. We do have some more info from production, Arc, regarding what sort of situations and scenarios we might be looking at. So if Tribe win the entire monthly final today, they're pretty much qualified. All they need to do is play a couple of the Swiss rounds of the monthly qualifiers, and that would give them enough points to go all the way to Worlds. If they come in second place and basically, win this match but lose the grand finals, then they just need to qualify next month for the monthly final, And if they do lose here in the semifinals, then they need to make it to the semifinals again next month. So still some really decent chances no matter what for Tribe, but they're trying to, make sure they have the best scenarios at hand.
Yeah, that's exactly it. They have to make sure that every game is treated the same. Ultimately, what it could come down to is quite literally just a win or a loss here or there. Every ability to be able to maximize down on that golden ticket is going to need to come into play here. As far as the first game goes, I would say that Clash looked pretty prepared for the combo. I think that they, felt like the buzz pick was definitely the way to go. No changes in terms of how the chat are feeling about things. The same percentages on 75 to 25 in favor of Tribe. It's still early days, but Clash did look quite confident in their brawler comp going into that game. Again, Tribe are going to have to get some pushes in the next game to be able to try to turn this one around.
Yeah, well, this is gonna... Whoa. Rage, everything all right, mate?
Chilling on some showdown, why not? Just having a little bit of cooldown.
Having his own priorities during the monthly finals, I guess. Not so sure what was going on there, but we'll get to our second game soon enough. This is definitely interesting. I feel like overall, what scares me a little bit with this matchup is that I think Rage is so talented on a couple of brawlers where he can absolutely pop off, but I also feel like those brawlers are very good for Clash in general.
Yeah.
They have multiple players that can shine on them, and it's a bit of a scary prospect to me.
Yeah, I'd agree. I would say, they prepare for the buzz pick when it comes to the Piper pick as well later on down the lines. I feel like that's another brawler which they should be pretty decent with in that regard as well. So we have to be very cautious around those things going into our matches. I think that also the tankiness of brawlers like Clash like to go along with as well. Like the Primos, like the Franks we already seen, need to be taken care of and considered with great consideration as well. Byron and Poco and other healing ideas as well. I feel come into play. They banned the Pam, so we won't see any of that. But ultimately, those big overthrowing comps can be hazardous to deal with.
Yeah, definitely. So I did feel, as you said, that Clash was really prepared for that come from Tribe, and they were able to deal with it very nicely. I think that maybe the only surprise factor was that M's coming in. It's not a brawler we see a whole lot, and I feel like they would not have gone Frank if they expected the M's. But even then, they still made it look like a very fair matchup. And that's the thing as well with Frank, is even if you're against tank counters, it has so much HP and so much range compared to most tanks that, you know, a shot from them, sure, it's gonna hurt, but you can just fall back and heal up, and it's not the end of the world, especially if you're able to shut down the buzz and so on so easily. So good stuff. I think a good comp from Clash, very well prepared, but also able to adapt to those surprise factors that came in through Tribe Gaming's comp.
I think Clash are going to be a team which you have to just be going all out in the respect of just going in with something which they're not expecting you to have. I kind of feel like if they're going to continue this kind of idea, some range would be really useful, but I think it's going to be some bold range. I mean, I don't think this is going to happen, but for me, break open all the walls with Brock, have a B to handle the tanks, and stay away from the buzz. Keep well out of that range and just pick them up from a distance. And Brock is going to tickle a Frank, let's be honest, but with a B there to help out, it would help out so much with those tanks. I don't think we're going to see it, but you need something bold like that, something which they're not expecting, something out of the ordinary, I feel, because the way that they tend to dominate in that mid and gain the objective power over teams, if they keep getting those bots coming in, Tribe are going to be constantly finding themselves on the defensive. I think drop the M's, didn't really feel like that was working too well. Tom will probably likely go over to like a Barley or something like that for control. That would be for me where he kind of sits really, really well here. I think Dre staying on the buzz is not a bad thing for me, but ultimately one that's going to struggle if Clash continue on that same idea of playing it themselves. It's a tough roller to pick an option to really, well, exactly that. Yeah, Tom going to the Barley, Dre staying on the buzz. Spen is going to stay on the Surge as well. There's going to have to be very, very, very cautious of Lenan, honestly, and Dre going in there is not a bad idea.
Yeah, so far definitely a much better start for Tribe. We do have the Sprout coming in for Yoshi, one of his signature picks as well. I'm still kind of wondering how that's going to work out in this matchup, as a good TP from Spen or a good pull from Drage could really go a long way there. Drage and Lenan both going down, as Spen is going to be securing a couple extra bolts. Can't quite go for the one in the middle just yet. Goes for the TP onto Yoshi, but he gets locked right next to the Ike from Clash, and that's not a good position to die in. But in the end, it is a bot for Clash. Tribe will have a couple of bolts for the next round, but still, getting to keep that control can really go a long way. The bot is pushing forward, is in a position to deal some damage, but Spen decided to go for that bolt, and a 4-bolt lead is where it gets a lot more comfortable for Tribe, although they still need that successful retake.
Yeah, they're in a much better position for sure, and getting that first push, very, very important to do so. The bolts now a bit more in their favor, but they've got to retake this mid. There's going to be 3 there banked by Clash. That's a very important last call from Tom there on the right-hand side. Drake forced in, though, needs to get out of this position, use this super wisely, and actually will come back with a bolt, maybe 2 for his trouble. Can he survive, though? Gets taken down, but some good banking for Tribe is going to mean a level 9, potentially a 10, maybe not a 10, 9 coming in for them.
Yeah, this is a big bot for Tribe, and all they need is 4% damage. That seems more than doable at this point, or especially if they don't have a Sprout Super, actually. Especially if they don't have a Sprout Super. So far, no damage, but it does come true now at last. Still a good defense from Clash, but not nearly enough, as Tribe Gaming are going to be tying things up 1-1 in this first set.
And, honestly, I feel like Tribe played that perfect. Again, I feel like I should be color coaching at this point. Like the Barley pick worked out very, very well. Having that additional healing and having the ability to place that area denial down really went a long, long way. They got that first push, and again, getting that first push is such an important thing to have. Honestly, it can determine so much. It can give you a little bit of a pocket to go on in terms of bolts. Look at the damage that Tom did there. 49% team damage on his side of things, and Tom looks a lot better. I actually feel like that could be something that Clash start to adapt towards, as we do see a lot of the time them running Barley here also. Even when you look at it, the changes were right on point for Tribe.
Yeah, they definitely were. It's the small adjustments that can really go a long way. And I feel like overall it did give them a lot more tools to shut down that aggression from the now that Buzz himself. So able to deal with it a lot better, and just, not give him any space to really do anything in that game. So much better from Tribe Gaming. We'll have to see how that third game goes, as I feel like for Tribe Gaming, momentum can really be a big deal. If they're able to build some, it can be really, really scary to face them. But if it gets shut down, and if AC Milan Clash are able to take that first set, it's definitely going to put them back in their place, and Tribe, they definitely don't want to see any of that.
Yeah, this is a really key moment. It can make the world of difference having that early set advantage. So you're absolutely right. If Tribe can get the win here, then it could very well propel them forwards into the games to come. Clash will be looking to shut that idea down as much as they can. Look at this from Tribe. We've seen this before. The triple tank coming out. It didn't work, to my recollection, very well last time, but they might be in luck because Clash have actually gone with a very close range idea of themselves.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting for the Lee. Spen, oh, that's a shame. He's going to be wasting that super. Goes down anyways. A double stun from Guille. And he's used 2 supers. He's stunned 3 people already. How much value can he even get with a Frank? Look at this. His teammates are there like, leave us some kills, please.
Yeah. I felt like Spen could have acted a bit faster. He had to commit to the idea, really. He left it a bit too late and got stunned along the way, and it's going to feed Guille. This is a bad spot for Tribe, honestly. The bot is getting shredded down, but at the same time, all members of Clash are there. Guille's going to get some swipes, then get the super off. Now's the time for Drake to really get back into the mid here. Tribe can't really afford to have many more defenses like that.
Yeah, no, they definitely can't. I feel like all things considered, considering it was a full-on commitment from Clash, they still had it pretty good. But look at that, the double stun coming through, and that's so much value. Tom, still alive, is able to get the kill and escape, getting taken down himself, but it's still not going to be enough to secure this bot for sure, as it's going to Clash. And in the end, we're looking at a tie in the bolts, or at least very close to. Yeah, it is 3-3 in bolts. Clash, they get to keep control, and it's still a really good position for them. They get the 1 kill. Tom still alive, causing some trouble. Spen going for Guille, but he gets stunned, and this is where damage starts hitting that Ike, and it's about enough as well for Clash to take the set in the end.
What an amazing comp in terms of synergy. You know, you've got it all. You got the Buzz for the stuns, you got Frank with the stuns, and Edgar to jump over the top and just continuate the effectiveness of all those things combined. I think that's genuinely Clash played a really, really good idea there, and just Tribe had the same idea, but I think the comp just wasn't quite the same in the effectiveness of what Clash were able to achieve there. Guy, absolutely hammer time for him. My word, Clash looked so good in that game.
That was one of my favorite plays of the day, to be honest. Getting the baby stun, you know what I mean, from the Buzz. It really is a baby stun. It's such a short stun, you know, but it's about enough with the right team play for Guille to hit hard with that hammer and get the big stun out. Just lovely stuff overall from Clash. Tribe gonna have to match that level of play coming into set number 2. Otherwise, it might be a quicker story than a lot of people in chat realize.
Well, Yoshi was on the Edgar, played less of a role in the forefront, but ultimately, again, a very important one, because he was always there to get the pickup when those stuns were in play, and that's kind of exactly what the Edgar role is in that particular comp. And you know, more kills over deaths is what you love to see. Swiftly going by Siege, and Clash have got that early lead which they were looking for, so the pressure now is on Tribe to respond. I'd curiously like to see how the fans in the chat are going to be reporting in on terms of their voting. It was 75% in favor of Tribe picking up the win here, and I wonder if that might have changed. We'll check in with that later in a bit. Ring of Fire, though, up next for Hot Zone. And what kind of thing would you like to expect to see here today based upon the bans and what we've kind of already seen from these two teams today?
I would really like some Griff arc. I've been teased with some Griff on Ring of Fire before. I feel like we haven't seen it enough so far today. I think we haven't seen it at all on this map today, so would love to see some Griff happening here. You know, it's one of the newest brawlers, the most recent playable brawler, and I feel like he can do some really good stuff here on Ring of Fire.
Well, we saw Trace, you know, warming up a little bit on Showdown with it, so maybe it was with that in mind. I think you're right. I think it's one of those places where Griff can thrive. It didn't really work out earlier with Big, and I know that was a brawler which they kind of like to experiment with and try. I don't know. For me here, you know, the Pam 8-bit idea will be shut down because of the Pam ban, so that's kind of a brawler which is going to be playing a big factor in the banning process on this particular map. Again, try banning Mortis and Stu. Stu would have been a great one to have here myself, I feel, as well. In that respect, Leon is going to be, I feel, having a pretty decent place here. We might see some Byron coming out just to kind of keep things going. We saw that used earlier in Minecraft Ban, as Spen was using that brawler in particular to give themselves the edge, and it did look like it fared well for them. Going into this next game, I feel like this is the time for Tribe to respond. Clash are going to want to keep this lead.
All right, well, here it starts, and this is a good moment for Tribe to start a bit of a comeback. although it is Lena in the zone so far, with a slightly better start, is getting slowed by Tom, but not enough to get the kill. And honestly, the heals from the Byron did go a long way in keeping him in the mix. 20% lead so far by Clash, and they get a kill there onto Drage as well. So far, not the easiest start for Tribe, as they're pretty much just stuck in a corner and have had no opportunities just yet to get anywhere close at Hot Zone.
I'll be honest, I kind of prefer the Clash comp here. I feel like the Byron is a really, really good one to have. So if Tribe can retake this, it's a really important thing for them to do. Not having Leon's a bit of a risk for Clash, but ultimately if they can keep Drage at bay and just keep that mid-control, he's going to be tickling, honestly, the bell with the amount of heals coming in from the Byron play by Yoshi there. 3 nest eggs already down in the mid, so even if Tribe do manage to retake this, there's a lot of obstacles they're going to have to get around, and the way that they are hunkering down this bottom right-hand side and pressurizing the situation. Time is ticking, and Tribe have not got a single percentage of capture, Teddy.
Yeah, this is a one-sided game if I've ever seen one. As AC Milan Clash, they might just about make it a perfect one. Drage trying to step in it, but goes down before he can, and it is 100% to 0. And that's going to be shutting down any sort of momentum that Tribe built up from that first set. Even though they lost it right now, that was looking pretty bad here for Tribe, and mentally they're gonna need to get the strongest of all resets if they want to turn around this set.
I mean, that was honestly quite the statement, and honestly, just with that one broader difference, you can just see how much of a factor it was. I mean, now that that's working out for Clash, pretty safe to say, again, with that 100% victory, very, very convincing. I feel like that's the way to go for Tribe. You know, bring back the Byron in, maybe combine it with their 8-bit idea that we haven't really seen necessarily too much for a while now, but one that can work out well with the Pam being on the ban list. Either way you look at it, that Leo just wasn't working. If Tribe take that away, maybe Clash will take the opportunity to go for it themselves, but I think the Byron is just a safer bet. You can just see how dominant it was in that game.
Yeah, it really was, you know, and I say it so often about Byron, but the reason it's so good, or one of the reasons, is because it's so versatile. You can constantly do something. Either you're healing up your teammates, getting some poison on your opponents, whatever you're doing something. And a lot of brawlers just don't have that opportunity because, you know, there's a wall in between them and the opponent, or they're just too far away to hit anyone. Byron always has something he can shoot at, whether it's a teammate or an opponent. It brings value and it helps your team out. So a lot of value to be found. If you're hitting your shots as well, it's a lot of heals and decent amounts of damage. It's same damage output as Bell, to be honest. So good stuff from Clash, good picks, good comps, and a really good execution there too.
Yeah, I mean, there's very little now. The Pam ban was really kind of smart for Clash. Honestly, it feels like that was kind of almost anticipating this kind of eventuality. If they were able to get that first set, getting that brawler out of the mix in the second set, you go a long way. Trevor lost 2% of the vote from the viewers' side of things, you know, and you know that I mean, that's a huge disappointment, really. I mean, you know, look at this though, and we've seen this before. And if Tribe can protect this penny turret, I like the way they're going. It's not a bad idea. Often memed in the pro scene, but you know, if you get that turret down and you protect it, then it becomes a fourth man. So I like the idea, but they've got to earn that turret quickly, and Clash are already getting a lot of value early on. 20% already, and this game has barely started.
I don't think this is it, Ark. If you remember yesterday in ECA, we mentioned that it was a really smart pick because there was a Pam in that turret. You know, you can really change some good kills here and there. I feel like here there's nothing to really hit. Like, look at the distance between every player from Clash. The whole mechanic of the shot splitting apart is just completely useless, and it's really hard to get the turret with the range that they have on the side of Clash as well. So right now, I don't think it was the call, Arc, and I think that from the results we're seeing right now as well, because I was stalking for a long time, it's been almost 100% already secured by Clash, and Tribe, they haven't even stepped in the zone yet.
Yeah, Tribe may have been thinking the 8-bit was going to come out, but again, like after that last game, I felt like Clash were going to keep the same comp, and that didn't dwell well. That's 2 consecutive games of Hot Zone and 100% on each. I think it's fair to say, you know, how, you know, Tribe was struggling earlier today with Hot Zone. You know, when Reply Totem came back in the sets, it was in that particular game mode. Seems to be the same thing recurring, and yeah, they needed to change something. I felt like it was the Leon that needed to change myself.
Yeah. I mean, you know, if you look historically as well, Tribe, not the biggest fans of Hot Zone, have had some decent results, but Clash, they've been shining throughout the year. They started off as having Hot Zone as one of their worst modes, and really quickly they worked on it and got so much better at it. Right now being one of the best teams as well in the region for this mode. And yeah, look at that. Wow, that's a lot of value overall, a lot of damage, especially considering, you know, that he was playing a healer, which, you know, it's just so much value. So much value. If you hit your shots, as I said earlier, it's the same damage output as a Bell, and you have a lot more utility. So I think it's a super strong brawler to play at the moment. If you play it well, it can be one of the best in the game.
My goodness me, 0 deaths. How often do you get to say that and actually have it be factual? I mean, that was 0 deaths for Yoshi, and it could well have been for some of his teammates as well there. I mean, that is like the perfect game of Hot Zone all over. Complete and utter domination from Clash. 2 sets now ahead of Tribe, and you know, over 50% of people in the viewer votes were thinking that Tribe were going to come out with a win today in the grand final. Well, they've yet to get past this stage, and 72% of people now think that they're going to get through this stage and turn the sets around. Minecart, man, it's a tough map to do that. I'll be honest, but it did work out well for them earlier today against Reply Totem. They did run very similar, if not this exact same comp there with the Byron and the Buzz. Let's see if it works out for them this time around.
Yeah, we do have the Yoshi on the Sprout, which is one of his favorite picks as well. We saw him playing it quite a bit, and it is a brawler that we don't see a whole lot anymore. So it's very interesting to see how much he's willing to bring it in now. So far, it's working out pretty nicely for Clash, as they have a nice 3-gem lead. And now does get dinged by Drage. Has to be a little bit careful, as the minecart is going to be setting them in a pretty tough spot. Yoshi still alive, but look at that, almost a team wipe. Finally, they find Yoshi, but there's a lot of gems dropped down. The Na is looking for them, but Spen has a super as well, so the Na doesn't want to overextend, doesn't want to give him the opportunity to take him down, and that means that Tribe, they almost tie things up in gems. It's just a 2-gem difference right now, which is a good recovery from Tribe.
Wow, Yoshi there used the Garden Molotov, I think, to allow that to hang on a little bit longer. Tom almost went down as a result. That was a very quick thumb there from Yoshi to make sure that counted. Drage very low, needs the heals from Spen, and some of these heals look quite connecting as well, as I'm sure Tribe would like, and maybe some nerves. String and Tom, they're connecting so nicely. Gets the minecart to come in as well. On top of things, Drage is going to be very cautious around this surely. Tom causing so many problems to the countdown was there, but Tom goes down, is going to be really struggling to get out of that position in all honesty, but Tribe looking better for the most part.
Yeah, they definitely are looking a lot better now. Although Yoshi gets stunned, Tom was a good kill. That's a nice opportunity. The next gem spawns on the side of Tribe. Can they go and pick it up? Drage is trying to. Does get taken pretty low HP, but the heals from Spen are there as well to keep him alive. And that's going to be a countdown starting now in favor of Tribe Gaming. I'm not so sure how many gems were dropped by Clash and if they could interrupt this countdown or not, but Tribe's still quite close. Yeah, that's about enough. And now suddenly Clash, they have a lot more control, all things considered, but Yoshi's low HP, still alive though, and that can really go a long way.
Oh, the taps from Drage and the pickup from Tom. Very important timing, honestly. Tom goes down. That's going to be a crucial moment there. Yoshi there, very low. Able to hang on, but Spen comes in with the takedown, gets the shot off as well. This is the moment really for Tribe. They've got to make this one count. They're so behind at the moment in terms of the scoreline, but I think it might be enough. They've got to hold on for 15 seconds more, though, Teddy.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough countdown, but positioning-wise, they're nicely set up. Drage does fall to Yoshi, but that minecart is there at a very convenient timing for Tribe, and that should stop that push. Never mind. They still get the kill. The super from Gear. Drage does get the trade. It's still a countdown, but Tom goes down once more, and we only have 25 seconds left into this game. Tribe still trying to force that countdown through.
Yeah, Tom's going to have to go on super aggressive. Gets a double stun there and follows up with another one as well. This is honestly got to be the moment that Tribe hang on here. That last moment where they reset was honestly a really clutch play by Tribe, by Clash, but not enough. They finally managed to do it. It just didn't look as comfortable as it was looking at the very beginning of that countdown, I'll be honest.
Yeah, it was a good game from Tribe, an important game to win. I just want to point out, did you see the struggle? You know what I mean? The huge fight that it took just to get that one game secured? that's not the best sign either. You know what I mean? Like, they got to be more convincing than that, because they need to win 3 sets in a row. And games close like that, some are going to go their way, some are not. They need most of them to go their way at this point. Otherwise, it's end of the journey for this monthly final. And I can tell you they're hungrier for a lot more. So a good game, a win is a win. Got to start building up some momentum and try to hit even harder in the next one.
I think, though, in general, like, the decisions were better. I think the Byron pick was the right time to bring it in. Probably a bit late, because it should have probably been a bit more present in the hot zone games. But now it seems to be working a little bit better. I think the Sprout pick was okay for Yoshi's side. I mean, it was working, as again, we know he's very, very accomplished with that particular brawler. But I feel like that's the brawler to swap out, I'm being completely honest.
Yeah.
Didn't kind of seem to get the value that it needed to have for me. And, you know, the Buzz pick for Tribe went such a long way. Tom was really shutting down a lot of the ideas that Clash would like to have been able to utilize there. So, you know, I think that's where Clash will be responding. They'll be talking massively in the background about how much Tom was doing there, and how much of a nuisance that Drake was in the mid, with all those hills coming then from Spen. Tribe got a good comp, but again, they've got to work better on their later game, because Clash can reset those countdowns, and if they do that, they can draw things back. That 10 to 10 gem count was there, and I think that, in fairness to Tribe, they did overcome that scenario pretty well for the most part. It's just that after that, they let the ball drop a little bit.
Yeah, I really couldn't agree more, Ark. I think that Tom had a huge impact with that Buzz. Absolutely massive this game. And although he died a lot, he just created so much space for his team. Constant stuns and kills left and right. A lot of value overall. And I completely agree as well with the Sprout just struggling a bit. And that makes sense. When you have Buzz in the mix, Sprout is not an easy brawler to play. And you were completely correct. We're going to be seeing Yoshi move on to the Buzz now. We'll see if he can find a lot of value with that. And Spen is on the Sprout now. Tom going for the Byron. This is a very interesting swap, especially considering this is what gave them the advantage in the matchup in the previous game.
Yeah, they're going to have to be very cautious around that Buzz. You know, I think the Yoshi swapping away from the Sprout and going to the Buzz is, you know, definitely going to be more favorable to him. And he knows as well the Brawler Sprout better than anyone. So he knows that that's a real problem when you're, you know, faced with a brawler like Buzz that can stun, and without those pushes to heal, Spen's going to be very cautious around that. What? That was that from Yoshi, though.
That has to be a misclick.
Yeah, I mean, the pin itself says it all, but yeah, not sure why you want to go and try and stun the minecart. It's going to continue no matter what.
Maybe, you know, he had one of those random toilet talks where he was there like, cannot you actually stun the minecart with Buzz? He just decided to experiment it in the middle of the game. Who knows? What we do know is that Tribe are building up a pretty solid lead. And I have to be honest with you, Ark. I feel like so far, Yoshi has been a lot less impactful on that Buzz as Tom was in the previous game. And in fact, enough to secure a countdown now in favor of Clash.
Yeah, I think you've nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. You know, Buzz here, we saw in the last game what it can do, but Yoshi was just not looking comfortable in that particular pick at all that game. That's going to be Tribe Gaming EU getting a set, and that's going to come to the delight of the chats watching at home. As again, those score lines, you know, very much in favor of Tribe at the moment. A lot of fans watching will be able to breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief. Again, not out of the woods by any means, but definitely, as we mentioned earlier, Tribe do tend to like having that momentum of some back of some wins. It's been a while since we've seen one, and that's a very important step for them to gain.
Yeah, I think the mental and moral impact from this game is a lot higher as well, because they now have the same matchup as the previous game, but reversed, right? So you can't blame it on the comps. It's literally just played better and executed better for both games on the side of Tribe. So really impressive to that extent, and that's a much more convincing statement as well to me, because now they show that they can take them even when they have a disadvantage in their comp, and that's something that Clash is going to have to worry about for the remaining of this match.
I also like the way that Tribe were able to kind of like mix up the brawlers amongst the teammates as well. You know, Tom taking the role of Byron there, as we saw Spen taking the role of Byron prior to that. And you know, I think that's a really, really positive aspect for teams to be able to consider, is like, you know, not always having one person be that one trick, but just kind of sharing the load. Well, we are through Gem Grab, we are through Hot Zone, we are through Siege, into dry season then for Bounty. If we get to Backyard Bowl, that's where we're going for the 5th and final. Now, let's remind ourselves a little bit of the bans then going into this one, because there was the Pam, there was the Brock the Stu, the Mortis and Stu for Tribe, the Pam and the Jean for Clash. So not having Stu here, definitely going to be an impactful thing to have. Jean as well, not able to get those clutch final moments here. So could see a little bit of a different dynamic in dry season today.
I think Mortis is quite a big deal, actually, on dry season, right? Because this opens up some more opportunities for throwers to shine, perhaps. We'll still have to see, because there's Buzz in the mix, and he can be a bit of a nightmare for those throwers. But I still feel like he struggles a bit more at creating that space. And if the throwers use cover correctly, it's gonna be hard for a Buzz to shine quite as much as a Mortis would, especially since the Mortis against the throwers, man, he can just dash in, dash out, be back full HP and chain some supers. It's just really wild. So I think that Mortis ban is really something to look at here for dry season. We'll see what they decide to go for, but I'm expecting something quite thrower heavy, and we will see 4 throwers in fact, and the Bell mirror matchup as well. It's a full-on mirror matchup actually. So we'll see how this goes down, as we do have the blue star and the first kill in favor of Tribe, giving them a 3-star lead early on.
To be honest, I was surprised not to see a Ruffs. I know we might see an adaptation to it later on, but at the moment, Yoshi going very on the aggressive. He's already popped 1 Garden Mulcher, so he will have those hills available to his disposal. But already, Tribe, despite having the lead, are up against a lot of mites of Clash. Spend pops a really clutch Garden Mulcher there himself to stay alive. That would have been a costly death there and would have tied up the scoreline. Definitely, though, this is a map, like I always say, that does cater a little bit towards being in the spawn. But with so many throwers here today on this map, I don't know whether that's still the case.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for Tribe to hold on to that position. And look at that 3 stars gone out of their hands and towards Clashes, as they are all tied up. But Blue Star is still in favor of Tribe, so as long as Tribe stay alive, they are fine. Question is, how long can that last for, and can Clash find any opportunities here with that push? Still have plenty of time to work with. And on a map like this, sometimes it's not the end of the world to be behind, because if you can get a nice final push, you don't even need to fall back, because the timer ends the game for you.
Well, 30 seconds remain, and that Blue Star still with Tribe, and if Clash can't make another kill happen between now and then, this will be a Tribe game. Let's see. I think there's still some gadgets available to Yoshi to use here if he needs to. All going down from Spen to try to provide a little bit of a delay to his ability to push forwards here. But now I'm pushing from the mid as well. Tick head going out from Tom will buy some time. Yoshi very low. No bushes there to heal from as well, it must be mentioned. As Lenan taking some damage. Oh, Clash going to be able to get a kill here in the final seconds. Oh. Not going to happen. Drage there, though, on 302 HP. But it doesn't matter. The Blue Star is final, and Tribe are able to hang on despite all odds.
I hope we get to see it in the highlights arc, but did you see that there was literally a Sprout shot that like exploded on him as the countdown ended, and he literally just tanked it? Look at that. Look at that. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
As clutch as you get, really, and I'm sure Clash will be feeling pretty sore about that one, all things considered.
Man, I mean, they're gonna be happy about that. Sometimes luck is just slightly in your favor, and in this moment, Tribe do need it. They're still behind by a set, but right now they're literally just behind by a single game. If they win this next game, we're going to set 5, and the 2-0 sweep that it started with, it's all in the past, and it's gonna be a final set to decide it all. So Tribe aiming to get there. They've been getting more and more momentum, and this is their chance to just be even more convincing and keep that up, moving on to the 5th set, with a lot of momentum on their side.
Yeah, this is what we were discussing earlier. That Tribe are starting to. The games are very close. Don't get me wrong, but they are starting to build the momentum up. Brock coming in for Guille, but looks like it's going to go down very early on. The Drage comes in with a double tap. My word, 408 HP, but the 4 stars above his head is what tells more of the story of that transaction. And that's a flying star for Tribe, much different to what we saw previously. Blue Star and 5 stars for them early on.
Yeah, this come from Clash is very much a long-term investment, as they do need to open up the map a lot before they can start shining against those throwers. I just feel like the cover is not really packed, close enough to each other for this come to work too well. because it's going to take a long time before this map is fully opened up, and there's already just a bit more than a minute left on the clock, and Clash have yet to find a kill. We'll find one now as Sven gets sniped out of existence by Lenan, but still a 3-star difference as the map is slowly getting more and more opened up, and we will see some higher chances of getting kills for Clash, but there's still some cover to work with for those forwards, and any cover at this point is just really valuable for them.
Nest eggs that Drage left early on there coming into play as GA forced back, and that's going to allow a bit of a push forwards from both Tom and Sven on the left, and Drage slowly behind it from the right hand side. And None just trying to find him and pick him off, but at the moment it's Tom that's doing a ton of work in this middle area. GA is so forced back now on the left hand side towards these final moments in a good way for Tribe if they can hang on here. But no, Clash is starting to come back. This could be the moment for them to get a turnaround.
Yeah, this could be their chance. Lena is really just looking to find a tag where Drage doesn't find one of his own so he can homemade recipe and get the kill. But it's not meant to be just yet. Spendos go down, just a single star difference. 1 kill from Clash here. No matter who it is who would turn around that game. Tom is low HP, very low in fact. He does go down 1 second and it is going to Clash. And they will get to their first match point. Heartbreaking for Tribe, but they're still not out just yet, and they will still be fighting and giving it their all in the next game.
It was that bell shot that ricocheted around and then came back full circle to Tom. And if you look at the shots towards the end, how narrowly they were to missing Guille. If they'd managed to connect, then we would have been looking at a different story. Those 2 stars would have been enough actually to turn it back in favor of Tribe. There's that shot ricocheting, comes back to Tom, but those final shots did not connect on Guille, and that was the costly moment for Tribe.
Yeah, it was that close once more. And this time around, you know, being slightly lucky, that was on the side of Clash with that final push. And that's the thing, you know, that's what I mentioned earlier as well. Sure, Tribe, we're a little bit lucky in that first game, but that luck can't be consistent. And you can't rely on that. And right now, it just went slightly the other way around. Clash make it a game. And for them, it's match point. Tribe just a game away from being eliminated this month.
Yeah, that would be a costly thing. They've still got that additional advantage of having a win in dry season. So if they can just continue on to take it to the 5th and final set, then we've got a real game on our hands, and that could go all the way, I feel. At the moment, though, Clash starting to find themselves as well a little bit more. Is now the time for some change, or is that going to prove a costly thing to do? Try playing the safe, but look at the change that we're seeing from Clash. Daryl, and I've seen Daryl pop off on this map with the Poco Heal and the Buzz. I don't know, Tribe have got to control this situation a great deal, because this could be the comp to bring them down, I've got to be honest.
This is scary, Art. This is really scary for Tribe. I just don't know what can they do. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at that. Guille just gonna tank through that tick hat like it's nothing. And Yoshi gets the follow-up kill as well. Yoshi, was that a kill with the Screeching Solo? I'm not entirely sure. Didn't quite have the
look at
time
Yoshi.
to spot it.
He's got 4 stars and right at the back of the spawn. If Tribe take him down, they'll get the lead surely. But how is he hanging on, Teddy?
I don't know. He does end up going down, but look at that. Guille just gets another kill, makes it a double. He does go down in the end, but they use so much utility on Tribe. That's the problem. You know, their best solution to deal with those attacks from Clash is using those gadgets, and it's not like the supers. They don't come back.
Wow, if Clash can keep this rolling in, I do worry for Tribe, especially when you see just how much of a problem Yoshi's being in the side of Sven. He gets taken down the end. Guille, though, forced into a corner now. Should get shut down here. Ticket for good measure. Tom taking no chance, but 5 stars above his head, and Lenan knows it. Oh, the knockback, though, came in so clutch, and that might be enough for giving Tribe an advantage here. If Yoshi goes down, he's been marked, but he's still going with 5 stars, Teddy. Oh!
This is all over the place as we head towards the last 20 seconds of this game. The lead for Tribe as we speak, but for how long? Lenan gets tagged up, very low HP, almost goes down, but not just yet. And he's looking to get a final push here with his team. Still a chance. They do lose the Poco. This could really go a long way. The stun from Lenan doesn't get the kill, but the spend goes down. It is going to be enough for Tribe, though, as somehow they make this work and they push things to set 5.
My heart can't. My heart can't. Oh my word. That was immensely exciting to watch. I mean, the brawlers that were there just kept the action being consistent. The stars were going back and forth. That was such a high-scoring round, honestly, for dry season as well. We didn't tend to see it happen as we look back at what happened previously. That 3-star first game that was only decided by the blue star. Compared to that, I mean, the difference is night and day. I didn't know where to look and where to look away from. It was just non-stop action.
Yeah, that was a crazy game. And honestly, props to Tribe Gaming, because I feel like on paper, this is a 9 times out of 10 win with Clash's comp. I mean, I just don't know how they managed to deal with it, but somehow they did. And you gotta give credit where credit is due, because this was a huge win to take. I was terrified for Tribe. I was thinking, all right, with this comp, there's no way, it's over.
Yeah, I am absolutely with you. The last time I saw Daryl come out against them on dry season, it absolutely demolished Tribe. I remember it distinctly. I'm not sure they even got a single star. If not, then they wouldn't have had many. I can assure you. Daryl here is a very underrated brawler. You know, to be able to go in and just roll in, and you can just, like you rightly said, just eating up tick heads and all those things that can be thrown at it. It's had a recent little bit of a buff, and now even in a much better place for that same reason. But my goodness me, I tried to hang on to get to this stage so far. I'm starting to feel like maybe the chat are onto something, Teddy. We are. This is surely, if not only for the games against EXO versus AC Milan Clash, one of the closest matchups that we've seen against AC Milan Clash in a semifinals.
It is one hell of a close semifinal, let me tell you that much, Ark. 2-2, Backyard Ball is going to be the one set to decide it all here between Tribe and Clash. And look at that, a lot of aggression from Tribe early on. Tom does fall, which should slow things down a bit, as Rage is quite low HP himself. The snipe from the Nye's on point. Looking for Spen next, and Spen doesn't quite get put out of his misery, but Lena will be surviving as well. So things slow down a little bit, but very different perspective with those comps, and it's not going to be easy to play Buzz with such an open map.
That's true. Yeah, he's running the Brock, and I do like the way that that's going to be able to open up a lot of this map. And the more that gets opened up, I feel like the harder the chances of Tribe being able to come back here, as these bell shots ricochet between Tom and Spen there. The ball pushed back as a little bit of an attempt for Tom to try and find a gap. Missed super there as well. Tribe not looking nearly as good here at the moment. They need to get their pace up a little bit. This is the chance now with Drace's invisibility, and Tom going with a stun. The ball can go forwards here. It could be a chance. Tom's so low though, and gets taken down by, or the Lanam goes down there. Can the ball make it? It can! Drace scores, and somehow they're able to turn it around from that defensive position.
What is this from Tribe Gaming? Huge goal, as a match point would be on the line here. Drake still invisible, does get caught off guard, and his healing is going to end at the worst moment as he goes down to Lena. Spen very low HP as well. This is a big chance for a Clash coming up. Spen still low HP. Super comes through. That's going to be completely melting down Clash. Lena with the shot, and Clash are still in this game. All tied up. Arc once more.
That millisecond death there on Tribe's side was the reason that ball was able to find it, because the body blocking would have stopped it. These heals are going to have to come in from Spen to keep Tom in the mix, and Drage as well, and they are doing just that. He might have to gadget there to get his own healing up in the process here, as again, you know, the range of AC Milan Clash now is a big problem, especially going into overtime. But even then, the map's so open already, it feels like we're already there. 30 seconds remain until that happens. Tom is now marked, goes in double stun. Support is there as well from Spen going in. The pass could be here from Drage to Spen, but no, Drage is going to try and run it, and that didn't really kind of avail to much in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, what a decision as well from the now to jump out of there to stay alive at the expense of his walls, and it did pay off in the end, as with overtime coming up, everything is going to be gone anyways. Drage, though, sneaking up on them, doesn't find that much value, ends up going down without finding a kill, and we have a couple of supers available for Clash. Are we going to see a charge shot? Where is it going? Tom is able to catch it. That's huge. The follow-up stun onto Lena, and he saves the day.
My word, I thought that was all over, and Tom was able to hold on, but this is not over yet. Yoshi going for the ball. Spence trying to stay alive. Will get the shots, but Guillen now with the ball. Tom can't go there. Oh, he tried though. I didn't think he'd even get that close, to be completely honest, but Clash move on to match point.
Oh my goodness, what a match so far. But yeah, Clash with another match point here. This is their chance to close things out. And Tribe, they were fighting so hard for this game, but honestly, I feel like the matchup was just not the best for them. I feel like they had some good ideas, but if you have Brock in the mix that can destroy this entire map, I just don't really see how you can work with that coming from Tribe, and I feel like they gotta switch out of it.
Yeah, I think the Brock pick, honestly, for Clash was working out so well, and just opening up everything and making it a long-range affair. Tom did really well, I've got to say, to do as well as he did, playing the Buzz. But yeah, Yoshi, there, doing his thing and getting a ton of value for his team. Again, if Tribe do concede this loss to Clash, they're going to have to get back to this same point in time in the next upcoming monthly finals to be able to qualify for the spot for Worlds. If they can win this game, then they've pretty much just got to qualify for the next monthly finals to earn their spot. So things are not in a bad place for them, but they would absolutely love to get these next consecutive game wins under their belt to make it through to today's grand final. If they go on to win that, then that will also change things as an ever-evolving situation. At the moment, though, Clash did very well, but I feel like at the moment there is a lot of support with Tribe. I can sense they've developed in this series between Clash as we've gone along and have grown in their confidence. Has that all been exacerbated, or is there still some fuel left in the tank?
I think there's still some hope, Art, for Tribe, but it's gonna be a heartbreaking game to lose. Let's see how it goes down as Clash have yet another match point, and Tribe are here to try to contest it and going for the same comp. Actually, we do have some changes on to Clash, going for the Leon and the Spike themselves. Gonna be interesting to see how that works out. The stun from Tom connects, is able to find that kill. Should be traded out, will be indeed, but at the expense of quite a bit of damage onto Lena as well.
Well, I do like this Spike pick. I mean, it can shut down Buzz. I think Tom will have to be very cautious to count the shots coming in. Guille and Viz now, and seeking Spen finds him. That's going to allow Drage to focus. That was a very good observation there. Spen taking a chance, and obviously good communication happening there, but Tribe are not out of the woods by any means. Still back in the deep part of their spawn there. Have to push forwards, and Yoshi just keeping Tom back, and is going to go down to the left-hand side now. That could be a dangerous pinch for Tribe if they're not careful. They're very clustered in this position, and Yoshi with that super is going to separate the ability for Spen to get these heals in.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're trying to herd them into a corner. Rage gets taken out. Guille doesn't have a super, so no real opportunity to get anywhere up close in that situation, at least not just yet, as so far we still have about a minute left on the clock. Spen gets stacked up quite a bit. The bounce back doesn't quite take him down. Tom going aggressive with the stun, gets the follow-up kill as well, but does get slowed down now as another super, but the heals are on point from Spen, and that's enough of an opening for them to move the ball. Thing is, with the healer out of the picture, Tom goes down, and we have some decent defensive decisions here from Clash as they try to hold on to until overtime.
Yeah, Clash are going to be looking to make their mark here and just buy out the clock into the next 30 seconds. Gear, though, running with the speed. No busy hill for him. He's going to go straight for the ball. Spen, no! Pass the ball to the wall. Gear's going to finish it. 25 seconds remain. And Tribe are going to be hoping on a miracle now to get a goal back in 20 seconds.
Yeah, they only have 20 seconds to make something happen. 15 now. As I finish my sentence, Storm trying to push forward. They have something to work with. Storm does go down. It's only Drage left alive. The ball is too far away. The team wipe is there anyways. And that's going to be Clash with the victory in the end. And Ark, we're going to see El Clasico once more.
Yeah, indeed. It is going to be Clash and SK Gaming in today's grand final. That deja vu moment. I've got to say, I'm a big advocate for smoke trails on Leon. Everyone tells me Invisi Hill, Invisi Hill, Invisi Hill. Go with that one. You can see why. The amount of ground that you're able to establish with that star power going such a long way, and it was just really well calculated by Clash. Again, I felt like moving up to that moment in time, they were just trying to position themselves in a way where going into overtime, it would give them the best chance for a bit of a sneak goal. It didn't even need to get to overtime. They were able to establish it early on, but it was very, very close. Gotta be said, Tribe did immensely well today, I feel.
Yeah, they definitely did. It was an amazing performance from them, and what a comeback as well. Just at the end of the road, we're not able to make things work, but it was that close, and I think that says a lot about their level of play right now, Tribe Gaming. No matter what, winning their quarterfinals match against a team like Totem as well, went a really long way. They're going to be securing a couple extra points, and that should secure their spot in the leaderboards. Not going to be enough to go to Worlds just yet, but will be increasing their chances considerably compared to the other teams that didn't quite perform that well today. And look at that play from Gay. That was just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a very hard thing when you're faced with a Leon with such aggressiveness to remain composed. But, honestly, Tribe had a slow start to the year. This is by far, in my opinion, their best performance to date. So all things considered, the way things have gone today, I think this is a pretty decent outcome when you look in the grand scheme of things. But again, Clash just were able to show, why they're so consistent in these monthly finals. And, they've appeared in every single one of them except for one. But we are going to see that same El Clasico once again. SK Gaming and AC Milan Clash are going to be going at it once more.
Yeah, it's the match that a lot of people look forward to every single month because we've seen it almost every single month. Two amazing teams. The stakes are not the highest, but if SK wins the finals, they lock their #1 spot in the region and will have the best seeding for Worlds as well. So that's still something that's on the line here for SK.
Well, this is a bit of the breakdown of the bracket from today. If you're just joining the stream, where have you been? SK Gaming had a flying way through today, honestly, beating Bunker Org and Mood. And, AC Milan Clash, as we just saw with the win over Tribe, probably the closest, well, no, the closest match today, no probably about it. I've got to say, Tribe did well to get through that game with Reply Totem. The next one down in terms of closeness, but it is going to be coming up SK Gaming versus AC Milan Clash once more.
Yeah, what a performance from both teams today. Didn't quite have the same way until the finals. I feel like Clash a little bit trickier with Tribe Gaming giving them a real run for their money. But a win is a win, and they're definitely going to be excited about going to those grand finals once more to face SK Gaming.
Well, I mean, Worlds is around the corner, Teddy. We still haven't found the trophy. This is the problem, but we have found someone who may be able to shed some light on someone that might know a bit more than we do.
The trophy, it's gone!
Maybe you should ask someone who wasn't at the party that night.
Our evil plan is working. She has followed her orders.
Want to know a secret? I know who stole it!
I guess you're here for a confession. Heck, I bet you've had me pegged as the trophy thief since episode 3. Had it figured out for a while, didn't ya? Wrong! Come on! If it was me, there wouldn't be a gold coin left in that safe. Indulge me. Yeah, hacking the security system? Genius. Plus, their kit was real high-tech. But that motor grease spill? Give me a break! Anyway, they must have really had a grudge. Glad she ain't my kid.
I gotta tell you, Ark, that semi-final was something to behold. I hope everyone watching right now, if you missed it, go back and watch it later because that was one heck of a match. Tribe performed admirably. The last thing they want now is a repeat of last year, Ark, where they just narrowly don't quite make World Finals. But for now, we're back here again. SK versus AC Milan Clash. The two big rivals of this region face off one more time. And I mean, Ark, this is what we're used to now, right?
It is. It does seem to be a familiar, situation, a bit of deja vu for sure. Prior to last month, it was SK Gaming that had that 4-win streak under their belt, but Clash did come in and tore that to shreds with a really convincing 3-0. So at this point in time, I don't know which way this is going to go. It did seem like last month it was Clash's turn to take the mantle, but I don't know. Either way, I cannot wait to see them go at it once more.
Still, while both of these teams have already qualified for World Finals, they're playing for prize money, they're playing for bragging rights, they are playing to show that they are the best in the region, and that is extremely important to these players. Should we take a look at the bracket and see how these teams got here today? One more time, obviously, Clash did just take out Tribe. Before that, SK took out Mood Gaming with a a much more one-sided 3-0. Bunkerog, Big, Reply Totem, Exo Free Agents have all fallen today to one team or another. And now the classic final 2 teams remain. Here are some highlights from the day so far. SK Gaming dominating Bunkerog. Although, if I remember rightly, Ark, there were some pretty close games in this match, but ultimately they were able to take it down. Clash taking out Exo Free Agents also wasn't really that close at all, as we saw Lenan dominating with Mortis.
Yeah, honestly, Clash in that last matchup were, they were on fire. But SK as well had a fantastic day as well, got to be said. Taking down Mood earlier, and then of course that Clash game versus Try that we just witnessed, very, very back and forth there. But it's that same story that we've seen all year long, with these 2 teams. They really have set the precedent for like the level of skill across the region, in my opinion, just so consistently making these grand finals. And as I tend to say, it tends to be what you have for breakfast, which can determine who's going to come out on top between these 2 teams. They are that close.
Is there a secret is there like a preferred breakfast? Is it a cereal? Is it maybe a fruit of some description? I'm just taking notes here.
I'm a big advocate for a big full English breakfast, Falcone. I like to have, a full belly going into my games. I feel like,
eggs,
all that energy.
Browns.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next time I'm competing in Brawl Stars against SK or Clash, then I'll be sure. Full English breakfast. But yes, SK, AC Milan Clash, you know these players very well by now. They know each other very well by now, and they are so used to facing off in the finals. We are going to kick things off with some Siege on Factory Rush. We got Heist and Gem Crab guaranteed coming up soon as well. But you know me, Ark. You know I love a little bit of Siege.
Yeah, it's a very back and forth mode. It's one that's, if you're able to get the high ground and hold it, then it's going to give you that advantage. Getting that first bolt, as I always say, a very, very important thing to consider here. And both teams will be valuing it very, very highly.
Absolutely. We've seen a few different strategies in Siege so far today. Again, we had the full-on close-range strategy with the Mortis and the Frank, etc. And we've had, obviously, some of the more typical strategies with Stu's, Maxes, and that kind of thing. I wonder what the players are going to greet us with here. Here are the bans! Brook, Amber by SK Gaming, Gene and Stu by AC Milan Clash. Amber, I don't believe we've seen banned yet today, and Gene we've seen banned a little bit, but Stu and Brock, pretty standard by now.
Yeah, Amber's a ban that we haven't seen that much today, like you rightly say. One that SK Gaming have been pretty consistent with banning in prior weeks, I've got to be honest. So not surprised necessarily to see that from them. And with Double Swoosh and Ring of Fire, Hot Potato, there's definitely some promise by banning that particular brawler there. The Gene is a pretty consistent ban for Clash. And, adding Stu to the mix, as they know that the SK Gaming are likely to want to play that and not ban it. So yeah. I think that these are bans that really reflect how well these 2 teams know each other.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Respect bans are certainly a thing, especially in with the Brawl Stars banning system, where when you ban a brawler, you're banning yourself from playing it as well. So really, the ideal scenario is you want to ban away the brawlers that you know that the other team are better at playing than you. Looks like Clash are the more popular team when it comes to you guys watching at home here. 64% versus 36% thinking that SK are going to win. SK have the better track record over time, but like you said, Ark, Clash have been doing pretty well recently, so I'm not too surprised to see this result.
Yeah, I mean, Clash, looks very good today. By all means, again, having looked at the result from last month, it would make sense that they're able to maintain it this time round, but you just never know when it's this close between the 2 teams. It genuinely can go either way. I wouldn't like to call it. I wouldn't like to be the chat right now, to be completely honest, but that is the result. 64% in favor of Clash.
You're in a worse position than chat, though, Ark, because you're here, they're watching you, and you're sat next to someone that's going to say, Ark, who do you think's going to win this?
Oh, man, you just go and done it to you. The question is, have Clash exacerbated all their energy in that matchup against Tribe? Yeah, I think Semantic, though, got to be said, going to the Mortis pick, has been in a very good place with that. I think Gear is going to have his work cut out on that right-hand side lane. It could come down to whoever wins it, in all honesty. Let's see as they go battling it out already, though. This left-hand side lanes have been taken care of by Skyrex and Jet, and that is going to be in favor of SK.
I'm loving the right-hand lane here, the battle of the Mortises, the Siege Mortises. hanging out on the right. SK are going to take the first siege, though. Big win for them. Can AC Milan Clash mount a good defense here? Bell with the trap and plenty of damage coming in. Guille wants to be attacking enemy brawlers, but there's no enemy brawlers around, so he's just going to try and slow down the bot.
The neck, though, 22% damage is not bad, in all honesty. Yeah, for a first bot, there's a nest egg pop there. Guille susceptible to going in. Dancing a little bit with Semantic, but Semantic's kind of low here, but Guille just able to time it perfectly, going in and cycling the super, but Scarx shuts the idea down. 4 bolts in favor then of SK. Has a decent amount to be able to get this next push, and that's all they really need to be able to confirm the bolts needed. But after that, Semantic getting those 2 there can come back full circle to even out the scoreline.
Yeah, that's a big win for Semantic, grabbing those bolts, and now the level 5 siege bot comes in. Level 5 still not too strong. You'd expect that AC Milan Clash can do a lot to defend this. Chaos spawns in there, gets that Rico damage in now, but the question is, who is going to win this final siege? AC Milan Clash certainly on the back foot, as Yoshi is just trying to survive there against Skyrix's assault in the center. Chaos also having to face up against Jeton. He's going to get some healing in with the bouncy castle. What is going on with these mortars? I can't keep up. Guille does manage to get the elimination, and now Clash have full control of the center.
That was honestly a really great retake from Clash, because I honestly felt like SK had a golden opportunity there to hold the control off the back of that push, but now the level 8 coming in, it's down to Clash to get this damage in, so they've got to stay alive and they've got to support each other for this push. But you know, the moment Scarx does not have the mark, now he does. He's marked the bot, but Semantical defense, that's going to be a tough call.
That was a fraction of a second of being one level up, that siege bot. I don't think it's going to do the damage. There's no brawlers to back it up. They're all dead. SK Gaming take the first game of Siege, 89% to 35. They were just able to deal with the enemy brawlers so efficiently. Again, like you said, Bell with the mark on the Siege bot just causes it to lose its health so fast. First win goes to SK Gaming.
Their call was great for defense. I mean, you know, Semantic did the right thing by not going at all on the bot side and just going straight for Chaos, who was low at the time there on the left-hand side. And the slowdown from Jeton, from the super, and just the follow-ups from Scarx. And every time he was shooting the bot, it was going to ricochet to EA and leave him all alone. Really great start for SK.
And that's exactly what Mortis is for in Siege, right? I mean, obviously, yeah, you grab the bolts. That's sort of its primary objective. But secondary objective is assisting on offense and defense by taking out brawlers. There's really little point in Mortis aiming for the Siege bot because it deals damage to it so slowly and dies so quickly. But the Mortises go around, they sneak around, they deal as much damage as they can to the sort of glass tanky brawlers and prevent them from attacking the Ike or attacking the Siege bot, and that's exactly what we saw there. A big win for SK Gaming, but still, it's only game 1. This match, plenty more time to go.
Yep, plenty of time still to go. I kind of wonder whether we might see any changes, but at the same time, I do like the comps that are being run. I've got to be honest. I mean, Bell is a much safer bet than Piper. You know, you can get maybe a bit more range and a bit more you know, power and bang for your buck with Piper, but at the same time, defensively, not a great call. Bell able to use that mark to shred down the bot. I like the Mortis for the aggression. I like the spike for the slowdown. You know, maybe some throwing to hand, maybe some Pam potentially, because that's not now banned in this series. You know, it could be some options to explore, but yeah, I think the field's going to keep the same idea. Sprout though coming out for Clash. I think that it's wise of Veskin to keep the same comp, in all honesty.
Well, yeah, okay. Clash have mixed up a bit. Chaos on the Bell. We've got Guille on the right. Still losing these fights to Semantic again. Semantic just winning these Mortis 1v1s over and over again. First the bolt, first the punch. And now SK Gaming do have the first Siege bot once more. This game seems to be history repeating itself.
Yeah, coming in defense, and they're gonna hop there. Let's see what happens. Yeah, no mark from Chaos, and that's gonna be a difficult thing. No switch from Yoshi either. So, in all fairness, like to be able to get as much damage as they are, that's actually pretty good going. 2%. It was, yeah, keeping SK back there is such an important thing because that could have been a much bigger amount of damage than we saw.
Guille loses again to Semantic in this 1v1 Mortis fight. It just looks like Semantic on Mortis outclasses Guille. And again, they're just dominating. They're just controlling the center. Semantic is so good at collecting the bolts. Are we going to see the same thing again? Yes, Guille loses again in the 1v1 against Semantic. I think this is like one of the main reasons that Clash are losing these battles. It's just because Guille cannot stand up.
Yeah, I felt like this was going back to our previous game when, when Tri banned Mortis, it could have been that Clash could have gone for that similar ban themselves. Just that little bit of damage is all that's needed now to get that lead. Yoshi placing down the wall, but it's just going to be bringing the bot back around. Clash needs to push back on this mid. They're going to have to leave the bot there to get the damage. They got to get these bolts. It's neck and neck at the moment. They can turn this around. But again, that last game, they didn't get that damage needed. But now Gear wins the left-hand side.
Oh!
And everyone for Clash is on their feet. That's a great turnout. They've got to get this push, but they've also got to make it count.
This is fantastic. Only 23% damage taken by SK Gaming. And now that means they Clash just need a reasonable final push, and they win this game.
Yeah, but I've got to be honest, Clash have got to make sure that they do a better job this time round. Chaos working together with Gear to mark Semantic, but Semantic is still in a dangerous spot. Spot's being shredded down a little bit, but Gear now coming from the left-hand side, and Chaos, can they get this damage? I think they can. No!
Oh, yes!
Just over the top! Oh!
The Sprout coming in at the last possible moment and planting those seed bombs. Wow, that was incredible.
I wasn't too convinced, but just in the nick of time. Yeah, but Clash are cutting it close. Gotta be honest, they are really cutting it fine here. That's going to be a really important victory for them. But they are definitely being made work for it. SK at the minute looks to be, for me, a bit more in control of these things.
Something's got to change here. Something has got to change for Clash still, because again, I don't want to sound like I'm being too hard on Gear here, but like these 1v1 Mortis fights, apart from the last time, every single time, Semantic won it. Semantic won the race to the bolt. Semantic won the fights over and over again, just outclassing Gear in these 1v1s. Clash cannot afford to keep having their Mortis just lose to the other Mortis over and over and over again. Something has to change.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough thing. I mean, they've got the buzz on the cards potentially. That wasn't a banned brawler, but with that is going to come a big struggle, I feel, to really assert your authority. Very little that you can do with the Mortis not being banned in this instance is in such a great place. It's kind of be rude not to play it. I feel like, honestly, SK have got a decent comp. I like the idea of having the spike for the defense and Bell for mid. For me, it's kind of like a must here. I'm not really sure what much you can really change, to be completely honest. The Sprout did work out well, but that's, again, a brawler which Yoshi's very accomplished with and very comfortable playing. So, yeah, that's going to be exactly what's going to happen again. SK is going to stay firm with this and just try to play it a little bit more strategically. Gear does win the right-hand side lane.
Gear does win the right-hand lane, but Semantic did get to the bolt first again, and Gear does end up falling before banking anything. But, hey, that is an improvement at least. Chaos is doing a pretty good job of keeping Skyrix back. Skyrix is going to grab that bolt, and now, it's a tied siege. Interesting.
Yeah, that could go for or against both teams, to be fair. It really depends on what happens in this next push. And I feel like, honestly, SK can get the lead here, but then just play it slow to ensure that they save some momentum. Or they're just going to try and get every single bolt and deny Clash as much as possible. Yeah.
Gear's doing a pretty good job.
To do that.
Gear's doing a pretty good job at collecting those bolts on the right side. So, they've got something towards the next siege if it comes to that. But that is a big if at the moment. A Semantic gets yet another elimination on Gear. 12 seconds remaining. That's a level 10. That's level 11, 12, 13. A level 13 siege bot coming in. And Chaos does have super ready. So they can potentially put on a pretty good defense here. Sprout also, Yoshi also has super ready.
Yeah, there could be some defensive capabilities coming in.
Oh, Semantic
Don't
locked
mark
it!
the moment. Yeah, but look at that. That wall's going to go down again. Yoshi is going to have to go straight to the mid here aggressively, but no one's there for the push from SK. And this could be defended pretty well, to be fair, by Clash. Damage raining down now, but in hindsight, at level 15 to only inflict 29% damage ain't that bad.
True, but SK Gaming still have control of the mid. There's no saying that AC Milan Clash are even going to win this siege. Guille does what he can, grabs that bot and gets out of there before Jeton can get the elimination. Semantic snatches that one from the center. 7 seconds to go. It's 6-4, 6-5, 6-6, 6-7. Yes! SK Gaming win the third siege, and that is going to lock this down. SK Gaming take the first step.
Yeah, that's exactly the start that SK were hoping for. I felt like they were consistent with the comp and just try to refine it along the way. And I feel like it was the way to go. I got to be honest. I didn't feel like they needed to change it often. It's a good thing to keep mixing things up, and I actually kind of prefer that. But in that instance, I don't think they needed to at all. They played it perfectly and just tried to make sure that they were hitting more shots, having more accuracy, and communicating a little bit better. So I think they deserved that first set in all honesty.
No 3-0s from Clash in the finals this time, Ark, as SK Gaming are going to take set number 1. Clash starting on the back foot, but again, plenty of time to go. Yeah, I never want to judge how a whole match is going to go based on the Siege set, Like, Siege can always be a little bit of an oddball.
Yeah, it's a very difficult thing to get the balance, and again, when there's a tied round, it's really, really challenging to know whether that's going to go in your favor or not, and whether you should be leaving some bolts to save for the next round or kind of going all in. It can be very unpredictable. It's one of the reasons why the community did vote to be taken away from Power League, just because of that unpredictability factor. Again, these are the best teams in the world. They are always practicing, so they're not necessarily the ones that struggle that much with the mode. But it can be a very, very difficult one to get that mid control, but to also make those pushes count.
Yeah. It's so many different weird little factors that go into Siege, but ultimately it is going to go to SK Gaming, and we are going to move on to set number 2. There is still a long way to go for these teams, and Clash still have a lot of fight to show. It's going to be Heist on Hot Potato up next. We've seen Hot Potato a few times today, and I believe it's always so far today resulted in being a very open experience where ranged brawlers are supreme. Is that what you kind of expect to keep happening, Ark, or do you think there's other strategies we might see?
I think we're definitely shifting away a little bit now from the Rico mids. We've definitely seen a bit of an uprising of the Edgars today, I think it's fair to say. I still think that Rico could come out on both sides, in fact. But definitely, iChaos loves playing Rico. It has done for prior to the times that Rico had that buff. Jetson as well, we've seen him playing it already today, but just look out for those Edgar picks. If they do, there's going to be one for Skyrex, and it's not going to be SK doubling down with both the Rico and the Edgar. So Piper for Clash and Ruffs, which we don't tend to see that often at the moment, but definitely can be a problem. It's going to be running as well air superiority, I believe, to be able to break a lot of these walls too. So watch that. The right side goes down there. So Jetson is going to have less of an ability to control this the more of those supers that come down.
100 to 70 already. Great start from SK Gaming, regardless of position on the map. I mean, SK Gaming do have control of the center. Gie so low on a health. Chaos, Marks, like everything seems to be going wrong for them. And look at Skyrex jumping in with the Edgar and going, I mean, I don't want to say uncontested because there weren't any brawlers there, but he wasn't touched for such a long time.
Yeah, Clash is struggling. I don't really necessarily prefer Piper here, but with that break at the mid, that will help Gie substantially. We'll have to see whether they can evade this damage. Again, Skyrex going in, he can just jump on Gie anytime he wants to. Chaos, therefore, has to come back on defensive to be able to be ready for that. At the moment, these rough sandbags as well are causing a bit of a problem for Jetson, but if SK can just keep their positioning like they are, I feel like this is going in their favor, really.
Yeah, SK are here again with another push. Gie only just spawned and has already been marked and is looking very weak. They do get the elimination on Jetson, though. Health is being restored, and yes, Semantic goes down as well. This is a pretty good push from AC Milan Clash. Skyrex on the left could cause some issues. Battle is going to see to that quite quickly, though. And if they can play this slow, steady, and carefully, this could be some damage coming in from AC Milan Clash.
Gie's marked as well, so that's going to come back around to be a troublesome thing. Skyrex is going to be looking to jump here to keep this pressure back where it needs to belong. With 25 seconds remaining, either way you look at it, there's not much time for Clash to make a response. That miss super there from Jetson could prove costly. Yoshi just hanging on here, the damage going down, but if you look on that right-hand side, Jetson trying to bring back some damage of his own to bring him back to the way that Clash are dealing with the situation. It's going to be close either way you look at it.
Yeah, Clash need to move now, but they've got to deal with Jetson and Skyrex! Both all over the safe. This is a base race, but I don't think it's going to be good enough from AC Milan Clash. It was reasonably close, but SK Gaming got the damage in that they needed. The first game goes to SK, and I've got to say, Ark, for Clash, things are looking worse and worse.
I didn't feel the Piper pick. I feel like it's a risky one now, especially with the way that Edgar's having a bit more of a place. Bell is definitely the safer bet. At least you can kind of like slap down the auto aim on the super to mark that particular player and give them a tougher time. And if you're going to go down, you can try to ensure that you're around a nest egg or something along those lines to deter the Edgar. But dangerous, costly maneuver for Clash. It didn't pay off. And then SK had the better comp for me and just kind of were able to show why they could utilize it better. And one game away now from taking the second set.
Yeah, I mean, and from that it just snowballs all the way, doesn't it? Clash know that they're capable of beating SK Gaming. They're going to need to switch something up. There were some good potential pushes in that last game. Like, there were some good moments where it looked like Clash's approach was very slow and steady, moving as a team, trying to get into position, whereas it just seemed that SK Gaming were better at slipping through those cracks in the armor, Every time there was an opportunity for Edgar to slide on through the grass, he was there, he was doing it. And that's not what Clash want to see.
I think Clash have got to kind of match the similar idea, to be completely honest. It's going to be a troublesome thing to keep running Piper. If SK are going to continue that same idea with the Edgar, I like the fact that they're running the Rico. I've seen SK time and time again dominate in a hot potato by remaining true to that brawler pick, but also considering the fact that if there is a counter to it coming into play, how are we going to deal with that? What brawlers are we going to have to focus with the Rico, but also cater around its weaknesses also. I didn't really see what option AC Milan Clash have already got here, to be completely honest. They're going to have to think through how they approach this. I don't think playing Piper is the right move.
No, well, I mean, Piper on Heist obviously has a very, very specific goal, which is just trying to deal with the enemy brawlers as they come in, but Clash is going to go Piper again. We've got Bell, Edgar, Rico up against Griff, Piper and Bell for AC Milan Clash. We'll see how the Griff can perform, but at the moment, Yoshi is just falling down.
Well, I mean, let's see how it goes. I'm not overly convinced, but if Clash can remain a bit more in control of this push, and really get SK locked back in the spawn, maybe they can make this work. Griff is an interesting idea. I don't know. I'll be honest, I feel like SK has still got the better comp, despite the attempts of Clash here to break open all of this map. They haven't really had a chance to get out of the spawn yet. They've broken a lot of the map, but no damage done for SK. They are continuing to attack the Clash state.
Yeah, Skyrix comes in, Bell, Chaos falls down. Yoshi is able to find the elimination on Skyrix, gets nice and close to Rico. Rico goes down as well. Okay, Ark, this could be the moment for AC Milan Clash. Like you said, they've opened the map, so technically they kind of have the advantage when it comes to where their comp is at the moment. They've had to build that advantage over time. Was it too little, too late? Wow, I mean, look at this. The percentage-wise, Clash are catching up.
They are catching him a little bit. Chaos now able to get, well, trying to find Skyrex at least, and not enough time to do so. Just got 3 versus 1 in the end. The piggy bank goes down. That's going to break him on the right-hand side here. And Clash really are going with this entirely long-ranged approach. And let's see what happens. Gave us some good snipes. If he continues that up, then they might be able to gain control of this mid. SK are putting up a decent fight, though. It's got to be said. Only 4% in it now. SK hanging on for the most part now. But can they keep it up?
Again, we've seen this in Heist before, Ark. It only takes one good push to completely flip the tide of this battle. Symantec and Guille both fall down. Yoshi is so low on health, and Skyrix is ready to jump. This is bad news for Clash, who, by the way, still need to deal 4% damage, and they need to deal it fast. 22 seconds remaining of this game. There goes the grass. So that's essentially the final bit of opening up the map AC Milan Clash needed to do, but Skyrix is pushing the save. No! Clash! It's all falling apart.
Yeah, that was a bit of a drop of the ball now, and SK are going to punish for it. Yeah, everyone from Clash is there's nothing they can do. The time is completely up, and that's what happens in Heist. Those final moments can prove so costly. And again, Piper on defense, it's going to prove a really difficult thing when under that kind of pressurized circumstance. So they had to really keep that mid control to keep the flow of the game going, really.
Yeah, I mean, again, you could see what Clash were trying to do there, opening up the map for their long-range brawlers, and bit by bit, they were doing it. It's one of those games, Ark, where I feel like, imagine like Fairy Tale Land, where a game of Brawl Stars was twice as long, and the safes had twice as much health. maybe, given that extra time, maybe AC Milan Clash would have won that because the map advantage, you know, they would have had time to capitalize on that. But unfortunately, that was not the case here.
SK continue to assert their dominance, and again, as they continue to go from strength to strength, is Clash going to be able to respond to this? They haven't got... They just don't look to me to be as refined as they looked like last month, in all honesty, in this particular series, in this particular matchup. I like the comps more so from what I'm seeing with SK. A few risks on the side of Clash, which sometimes can pay off, but I'm just not so convinced at the moment. Going to Double Swoosh, I really hope they got something in their back pocket to pull out here, because SK are looking so good for me, and are the likelier team to take it this month if things keep going like this.
Well, yes, absolutely. They are ahead. You guys at home voted. You said that you thought that Clash were more likely to win. Well, so far, it looks like potentially you guys were wrong. And you know what? I would have said the same thing. I'm going to put myself on the line here. I'm going to say that I actually thought that Clash were going to have the upper hand as well, Ark. But so far, not so good. But still, gem grab, double swoosh, still plenty of time if Clash can to pull back from this. After this, there'd be Hot Zone, Ring of Fire. After that, there'd be Bounty on Shooting Star. So, you know what, Ark, as far as like best out of fives go, I feel like this is one that does have the potential of going all the way.
It could. If that's going to be the case, then Clash are going to have to really, hit home with a comp that SK are not thinking. Still, the chat are siding with Clash. Many of the chat then cheering for them. 64% in favor of Clash to 36% of SK. But at the moment, I'm just going to be that guy that goes out there and says that I don't think that that's reflective of what we've been seeing so far. It's great the support is there, but if that's going to be the thing which is going to determine Clash going all the way,
I'm with you.
There's always one.
Love to cheer on an underdog, Ark. Love to cheer on an underdog. Whoever's behind in a game, that's who I want to cheer on. So let's see if Clash can begin their comeback now. We've got Mortis, Pam, and Bell up against Byron, Sprout, and Bell. So two pretty different comps here. Semantic really liking the Mortis today.
I'll be honest, the bans really are mostly going to impact this particular matchup. We have Brock and Amber, Jean and Stu. Jean's great mid. Amber's a fantastic bro to get rid of the load of this bush. Brock to break open those bushes and those walls in their entirety. This is why we're seeing a lot of changing up the Pam mid and the Sprout mid. Personally, I prefer a Sandy mid, but let's see. At the moment, this could be the moment for Clash to turn us around. They got more gems at the moment, and Semantic, though, will be looking to go on the hunt soon, and that's a dangerous thing for iChaos when you think about it.
It is indeed. So Chaos is going to have to try and stay protected, keep his teammates nearby. Semantic is getting very close, and here he is, as you said, Ark. Chaos, see when he gets to stay alive. The Byron helping out as well. And look, Chaos' health still pretty high, and there goes Semantic. That attack was unsuccessful. In fact, Clash are still looking okay. Jeton obviously holding on to those 5 gems as well. It's not completely one-sided, but it is going to be Chaos holding the center at the moment.
Chaos is very smart. They're holding on to that Garden Mulcher, which came into full effect, and then Clash were all ready for that onslaught. Sprout is so susceptible to Mortis. That nest egg popped by Jeton. They're not going to do the worst of things. The shots will stop ricocheting now, but yeah, now Semantic has played up this left-hand side lane. It's going to mean that, honestly, Clash can't get this gem spawning in from the mid. They've got to be very much aware that Semantic is lurking there waiting. It's the chance for SK to catch up in terms of the bolts, but they can't allow a single one. Down there goes their Semantic. Oh, no, Semantic, sorry. Down there goes Jeton. Skyrex taking shots as well.
Oh my gosh! Oh, Semantic is just trying to defend these gems without grabbing them. EA and Semantic both go down. It's 9 gems apiece. Jeton back in position, and now the countdown starts. But it looks like Chaos might actually tie up the gem count. Yeah.
See what happens here. Clash with the snatch. That's going to be evening things out. Semantic's got to stay in this position here and taking down Brody. Overextending a little bit too much there for my liking. Jeton juking these shots wondrously so, but it's got to stay in position. SK cannot afford to lose this mid control right now. Down goes Skyrex. Yeah, okay. And that's bad news. Clash going to reset.
And now it is going to be Chaos grabbing gem number 12, and their countdown begins. Can Chaos stay in the center for long enough to grab another gem? Obviously, he's marked, which isn't ideal. He's going to grab gem 13. Jeton falls down. It looks like AC Milan Clash finally are going to find a win against SK Gaming. Ignore my long pause there as I held my breath just as the Mortis was attacking, but it wasn't gonna work out that way. AC Milan Clash take their first win, and this could be the beginning of a comeback. If I remember rightly, in the previous semifinals, didn't Tribe get their first win in set 3 and then start to make a comeback? They almost had a reverse sweep. Maybe this time there will be a reverse sweep.
Chaos was so small that game, honestly. It's a dangerous and scary thing when you're playing a Sprout to see someone, not just someone playing Mortis, but to see Semantic playing Mortis. So to make sure that he was resourceful and reserving those gadgets and those supers for the right times, you can see at the end just how important it was, and that 1,500% HP just remaining. But you know, when it came down to that fight for the mid, I felt like SK were for the most part struggling to keep up. Clash looked a little bit calmer and looked to be a bit more in control in those final moments. So this could be a chance for them to get a set back, to start to put the heat back onto SK.
Yeah, I mean, that was a well-played game, like you said. I want to like double down on what you said about Chaos and how smart he played. It felt to me like Chaos was walking a bit of a tightrope, especially as he spent the majority of the game marked by the enemy Bell. Obviously, that means if he does go down, he goes down very, very quickly. So just revealing himself when he had to grab the gems, backing away whilst using the wall as cover, obviously to use Sprout's regular attack. Very smart indeed. We'll have to see if that continues into the next game, or if SK Gaming can get themselves into match point position. Everything to play for these teams here. And again, yes, I know they've both already qualified for World Finals, but they are competing for money. They're competing for bragging rights. And when you're a pro player, those bragging rights are pretty important.
And the number 1 seed, if SK win this matchup, they'll obtain that and be able to secure and lock it in. So massively important. You want to make sure that you've got everything going for you going into the World Finals. It's going to be an amazing finale. I have absolutely no doubt about that. Let's see if Clash can start to regain some control. Poker mid, I don't know for me whether that's my go-to. Skyrex actually did pop a gadget, didn't connect with anyone, didn't keep him in the mix either. So I've got my money on Clash in this game, I'll be honest. Without the Mortis, which again, I did feel like SK would shift away from, in all honesty. Just simply because it will allow them to experiment with other ideas. Going with these heals, I just don't know whether this is the comp for me. I think Clash might have this.
Skyrex just about staying alive for a long time there, but is going to fall eventually. And yeah, like you said, this is a really strong start for Clash. Chaos pretty much uncontested here. Yoshi and Gear doing a fantastic job of backing him up. And Jeton actually taking a lot of damage just from the Byron. Look at that. Jeton struggling on the left. Skyrex can come in and get those heals in, but it's not working out, is it?
Not working out at all, yeah. I mean, this game is pretty close to a Clash countdown. And they don't look like they're really struggling that much against the idea of it. SK not really pushing as a team. Skyrex trying to heal Jeton's just going to show where Jeton is and his positioning here. And look at that. Yeah, not a single look in. Clash just making this one look so easy. And they are going to bring back a set here. I don't see what Skyrex is going to do all alone with 3 seconds remaining as a Pogo. So, yeah, we are moving past Gem Grab and Clash are fighting on.
That was some beautifully well-played gem grab from Clash in both games. Obviously, the first game was a lot closer. We really highlighted Chaos. But in that second game, Clash just walked all over SK. This was like the inverse of what we'd seen earlier on today. And now it looks like Clash might have their mojo back. These next couple of sets could be interesting, Ark.
Yeah, quite possibly so. I mean, the game I felt catered a little bit more towards the comms that Clash are, more competent with and more, sort of feeling more at home with. Just that moment there, I've got to say that, if Semantic was able to get to that moment, whether that would have, well, it definitely would have at least reset the countdown, but whether that would have prevailed to a win, I'm not too sure. But the mistake here was really, for me, when you're running the Poker and the Palm idea, I just felt like it wasn't really going to serve to much, and it requires so much coordination to really make work. I felt like there were better options there for me. Spike on the lane would have been great. Tara we haven't seen much of, maybe because Spike is coming back a little bit in terms of the meta, but there's definitely options, and I wouldn't have gone as Poker being my go-to be completely honest.
No, it's definitely a composition that didn't quite work out. Obviously, it was nice to see a little bit of healing coming into the Pam occasionally, but that wasn't game-winning. That was just you know, it was just kind of stalling. It didn't really get them anywhere. We'll see how SK Gaming mix things up as we move on to our next set, which is going to be Hot Zone on Ring of Fire. I expect that we'll see dramatically different compositions here.
Yeah, for sure. I would be very surprised if we don't see Leon. You know, we haven't really seen anyone evading that pick for most of today, except actually I think Clash didn't go Leon when they faced off against Tribe. It was Tribe that were, you know, still going to continue on with that pick, and Clash evaded it and went strong with the Byron. I think they'll probably do the same thing here again. But you know, SK playing Mortis, enjoying that pick as well. Could go in with that idea. Pam for the mid. I still like to see a Pam combined with the 8-bit, but we haven't really seen much of that today. Maybe we'll see it coming in and creeping in a little bit in this matchup now. But either way, you know, Clash are starting to build some traction. They started to stop pushing the kind of more risky comps that we were seeing in Heist and Siege earlier on, and now focusing a little bit with things that are more at home with them.
Yep. Hopefully that will continue to work out for them. Again, Ark, not gonna lie, I'm cheering on Clash purely because they're the underdog, and I think it's fun in the finals to cheer on an underdog and hope for the reverse sweep and hope for the match to be as close as it could possibly get. But SK Gaming certainly did show that they were dominating earlier on today. We'll see if that continues, as now we move on into set 4. It's Hot Zone. We got Bell, Piper, and Sprout up against Bell, Crow, and Byron. Crow coming out again. Very interesting comp from AC Milan Clash.
I feel honestly like the Byron pick here is gonna start to overwhelm SK if they're not careful. So much value in you know, Chaos going down though. This is the chance for SK to retake this mid. Scarix should win lane here on the left hand side, does so indeed. So, but no one is standing in the zone for SK. I mean, they're trying to focus on breaking the left early on to be able to give Semantic and Scarix more to do on that left hand side to deter GA. But yeah, costly decision. I wonder how that will go for them.
Yeah, that was really interesting that they almost got a team wipe. Still, it was AC Milan Clash that ended up on top there. Semantic getting some great hits in Chaos. Exceptionally weak. He's trying to stay alive, but being marked and low on health. It's not making that easy. Yoshi goes down, and now SK Gaming are capitalizing on opening up that map. Semantic getting so much damage in. Yoshi just can't out-heal that.
No, exactly. I mean, he's doing his best. He pops the gadget there as well to stay alive, just about doing so, but not until Semantic gets that pop. So again, you know, SK are really good with their strategy. This was very intentional for them. They had a plan, and they are sticking to that plan. It does seem to be working. They are able to deter Clash from contesting this mid, and with a Byron, that's honestly no easy feat. I've got to say, if they continue this up, I will eat my words. Honestly, I felt the Byron here was going to be superior, but this is working.
Semantic is just so accurate on the Piper. It feels like we've seen the best of both worlds from Semantic today. We've seen him dominating on Mortis, and now we see him dominating at range. Is there anything that man can't do?
He is very, very versatile as a player. I honestly, I've got to say that even on the Rico that he's been kind of giving her a little bit to Jetson recently, and the Stu picks, he's very, very good with these very aggressive brawlers, but how are they going to overthrow this situation now? Clash are bringing back this deficit at a very good time to do so. SK have got to really start to nail a lot of these shots to regain this lead. The longer that they leave AC Milan Clash in the mid, the harder this match is going to be for them.
Yeah, Chaos is doing his best to just stay in and get as many points as possible. Now Crow doing the same thing, but they both got eliminated in doing so, which could be a huge problem, as Semantic is now free to enter the zone, backed up by Jeton and Skyrix. Only 3% in it. SK Gaming are now ahead. Clash need to do something.
Honestly, there are not many teams in the world which can deter a team with all three players in control as quickly as this. SK have done phenomenally well in this game, and surely now have got enough of a lead to maintain it for the final 10 seconds. I did not think that was going to be a turnaround, but a turnaround it was. Match point then for SK Gaming.
Not the position that Clash want to be in at all. It all comes down to this next game. Clash need to win 2 in a row, even just to tie things up. SK Gaming must be feeling very confident right about now.
I mean, they looked very comfortable. They looked very confident. You know, again, I always say Piper's a bit of a risk, you know, on this particular map in Hot Zone. I I've got to say, they made it work. Ring of Fire can be very, very punishing for Pipers, you know, especially when you got Leon so ripe in terms of the meta. You know, that is a brawler in particular which can just go gunning for you. I wouldn't be surprised if Clash actually consider that option if you know, they are to run into it yet again. They didn't do so earlier on, so maybe they're not really a fan of the Leon pick here. But Semantic, you know, the 6 kills to the 1 death only. No, he's feeling pretty good about the situation. SK looks in control. Even when Clash were able to turn things around and have all their bodies in the mid, they stay calm and collected, and you could just see them picking off one by one to regain control. It was honestly to be marveled at.
I feel like Semantic has really shone in this Grand Finals series, but here we go. Yoshi now in control with Poco. We got Guille once again on Mortis, already falling down, but still Poco getting a lot of those points and staying alive in the meantime.
It's going to be interesting to see how, Chaos fares on this left-hand side. Guille going on the more aggressive side, obviously with a... Yeah, well, Jetson's able to tag him up. Obviously now Jetson's going to be looking to, you know, keep everything at bay with the slowing toxin there. With a jump from Semantic on the left-hand side, Guille's going to have little to really maneuver. Look at the support there. Semantic just turning around and sniping him off. He's not actually going to stay away from the mid. I think it's the right call right now. They don't really have to break the left. If they can get opportunities, I'm sure they will. But right now, they just want to seal the deal now.
Feels like at the moment, just SK Gaming are just tearing AC Milan Clash apart this game. But still, plenty of time left to go. Guille is going to get taken out by Semantic at close range. That can't feel good.
Yoshi's a walking, sitting duck there as well. Semantic is still fixated on this IKL situation on the right-hand side. In the meantime, Clash are starting to gain a bit of momentum. That lane, it's where Piper's a big risk, because how is Semantic going to be able to contribute much? He might be able to get a few shots here and there, but he's really going to rely on his teammates to push back here.
Yeah, just about stays alive thanks to the Poco. No, Poco goes down. Where AC Milan Clash did get the lead, they've now lost control of the center. There's still a long time left, but that was a fantastic super from Chaos. Wow! 2 brawlers eliminated, 3 brawlers eliminated. SK go down, and AC Milan Clash have control. This could be all they needed to get on top here. Chaos comes in with another super. This time is going to miss, but look at this. 13% to go. 10% to go, Ark.
Yeah, I think Clash have got this now. It's really difficult with that Piper pick to come back now. Hanging on. Is it going to be enough? We'll find out in the next game. I mean, I don't know which way this is going to go, in all honesty. I thought it was SK, then now Clash able to hang on, you know, with a Poco as well. Like,
I don't really know what
I can't call
there,
this.
Ark. That game really looked like it belonged to SK Gaming, but that super that we just saw there a few moments ago, followed by Guille dashing in when he did, that team wipe, that was the moment, at least for me, that really turned things around for AC Milan Clash.
62% damage. 62 for Chaos. What a amazing contribution in that respect. I mean, obviously, you know, Guille on the Mortis can't necessarily be always bringing in the team damage, so you know, it's part of that aggressive nature of the brawler, but you got to time your timings. I don't know how this is going to go. I mean, I liked the adaptation from Clash. I was surprised to see the Poco working out as well as it did. Going with the Rico, I think that the comps now are really going to be, you know, things to consider. And look at the scoreline in the chat as well. It's closing. That gap is closing. I think that it's a bit more support being right now for SK. I'm sure Clash had more than 59% of the votes earlier on today.
What was it? It was
65.
60, 65, 66 or something like that.
Maybe.
Yeah, you're right. So look at that. SK. Yeah, chat.
You'd hope so. It's match point in their favor.
Chat, are you flip-flopping? Are you flip-flopping? Is that what's happening here? Stick by your guns, chat. Trust me. Stick by your guns.
You still want that reverse sweep, don't you? You still want it to go to the 50 final. I mean, I would like it to go to the 50 final.
I want to at least get to set 5, Ark. I want to at least get to set 5 and see what happens. So I'd like to see Clash win this one so that it really goes down to the wire. We all want our finals to go to the final set, don't we? Don't we?
I mean, close games is all I really care about. Yeah, exactly that. I feel like, you know, if there's a more exciting fifth and final set between two teams, let me know for a grand final, because we don't tend to see many other teams in a grand final. We've seen extra free agents, but pretty much, that was the only deviation all year long. So and I'm going to look back in a minute just to kind of see what the scorelines have been. I think they've been pretty consistently 3-0s and 3-1s between SK and Clash. I think this may be coming into what could be the closest grand final between these two teams. Time will tell, but Leon for SK, that's going to be a troublesome thing if you're Piper for Clash.
Yeah. That is going to be tricky to deal with indeed. Lots of pot shots going to be required. At the moment it's 0-0, but Skyrex is going to step in to the zone while taking out Yoshi on the Edgar. Semantic also got good control of the mid. What is going on? Clash falling far behind already.
Yeah, looking back, it was always 3-1s until obviously, Clash was that 3-0 last month. The only 3-2 was SK Gaming versus XO Free Agents. So between these two teams, if Clash can continue this kind of performance and get through Hot Zone, this will confirm it as being the closest grand final between SK Gaming and AC Milan. Clash again, that #1 seed, so close to SK Gaming's grasp. Jetson pops the net stack and IKS capitalizes now. Pops one down in his own left-hand side as well. Much closer scoreline, but again, if that Leon can just close the gap onto Gie with the super net that Justin has, it's a prospect, it's a possibility. Can that happen? And can SK gain back some control here?
Yoshi able to pop up nicely and get that elimination. Jeton goes down as well. Wow, Clash, a weak start, but they find themselves ahead now. Skyrex and Chaos facing off. Piper able to jump away from that attack, and Yoshi trading with Skyrex. Clash are doing a pretty good job of keeping the center area locked down. They need to deal with Jeton, which they now have. And once again, Clash back in control.
Yeah, the crow pick here for me is going to be a really important thing to time in with Skyrex with those slowing toxins to make sure that they land those shots. Gie was already very much aware and savvy to it, jumping away there. Yoshi as well, looking to make an opportunity happen there, going in on Jetson, pops his gadget as well for the additional shield. Honestly, Clash right now are looking so good, going from strength to strength. Yoshi though, Skyrex hanging on. My word, Skyrex hang on for a while there.
Yeah, I mean, now SK Gaming have control. This really could still go either way, Ark. If SK Gaming can hold on to the zone for just a little longer. Yoshi finds the elimination on Jeton, though. Yoshi goes down, Chaos goes down. SK in control again. 25% remaining.
Clash can just jump on this zone though, surely, but at the moment, as time has taken less of an opportunity to do so, this could be SK Gaming winning and bringing this one back, and I didn't feel it's going to be possible, but now surely it is going to happen with that takedown. SK Gaming are going to take it, and they secure themselves the #1 seed for EMEA.
A huge congratulations to SK Gaming. Semantic, Skyrex, and Jeton played out of their minds in this finals today. And commiserations to AC Milan Clash, who really looked like they were fighting for that comeback. But ultimately, it wasn't meant to be, as we just add this finals to the list of many 3-1 finals that we've had over the last few months. But darn, what a match that was.
I went and jinxed it. I mean, typical of Ark fashion to do so. I literally went and jinxed it. We almost went to the big final set for like the first time this year, except for June when it was SK Gaming versus XO Free Agents. I mean, yeah, typical Ark fashion, let's be honest.
Classic Ark. Well, at least I'm not being blamed for jinxing anything, so that's absolutely fine. We're of course going to look at some of the best moments in that match, and there were many. Do you know what? I forgot that Siege was even part of that match. It was such a long time ago, but in Siege, SK Gaming were able to dominate. And again, a large part of that was Semantic just playing so well on the mortars.
Yeah, I mean, that was a brawler which he absolutely thrived in and was, genuinely, outplaying Gie a lot of that time. That was that clutch moment, which I almost didn't see Yoshi creeping up there. It was a very close one to call that even if he was in that position, he'd be able to get the damage needed. But yeah, Heist was very much one which SK did thrive in. Also, Jetson getting that massive amount of value with that Rico pick. And these were the riskier comps that Clash played, which didn't tend to pay off. When they started to play things a little bit more to their liking, they did go their way. I was honestly really surprised as well to see SK just bringing it back in that hot zone game, because I felt that Clash had done enough, in all honesty.
Yeah, I mean, Clash certainly played very well. I mean, there's no denying that these are the two top teams in the region. Obviously, they've both qualified. But Ark, you said earlier, SK Gaming have secured the top seed. Is that true? Is there no way for Clash to catch up with them now?
That was word from production.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I thought that maybe if Clash had come first, that they would actually confirm the number one seed. So I wanted to double check on this. No, if SK win this, they will secure the number one seed. But if Clash win, then that would not be the case. So okay. I believe that, SK Gaming now have locked that one in.
Well, that is fantastic for them. A huge achievement. The prize money, the bragging rights, and also that tiny, the seed doesn't necessarily mean that much, but a tiny little advantage. Nice little bit of setup for World Finals later on. A huge accomplishment for them. And there was Hot Zone. And here are some stats. There's Semantic. Now, I've been talking up Semantic a lot over the last 20 or 30 minutes. I'm going to be having a little chat with Semantic very soon, which I'm really looking forward to. But what a great player, Ark.
Yeah, honestly, as we mentioned earlier, so versatile in the brawls, which is able to take on a lot of the kind of really speedy brawlers that are right there up in your face, the Mortises, the Stews, also the Ricos, but again, giving the mantle a little bit over to Jetson on that side. But he can just play anything so well. Piper, long range, short range, he's got it all.
He does seem to. I'm going to have to pick his brain about that, because that is a wide array of talents that man has there for sure. But no, honestly, a fantastic team, a fantastic performance, and just another huge congratulations to them. Now, speaking of congratulating them, I'm going to get the chance to do that in person now, as I believe we have Semantic on the line and ready to have a little chat with me. Semantic, are you there? I can hear you. Hey, Semantic. Firstly, congratulations. That was an incredible win, incredible finals.
Thank you.
Well done. Now, I want to specifically say, because I've been throughout the finals, I was complimenting your Mortis play and then complimenting your range play. Like, is there anything you can't do?
I'm missing a bit of my dynamic skins right now, but I think I'm going to get them back, and maybe we'll play them in the next monthly final. Pretty sure.
Okay. Talk to me about Mortis, because Mortis seems to just be getting stronger and stronger and stronger, and you were just popping off with Mortis, especially in Siege. What are your thoughts on that brawler right now?
He got recently buffed, as everyone knows. He has his second star power as his passive now. It's still incredibly strong. And so people start playing his first star power. So it's like a old Mortis with combined both star powers, which is super insane, because Mortis was good back then as well. Like, you just needed the right matchup and he was good. But now he's even good against brawlers like Bell, or even more tanky like Pam once he heals up or something, which makes him incredibly strong if you just know how to play him right.
But I noticed in those games of Siege, you and Guille were up against each other as the Mortises quite a few times, and you seemed to be winning a lot of those 1v1 fights. Is there any secret there? Like, what was going on?
A bit of luck, obviously, because when I got that third ball, it's depending on the tick rate of the server when you are there, who's closest to the ball and who's getting it then. On the first game, it was actually really lucky for my side that I got that ball. But I think one more important thing that was also what Gia, I don't think he did, was for first ball, you can actually dash before the game actually starts, which gives you like a little head start. That's why I was mostly in front of him. And a bit unlucky, I had the better spawn over time and Gia didn't.
Okay.
But still, Gia is an awesome Mortis.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Clash have obviously been your rivals now, I think, throughout the year. I think it's fair to say. And they will continue to be your rivals in the World Finals later on, as you've both qualified. How is your preparation going to change now heading into the World Finals? Have you got any training planned, or what's going on?
We will definitely have like the bootcamp, which we normally sometimes do for the monthly final, or just the training for monthly final. We will do the exact same thing. Just better, more expensive, more what's the word? Impressive? No, you know what I mean. And we will definitely give our best just to be even better in Worlds, like be even more at our peak.
Absolutely. Something else I want to ask, actually, because obviously you qualified a month or so ago. How do you guys keep yourselves motivated for these last few monthly finals? Because it would be quite easy, I think, for a lot of players to be like, "Oh, we've qualified, we can take it easy now." So what's been driving you for the last few months?
I mean, it's obvious that this was in El Clasico, and this is what's driving us. And that's what was driving Clash all the time, because Clash was qualified as well. But the rivalry between us is just keeping us on a high level each time we face each other. And that's just the main motive, to be on the top, to be better than everyone else, to be on the first place of Europe right now. And obviously, some people might say it's the money, but
I can't hurt. Yeah, a little bonus, right? So would you guys on SK on the quiet, would you like to be facing off against Clash like in the finals of Worlds? Or do you think there's another team that you've got your eyes on that you'd like to take down?
Nah, I think it would be awesome to have Clash as World finalists there and fighting against them. That would be pretty awesome, I think.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations, Semantic, and congratulations for securing number 1 seed as well, which I believe you guys just did. That's awesome. We'll be seeing you again next month.
See ya.
Goodbye, mate. All right. Wow. What a fantastic player. Welcome back, Ark. Welcome back, Teddy. That is it. The EMEA September Monthly Finals are over. SK Gaming, our champions. Teddy, what did you make of that finals?
I mean, I would love to have seen it go to the Fin final. Again, I really shouldn't have jinxed that. But yeah, what was it like seeing from the side, Teddy?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I could relate to the jinx because that's something I've done plenty of times in the past. And secondly, amazing finals as per use. But to be fair, at this point, I don't think anyone expects El Clasico to be a bad match.
Absolutely not. The fact that it's even got the name El Clasico, I mean, that speaks volumes. Let's take a look one more time at the bracket from today's EMEA Monthly Finals and see what went down. SK Gaming beat Bunkerog 2-0. They beat Mood Gaming 3-0, and then they beat AC Milan Clash in the finals with a very comfortable 3-1 score. It did look like Clash started to fight back, but ultimately it wasn't meant to be. Ark, I was just speaking to Semantic, and he was saying they want to face off against Clash in the finals of Worlds later this year. Do you think that would be a cool grand finals?
I mean, you know, it will be a fantastic thing to see. I don't know how likely that will be. I mean, there's a lot of great teams that have already qualified for Worlds. And, you know, this is the thing about Worlds coming up is we're finally going to get to see some of these regions starting to collide. You know, it'll be a great thing. Don't get me wrong. But again, the many other teams, you know, you've got Tribe Gaming for NA that have already qualified. STMN have already qualified as well. Zeta Division as well in East Asia. You know, SK Gaming and AC Milan Clash, yes, they got their ticket. But, you know, there's a lot of other teams that are still all in that same place right now.
Now, today's tournament was particularly exciting because there are many teams in this region, their lives on the line, really trying to fight tooth and nail to qualify. We're going to bring up the regional leaderboard now. Teddy, why don't you walk us through this? Has anything even changed?
A little bit. I mean, starting from the top, SK have locked their first place for the region, which is already quite something. Clash going to be locked in second place. Tribe Gaming right now in third because they made it all the way to the semifinals. They secured a couple extra points and are standing out of the pack for now. But it's not the end of the struggle for them just yet. Bunker Rog and Reply Totem just behind them. EXO not far behind. Big technically still has a chance as well, but it's gonna be very, very tough on them. MCS has disbanded. Blood Diamond, EU, and Crazy Clan are out of the running as well. So there's still a lot of possibilities, and actually all the teams that could qualify this month or still stood a chance still do in the next one. It's just gonna get a lot more complicated for some of those teams.
Yeah, you know what I'm taking away from this? Next month's EMEA Finals, that is going to be one that you will not want to miss, as who knows which teams are going to qualify. Now, Ark, we have had a lot of very cool plays today. We've had a lot of cool moments, but I believe our play of the day was some crazy bounty action that you guys cast together. Why don't you walk us through that?
It got the best reaction out of me, hands down, honestly, because when you see a Daryl and a Buzz and a Poco against, you know, double thrower and Bell, you know, it's going to be a tough thing to really go up against. You're going to be overwhelmed, but honestly, Tribe did immensely well under the pressure. Look at Yoshi's stars, 4 stars. Linen's got 4 stars now. There were so many stars in the spawner Tribe, and they were able to keep consistently getting it taken down. But as soon as they got one person taken down, the next member of Clash would come in to try to cause a ruckus. Guille there staying so low, giving the stars. I just couldn't keep track. It was the funniest thing to see, but so intense considering the scoreline, because Clash had match point. Tribe were almost able to then come back and did so to take us to the 5th and final set, but this could have been their final nail in the coffin. I don't know how they held on. I honestly have not a clue, but hang on, they did.
Is there anything you want to add to that, Teddy? That was just some crazy bounty play.
I think it's unbelievable that the matchup was so bad on paper for Tribe, and they still made it work. And how many times have we seen, pros with the excuse of, we had the bad comp, we had the bad matchup? This is proof that it doesn't determine anything. I mean, it is going to decrease your odds of winning, but you can still win, and they definitely showed that through that match.
All right, well, now the next thing to look at is that we'll take a little look at all of the regions. We've got our leading teams here. And this is looking like a powerful group of teams, Ark. Is there anything you want to point out?
Yeah, massively so. INTZ have already qualified, so Aphelion, in a pretty decent spot to be able to do the same this month, maybe, or maybe having to look deeper into it. Maybe it's about next month potentially, but they are still in a great spot in that 2nd place area. Tribe Gaming and SCM have already qualified, so NA is locked down. Zeta Division as well have done so in East Asia. Queen Nai on the up and coming should do so. They're getting very close to locking their spot nonetheless. Navi have secured their place for ECA. Team Flash and SESA and ANZ, I think, have done as well. SK Gaming, as we know, and Clash for EMEA, it's going to come down to that 3rd, 4th, and 5th. But at the moment, it's Tribe in 3rd, Bunkerog in 4th, and Totem in 5th. Nova Esports have locked in their place there for China, and Tricker China and TRG Origin should qualify this month in the monthly finals coming up soon. That was
a very efficient run-through, Ark. I am thoroughly impressed with that. But all that's left now, I guess, is for our final thoughts from the day. Teddy, why don't we kick things off with you? Anything you want to say?
I mean, I think today was already super exciting because so much could have changed. A lot hasn't, and that opens things up for the next monthly final where everything will have to change, because that's the last one. That's the last points that will be given to any teams, and that's going to be the final leaderboard. So I'm really hyped that there are still so many different possibilities for who is and who is not going to be showing up at Worlds, and I just can't wait to get there to find out.
Ark, what a fantastic day this has been. Have you got anything you'd like to add?
I just want to say a big thank you to all teams and players for their efforts. Again, it's been such an exciting region to observe, and it's so much easier in our position to spectate when we're not having to go through the stress that they are. It must be so difficult to remain as composed as they do, to put on the show that they do, and of course many others in the background doing just that, putting on the show. But I'll leave those thanks as well to someone else to mention. But yeah, it's been a very, very eventful, exciting day all round.
Absolutely. Now, if you're watching at home and you're thinking, hey, I haven't had my fix of competitive Brawl Stars for the day, I want to see some more, you don't have to worry, because at 9 p.m. CEST, that is in 1 hour and 35 minutes, we will be back. I'll be joined by FDOT and Ready Set for the North America and LATAM North monthly finals. You're not going to want to miss that. Of course, a huge thank you to everyone at Supercell and the esports team at Esports Engine, Vindex, etc., etc. We are working with a great group of people, including your wonderful selves, of course, Ark and Teddy, and one final thank you to everyone watching at home. But yeah, don't go anywhere, and we will see you again in about an hour and a half. Mm-hmm.